I request all to rise for national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तब जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
Hello and welcome, and very good morning to all the participants as well as the distinguished speakers who have joined us this morning for the 66th edition of SKOCH Summit. India responds COVID and governance. In fact, if you look around, there has been enough talk and enough discussions on COVID that's been happening. But rarely have we come across on the governance part. Look at it this way. We've been talking of a new normal, but looks like this new normal is going to be pretty much normal for us. We have had, periods of lockdown, 1, 2, 3, and, partial unlockdown. Our experience has shown that perhaps these lockdowns were not required, but there has been a learning. The learning is a hope that I see COVID and governance is the talk given by Mr. Sameer Kochhar. I will invite him. Let me introduce the rest of the speakers. India's response to pandemic, 9 lessons for effective public management, comes from Professor Prajapati Trivedi, Commonwealth Secretary General Special Envoy for SDG implementation. He was also Secretary Performance Management in the Cabinet Secretariat in the Prime Minister's office, a position that was never heard of in the history of independent India. Talk about businesses, equally important when we say that the life is now limping back to normal. We are no more crippled. Therefore, what's important is to maintain the business continuity. That remains the key. So we have a Global Field Delivery Director from HPE, Mr. Ramachandran V. He will be talking about a few cases and case studies that he's going to be presenting, which are going to be a key learning factor for a whole gamut of businesses across the country. But yes, COVID-19 has given us a chance to go digital. Not that the digital was not happening, but there is a time during our life and time today when there is no going away from digital. We adopted digital many, many years ago. That was also under a kind of a compulsion wherein we were told that in case we do not adopt digital, the businesses are going to stop. So there was a deadline given to the banking and financial services industry. There was a deadline given to the state departments. There was a deadline given even to the central government departments. But today there is no deadline. It is happening on its own. So there is an opportunity even in the current crisis that we have. So we have put together a panel discussion around the digital governance post C19 and how is it that the states, our districts, our cities, as well as the public sector responding to it. At the bottom remains policy. So if we do not have a policy direction, a revival becomes a misguided missile. So on a policy for revival, we will be joined by Mr. Jayesh Ranjan, who is Principal Secretary IT and Industries from Telangana. And the sum total of that is transformation. When we say good governance, transformation remains on top. So for that, we will have Dr. Patak, Professor Emeritus, joining us from IITB Mumbai. With this, let me quickly introduce Mr. Kocher. He is the chairman and, as we fondly call him, the leading light at SKOCH. Started in 1997 with a very, very humble background, living in a place called Paharganj in the alleys of Old Delhi. And coming from where he was, he literally practiced poverty for the first 17 years of his life. And while everybody was packing their bags to the colleges, he was packing his bags to earn money for the family. He saw to it that family comes out of the penury. He saw to it that his elder sister gets married while he sacrificed his youth. Finally, the grit and the passion paid. He rose to the position of the national marketing head of the garage startup called Pertec Computers, PCL, and left it when it reached a 600 crore company. And right from the bottom, he started once all over again and founded SKOCH. That was in the year 1997. And we have gone from notch to notch, climbed up many paces, and there we are today, where we are interacting with. Already there are 321 delegates who have joined us online and a host of luminaries who are sitting with us on the panel. So without much ado, I invite Mr. Kocher for his opening comments.
I think you're going to be running a film and doing some live voting in between, aren't you?
We are going to be doing live voting immediately after you finish.
Okay. So, namaskar. I just want to make this very conversational and anecdotal. Age has got some advantages. One of the advantages being is that, you've been through a lot more crises than the people that you're talking to. I recall the first crisis of my life was the Indo-Pak War. And, I was under the impression that Pakistani had very specific instructions to bomb me and kill me particularly. And it used to be winter. And in a Razai, I used to, hide in my mother's bosom, telling her to keep Pakistanis away. And as in that crisis and many, many more crises that were to follow, whether it was the emergency, whether it was economic situation, a lot of ups and downs that our country went through. In every crisis, I found that all of us came together as a nation family. And I think we have to be thankful to God for one thing, that in these times of COVID, after maybe 20 years, we've become a nation family again. Everyone is concerned about anybody else's well-being. We are working like one unit with a lot of concern of what our fellow human beings are going through, what the migrants are going through, what our own staff is going through, what our peers are going through, our friends who lost their job, our friends who cannot pay their EMI. But still, the good fight has to carry on. So many helping hands reaching out for each other and giving each other a shoulder to cry for, with a very distinct disadvantage. In all the earlier crises, so to say, that we were there, physical proximity was not a problem. You could actually hug people and give them a real shoulder to cry on. What COVID has left us with is only the digital part of it. And when it is digital and, we are having these conversations, so what we've been trying to do at SKOCH is trying to make these conversations very humane. To, possibly impart an emotion to a digital system or a computer, if something like that may be possible. So we say that, just because we are talking to each other remotely should not change us as people. We should rediscover ourselves in our digital avatars. God gave us an entire package to be able to look in each other's eyes, to be able to empathize, and to be able to relate to each other. So can we have those conversations? Can we have those relationships online? Because beyond a point, it will be a very boring world that we live in. Social structures will break. The number of birthdays, weddings, funerals, kriyas, chothas I have attended in past 4 months on Zoom is not funny. And believe me, you do get involved, you get very involved, and the emotional kind of pours out because it comes from the heart. Similarly, when you're doing these personal things, can that emotion come back when you're doing professional things? Can you really be bothered about a small municipality, let's say Lanji or someplace like that, what they're going through? What is it that is happening in Northeast? What is happening in a small district? What is happening to the migrant labor? And reach out to them with your message virtually and tell them, yes, we still care for you. If you look at the past 4 months have been defined by what I call fear, uncertainty, and doubt, which is the hallmark of any emergency that there is. We are all very fearful. We are fearful not just for our own lives. We are fearful for lives of people around us, our near and dear ones. We are uncertain about what the future holds. And we have doubts about what is going to happen to all of us. What is our shared destiny? The good news is that whatever that shared destiny is will happen to all of us. So it is in our hands to craft it all together as one nation family. When we started, I remember in March, Gusharan talked about so many ups and downs in my life. We had the annual summit that we do at the end of the financial year in March. Just 24 hours ahead, we had to cancel it. And to me, it was again the whole world came crashing, and we felt that, oh, we have to build this again. And there were economic pundits who were saying that no, India will fare better. We will look at 1%, 2% growth within 15 days. And I said, listen, I have seen this story before. You have to be, either Nostradamus or, more brilliant than Einstein to be able to say where this economy is headed, because there isn't enough data and there isn't enough evidence. I looked back at history and I said that something like World War I, resulted in minus 8.33%. That's the same as 1 month's GDP. That was a kind of contraction. So if we think that we have not lost even 1 month's GDP, we are living in cuckoo land. Probably we've lost a lot more. Even today, I find that, so from that graduated response to plus 1% to minus 2% to minus 7%, recently I was looking at somebody who said minus 10.1%. And we've not yet hit the bottom. This is not a race that we want to win. How low it goes. But the thing is that the economy is down. The job situation is precarious. In MSME sector that we track very closely, 3 crore jobs have already gone. By end of August, we expect 4 crore jobs to have been extinguished completely. Just let that sink in. When you say 4 crore jobs in a family of 5, that's 20 crore people. That's 20 crore mouths to feed in a nation of 100 crore people. What are those families going through? What is their hope? What will they come out with? What is going to happen? What is going to happen to all of them is a decision that all of us and our actions will need to take as a nation family. Will we work for just our revival, or we are going to work for revival of India? The Prime Minister has given a clarion call for Atmanirbhar Bharat. I say good speed to him. And in this bleak scenario, what we have been trying to do is keeping hope alive. What is in short supply just now? In any situation of fear, uncertainty, and doubt, hope is always in short supply. So if you look at today's SKOCH summit is about offering a beacon of hope. Can we all share? So what I'll tell everybody, I was talking, we must smile a lot, we must laugh a lot, laugh a lot when we talk to each other. We haven't talked to people who laugh. When you're digitally there, hardly anyone smiles. Everyone becomes so serious. So don't be serious. Smile, look directly into the camera as if you're peering in the eyes of everyone who's watching you, and laugh and share the joy that we have survived this far, we will survive further. So what is it that is giving me this hope today? One thing that has given me the maximum hope is emergence of field warriors. Earlier, it was a central government, it was some secretary to government of India or the minister or the prime minister who was expected to take the lead. But there are so many beacons of hope that we found at the block level, at the district level, at the village level, where people have taken the lead and have led an entire community, whether it's economic revival, whether it's survival or it's transformation. There are so many stories that you have. In such vast numbers, India has never transformed. And in such vast numbers, India has never had leaders. In such vast numbers, there has been no capacity demonstration that, yes, we are a very competent country. So that's the single thing that has given me a lot of hope, that as an entire country, as a nation, we have risen to this challenge and everyone is doing their bit. The second thing which is giving me a lot of hope is that all financial schemes of the government, or all the financial might of the country, is being redirected towards human needs. When your family is in trouble, the guy who's most in the trouble, he needs to be supported. The guy who's most hungry needs to be fed. The guy who's most thirsty needs to be given water. So I see this repurposing of public finance in India happening. People say, are we going socialist? No, we are not going socialist. It is this revival where we are, giving free food, we are giving Narega wages, etc., which is going to lead to economic revival of the country, because these are the people who feel hunger the most, they feel thirst the most, they have needs the most. One policy direction where we may have erred, and I have talked about it often, is that why is it in India that you have to reach rural India to get social security? Why there is no social security in urban India? And we've argued for a very long time. And I'm happy to note that 2 days back, there was a news that there is a Narega equivalent of urban India that is being thought of, which has been my long-standing recommendation. Now, all these laborers who were working with us, all our drivers, all our peons who went home, had no need to go home. If there was Narega kind of wage available through MSMEs or through industry, through that support, they would have stayed where they were. And the economic revival would have encompassed urban India as well. Anyway, so there are lessons that we learn. The system is being redefined. Bottom up is finally becoming a reality. Decentralized planning is what we had talked about. I remember when Montek Singh Ahluwalia was in the Planning Commission. Now, I think India has taken an entire leap, not just decentralized planning. We have moved to decentralized implementation straight away. Every city, every village, every district, every block, every government functionary has an implementation plan and a dashboard and is monitoring very minutely the outcomes. You see Gurgaon buses, since there are no passengers, being repurposed as grocery shops, as repurposed as mobile hospitals, as pharmacies. And there are similar stories everywhere. No one told them to do this. It came out as a very keen desire to use assets of the country for the benefits of the people wherever those assets are. And we find these assets at the grassroots. And some inspiring stories we'll hear, like containers being converted into hospitals, or bogies and trains converting into hospitals. So from bottom-up planning, which never really happened, we have gone into decentralized implementation straight away. That gives me a lot of hope. When you say the new normal, this is the new normal, I'll tell you what is the new normal. Decentralization is the new normal. Decentralization of funds is the new normal. Decentralization of functionaries and finances is the new normal. And that is what is going to make this country great. On the global front, there were a lot of historical mistakes we have made. We learn from these mistakes. I've always argued that these multilateral trade agreements don't work, FTAs don't work, because if India has to be a labor-intensive, job-generative economy, then we cannot let our manufacturing capacity corrode. The single biggest disservice that was done by signing WTO is that India cut off its manufacturing arms. There is no manufacturing left in this country. Even the big guys have chosen offshore to start manufacturing. The new global order is now going to ensure that the manufacturing is going to come back. There is economic nationalism, which is at the rise. It is also called Atmanirbhar Bharat. We will make sure that everything that is consumed in India should, to whatever extent possible, be manufactured in India, to be made in India. We have not seen any shortages. We have not seen long queues. We haven't seen anything in short supply. And imports have been repurposed. Manufacturing has been repurposed. So the entire country, the nation family, has risen and responded to it. So, earlier there used to be paper tigers. Now there are digital tigers. So there are two extremes that India is moving in. Everything is becoming a part of a digital supply chain. But I can tell you, economy doesn't come out of a spreadsheet. You cannot model, and you cannot say that. So there is nothing that is going to replace the primary and the secondary industries. People will have to manufacture, people will have to toil in the field, people will have to work in factories. If digital has to succeed, and you say IT industry is going to do very well because everyone is working from home, but they have to foot the bill for working from home. So unless the real industry works, the real farmer works, the real factory works, there is no one to pay for IT. And I think so. Let us not be delusional and keep that reality in mind, that even if you're IT, if you're a digital warrior, if you're talking about artificial intelligence, how does it relate and change a common man's lot? That is extremely important. Moving forward to the future, I see a lot of hope. There was an unfinished reforms agenda. The biggest reform agenda that remains unfinished is administrative reforms. While we did financial reforms, we did a lot of reforms, nothing practically was done for administrative reforms. And there we have an expert speaker today. I remember he was like from space age when he was in the cabinet secretariat, because his job was outcome management. How do you do outcome budgeting in a country like India, where you are punished for not doing your spending? Your budget lapse. Oh my God, you're so bad because you saved some money for the government. So that paradigm has to shift. And I really hope that that administrative reform agenda would move forward. Labor reforms would move forward. Ease of business will actually become real. And the good thing is that for any sane policy, there is no opposition left. Speaking truth to the power is now an existential necessity. You cannot be a courtier anymore. You cannot create an echo chamber around your leaders, because then you are to be blamed yourself. You must speak the truth. You must be a voice multiplier. You must talk about who've done good. And those are the stories of hope that you will see throughout panning out today. How little people, how district commissioners, how district medical officers, how block level functionaries, how sub block level functionaries, how village level functionaries have risen to these tasks. And these are the unsung heroes. Mainline media has no time for them. No one has any time for them. We look for these beacons of hope. We do a fine tooth combing of the entire country. We locate you. We locate you and we honor you. We locate you and we honor you because your story is nationally important contemporary history. It is a story that will inspire thousands of others. And that is a story that is going to transform India. I hope to write many, many books. In these books, there should be chapters about people like you, ordinary people. God's blessings be added to you. We are all together. We are one nation family. Please speak freely. Please interact. Don't become something that you're not. दिल से बोलिए, जोर की बोलिए, अपनी आवाज सुनाइए, सबका भला होगा. God bless you. Bharat Mata ki jai.
Well, Mr. Kochar, that was great. I'm sure, I am moved by your speech. I'm moved by your thoughts. And something that comes out exemplary in this is that documenting the contemporary history of India. What happens is that these kind of achievements which come from the grassroots, they kind of get lost in the media jamboree, because media is not focused on that. The mainline media has only one and the single agenda of to talk about what's not working. There is hardly any talk about what's working. Believe you me, in the run up to the conference today, we have actually interacted with more than 300 stakeholders who have contributed to make India safe and come out shining out of this COVID experience. What kind of work they have done at the grassroots, only they know. What kind of toll it has taken on their health, only they know. What kind of efforts have gone into it, no one knows and no one cares to know. This is precisely what we did during last 3 months, that instead of getting swayed by what the mainline media is talking about, let's go down to the grassroots where India lives and find out the drudgery as well as of the people, as well as the administration which contributed by repurposing its resources. And I would say this was a phenomenal response by everyone put together to the felt need. That is, we have to save India, we have to save Indians. So we have the live poll coming up, of those projects which participated in the live exhibition for almost 7 days. So this is a part of the contest to the SKOCH Awards, for which the process has taken almost more than 3 months. So it's been a painstaking process to identify those beacons of hope, as Mr. Kocher talked about, and bring them together on this platform, not only for them to be recognized for the work that they have done, but also at the same time, learning and sharing the cross-pollination of ideas that take place. As to what I did probably in Mizoram is something which has a learning for somebody sitting there remotely in Kanyakumari. So Deepak, with this, the moment this poll ends, can we run a small video clip? This is going to be for 3 minutes. It's another 2 minutes and then it goes off.
In the meanwhile, I must, if I may, there is a question from Mr. Vishal Sharma who's joining us. He says, sir, our solutions are in nature. We should be a part to turn the table to COVID-19 and sustainability of the ecosystem. Yes, my friend, the answer is in sustainable living. All of us have become very frugal. We tell our children to switch off fans and switch off geysers and switch off ACs and consume less and become less materialistic. And we are moving towards organic, less consumption economy. So sustainability will happen. I completely agree with you that without sustainability, there is no hope of survival against COVID-19. COVID-19 is God's way of telling us to move towards sustainability. And I think if we ignore that symbol, we would have erred greatly.
स्कॉच फाउंडेशन को और उसके सभी पदाधिकारियों को हृदय से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं कि इस पुरस्कार के लिए उनने मेरा चयन किया है.
Mr. Samir Kocher's book on Modinomics is being released today. We've just had the benefit of listening to him. I must say he's a very blunt man.
He is really a very resourceful person.
समीर जी, I want to thank you very much. हम लोगों ने सबने अपनी जनता की प्रतिज्ञा ली है समीर जी. ये प्रतिज्ञा लेके सेवा की सोच करके हम यहाँ इस मंच पे आए हैं.
मैं फिर से धन्यवाद देती हूँ कोचर जी को, क्योंकि उन्होंने अपनी मेहनत, अपनी लगन से, मैंने अपनी मर्जी से यहाँ आए हैं अपनी टीम के साथ. उन्होंने अपनी जिंदगी का 3 पूरे दिन हमको दिया है.
Thank you very much, Samir ji, for this opportunity. You said I've attended, this is my 3rd event at SKOCH.
नीचे से उठ करके ऊपर आने वाले समीर कोचर जी मेरे बहुत अच्छे मित्र हैं.
I congratulate Shri Samir Kocher.
Thank you to Samir Kocher for putting together.
So we have the poll now coming up to rate Mr. Kocher's talk. Kindly do share your experiences. Do let us know how is it that we can improve more. You are an equal stakeholder, not only in the success of India, as well as on the platform on which you are sitting today. So after this, we will be coming up with the second poll on the contestants. And in the meanwhile, I will introduce our next speaker, Professor Prajapati Trivedi, speaking on India's response to coronavirus pandemic, 9 lessons for effective public management. A lot of you may already know him, that he is currently a Commonwealth Secretary General Special Envoy for SDG implementation. Till recently, he was the Senior Director, heading the Economic, Youth and Sustainable Directorate of the Commonwealth Secretariat in London. In this position, also, he reopened directly to the Secretary General for the Commonwealth Secretariat. And he's also a visiting professor across several reputed universities worldwide. He is talking on, as I said, these 9 lessons for effective public management, examining the response of a democratic government, drawing lessons for effective public management in dealing with other grand public management challenges of our times. And this is something which is going to be throwing light on the way moving forward. With this, I now invite Professor Prajapati.
Thank you, Dr. Dhanjal. Thank you very much. I'm delighted and I'm absolutely honored to be here. I will be sharing some of my thoughts based on a paper which was recently published in the American Review of Public Administration with the same title pretty much. And I will share the findings. This was in April. Things have changed, but the basic scenario remains the same. Let me first also say that how delighted and how inspired I am listening to Mr. Kochhar, who I have known him for many, many years now. I remember meeting him way back, almost 10 years back in my office and other places. And so it's a great pleasure. And his optimism is really inspiring. And I align myself with that optimism. I agree with most of what he has said. And I, in fact, will take this ball little further. If one had to ask anybody, what is the problem in India? The problem would be implementation. We don't have a problem of ideas. In fact, I have been on record writing to the Cabinet Secretary saying we should have a moratorium on new ideas for 2 years because we have not implemented previous ideas, as Mr. Kochhar just said, that we have set up administrative reform commissions. We just had, huge amount of money of a poor democracy was spent on administrative reform commission, and people agreed. It was gazetted. There were a group of ministers who agreed on the implementation, yet they have not been implemented. So it's not about setting up another commission on administrative reform. We've had enough commissions. There are a huge number of reports. It is implementation, implementation, implementation. The competitive and comparative advantage of our country will be determined only by our ability to implement ideas, not by generating ideas. We have great people. They won Nobel Prize. We have people everywhere, the same people working in the World Bank to you name it, they are there. So it's not about ideas anymore. We have the ideas. It's implementation. And that's why I'm delighted to report to you what I found. And this has been a topic close to my heart. So it's not that I sort of just suddenly woke up for COVID, but when I looked at it, I found there were 9 similarities. In fact, they could be called the 9 habits of an effective government. And this across, in my long years, I worked in 50 countries, not traveled, but worked, advising, working. And I find great amount of similarity where things work and where things don't work. And I would like to share those 9 similarities where things work. And these are also the instruments for transforming any government. And that's why, if you pardon me, I'm going to use a PowerPoint just simply because it'll be easier for you to follow and perhaps for me to speak. So allow me to share my screen with your permission. And I have the screen. I hope everyone can see. Mr. Kochhar, you can see the screen?
Yes, I can.
Wonderful, wonderful. So these are the 9 habits of an effective government. I call them 9 lessons for effective public management. Let me start by saying that in April, there was no doubt that all agencies had come to the conclusion, including the World Health Organization, that India had done a great job. Among the large countries, and even today, if you look at the per capita death rate, we are doing very well. Infection has gone up, but in this business, the real thing is making sure not too many people die. I mean, infection is a means towards an end. The end is to prevent fatalities from coronavirus, and we per capita in a large democratic country, which is a developing country, we are doing by any standards compared to US, Europe, etc. We are doing well. So there is no doubt. It's not my personal opinion. It's the World Health Organization's opinion. And I'll be happy to share that. Now, why did that happen? You know, why did the experts say, not me, the experts? And that's why I got thinking. I said, well, how come this has been such a great success? Or at least everybody from New York Times to WHO was saying, well, India has done very well. Our initial response, lockdown, decisiveness, firmness, the way we moved, and perhaps we are reaping benefits now. Of course, given the virus, you can't have perfection. It will spread, but the counterfactual could have been much worse. And that's what we have to look at, the glass half full, not the one which may be empty still. So the first thing, why things worked in this, and this is really for all government agencies. I'm not just making a point about COVID in a narrow sense of the word. I would like this, if we learn these lessons, to be translated to other areas of public sector management. The first is clarity of goals and objective. In this case, the goal was very clear. We had to prevent the spread of infection and reduce fatalities. There was no ambiguity about it. So the clarity of goal is the starting point in public management. What happens, the bane of public management or the government management is most of the time you don't know what you're supposed to do. There are multiple principals who have multiple objectives which are often conflicting. You know, Ministry of Finance is asking something, the Niti Aayog is asking something, someone is asking. So therefore, clarity of goals and objectives really in this case was a very big factor why we were able to focus our attention and get things done. So I think that is a lesson we need to learn, that if we have to get any job done, whether in public or private sector, but especially in private public sector, because we have multiple principles. Everybody thinks they have a right to supervise the government, whether it's the CAG or it's the Standing Committee of the Parliament or it's the media. It's even more important to have clarity of goals, so everybody comes on the same platform. So I think that was a very big factor. We must learn a lesson that we must have clarity of goals if we have to achieve. It shouldn't be that you talk to 5 people and they tell you 5 different versions of what you're supposed to do. So clarity of goals is a starting point. And in this case, we had very clear goals, what we need to do as a country, and therefore we have succeeded as a country, or we are succeeding as a country. Then the other thing is you may have clarity of goals, but you may not know how to measure them. You may say, you know, unemployment, but they may not be, either you may not be able to measure or you don't know what's going on. But what gets measured gets done. You must be able to measure. In this case, that also fortunately was very easy. You can see in your Arogya Setu app to WHO website and many other websites that everybody knows that what the death rate is, what the infection rate is. So everything is being measured on a almost 4 times a day basis. And you have, so everyone knows what to measure and how to measure, and it's being measured. So not only the goals were clear, but also they were being measured. And I think that contributed to clarity and also motivation in getting things done. So that's the second lesson. If you have to get something done, what gets measured gets done. If you can't measure, you may have lofty goals, but if you can't measure, you will never know whether you're moving towards them or away from them. So it's very important that we do this. Again, you may have goals and you may be measuring, but people don't know how you come up. You know, a lot of governments come up and say, we have done such an excellent job. And the opposition says, no, 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 you have not done, you know, this job is lousy. And the people get confused. So transparency of data, that how was it measured and what are your operations is terribly important. In this case, there was total transparency because World Health Organization and other agencies, it was an international issue. The data was completely transparent. It was being maintained transparently. It was being shared transparently. And therefore, it really mattered and it made a difference. Nobody really questions the data. I have not seen anybody questioning the data. There are, of course, as Dr. Dhanjal said, there will always be fringe people who will question anything yet you do, but we leave those 10% out. But I'm talking in general, people trust that data. They may not like it, They may say that this is not good, but they trust. There's no major distrust of the data because deaths can't be hidden in a democratic country. They could be in some other countries which are not democratic, but in democracy, the last thing that you can do is hide a death because everybody gets to know. So I think it's very important. We had transparent data which contributed to this, and it will contribute. Then accountability. In this case, there was no fudging. People were accountable. There were people who were assigned, and you knew who was in charge. You knew the names of the people who were in charge, even if it was chief minister or the head of any task force. Everybody knew who was accountable, who was supposed to be doing, and therefore that mattered. In many situations, you don't know. You may have goals, you may know what to do, but you don't know really. They say, well, the malaria eradication did not work, but malaria eradication is not a person, it's a program. Who was in charge of that? If it didn't work, did anybody catch the person's neck? And in this case, that was the case. And therefore, I believe for effective management, you must assign explicit and unambiguous accountability for delivery. Again, one of the things that we have learned is the accountability for results trickles down, right from the Prime Minister who made himself accountable. He took the blame for everything. He said, I am leading the charge. And therefore the accountability trickled down from him to the chief ministers, to chief secretary, down the line. But it cannot trickle up. If you just delegate the accountability to someone at the district level, it will not trickle up to the level of the minister or chief minister or even the prime minister. So accountability always trickles down. So if you have to get great things done, the top must be feeling accountable. They must convey that they are accountable. They're listening and they are acting. And I think in this case, we had that, and therefore the stars were aligned in a good way for us as a country. The sixth was there must be incentives to perform. Very important. You may have all the other things, but human beings are driven by incentives. If there are no consequences for good or bad delivery or performance or action, then people say, well, it doesn't matter. They just stop, but it really doesn't. But in this case, I can name people who lost jobs. There were people who were transferred. People were, there were incentives and disincentives more than incentives to perform. People knew there will be consequences if you did not deliver. And there were consequences of people who slipped. So I think that was an important lesson, that you can't have lofty ideals and assume that everyone is so well-intentioned that things will happen, whether, there are exceptions. Mother Teresa and Mahatma Gandhi are exceptions. We can't expect everyone to be like that. You have to have consequences for delivery, or non-delivery of what is expected from a national perspective. So I would classify that as a lesson number 6, which is very important when we are designing public systems. We must not ignore and just say, and I say this having sat in committee of secretaries where some people would argue, because from 1987, the 4th Pay Commission, the 5th Pay Commission, the 6th Pay Commission, and the 7th Pay Commission. Trust me, it was my business to read. I was paid to read these reports, and I was in fact hired to implement them. All have said that we must have a performance-related incentive scheme in government. They said, we have increased your salary so much, now it must be matched by performance-related incentive. It has not been implemented. So when I say this, it's not just an empty talk. This is the need of the hour. There must be incentive, consequences. Otherwise, we will not, as a nation, make progress. We can't depend on people's goodwill. This is not, nation building is not a matter of just goodwill and karat, that you're doing someone a favor. It's a duty. Importance of communication. I have been part of governments where, we can't be terribly proud of communication, because communication is very important. You can have an excellent policy, but if you're not able to communicate in a manner that it resonates with people and you take them along, and if you can communicate, trust me, half your job is done. You don't even have to do it, because people will do it. As Mr. Kocher and Dr. Dhanjal have just pointed out, that they have discovered that the action is happening, and it's happening because they were communicated from the heart. People knew what is expected, and they rise up to the occasion. but they need to be told, taken into confidence, and communicated the importance. So the importance of communication in public policy implementation is beyond doubt, and we don't pay much attention. We think, well, it's a good policy and it will be done, as if you can assume. People will figure it out that it's such a great policy. No, all policies have to be marketed like any other good idea. And when you market those ideas and you make the people buy into it, then half your job is done, because people will then, because it's in their interest to implement it also. It's not that it's just in the interest of one group of people in the government. The entire nation wants to implement. These are public policies. These are not private policies. And therefore one must, I could go on this, and each one of them is a matter of at least a paper or a book. And on each one of them, I have worked for a long time. And so therefore, when I come to these conclusions, it's not just looking at one crisis, it's across that these are important lessons for effective public management. 8, whole of government approach. Many times we take these narrow silo-oriented approach. We say this, everyone knows, and I hate to say it because it looks so obvious and so repetitive that we work in silos. Whereas, in government, everything we do is a team sport. And there are excellent examples of teamwork, and I can quote, but this is not the place, nor do I have the time to do it. But many of these, in fact, I would say most of the problems that we have in our country, the ones which matter, require a whole of government approach. In fact, it requires a whole of society approach, beyond the government also. But at the very minimum, whole of government approach, because if the whole of government is not involved, the whole of society has no chance of being involved. So you start with whole of government must be on the same page. And there are ways of doing it. Happy to answer any questions on any one of them, that how can this be done? Each one of them is doable and has been done. It's not a theoretical proposition that I make here. Finally, there is no doubt that you can't implement these things if you do not take a systems approach. A lot of time people say in government that people come and talk, when I was in the government, I did this, I did that. And people ask, so what happened, sir, when you left? Well, it just went down the tube. And so what happened? Because we don't take a systems approach. It's a very personalized approach, and we must be very careful. And in this case, we not only had the whole of government approach, but we have a systematic approach. We had standard operating procedures. We knew which agency is looking after what. So we took a systems approach, and that's why it's sustainable. That's why it is still working. And that's why one person doesn't have to stay up the whole night worrying, because it's the system. Because from Peter Drucker onwards, all management gurus have told us, we keep forgetting, it's nothing new, that 80% of the outcomes of any policy initiative are dependent on system, only 20 on people. I hate to say this when 400 or 500 people are watching this, but frankly, it's the system that really delivers. People play only 20% of the role. And within that 20%, 80% is leadership. And in fact, it is the job of the leaders to create systems and nurture them. And therefore, I cannot overemphasize how important it is in all our lives, but particularly in public sector, to take a systems approach so that a person may come and go, but the system continues to deliver. And that is really what we should aspire. And that's what we have seen, that when in the case of COVID, we took a systems approach, we delivered. So all these 9 conditions were fulfilled, and that's why the rest of the world thinks India has done a great job, considering that we are such a large democracy. I mean, let me emphasize, a large democracy. It could be a different ballgame in any other system of governance. We are talking about democracy, and that's a different kettle of fish than some of the other systems that exist. So in a democracy, to be able to do this in a way that people will be voting, not just on Zoom and doing the polling, but there'll be a real vote which will count. And so you have to do things in a systematic and a proper way. So with that, I will stop, because I know there are a lot of things to be done. So thank you very much for your patience and for listening to this. Thank you.
Thank you so much for extremely informative and also at the same time insightful. Because, so far, these were the characteristics with which, we've been identifying India with: no clarity, no measurable outcomes, non-transparent system, zero accountability, incentive system totally lacking, poor communication. On top of that, no systemic as well as a siloed approach. But, this has been unprecedented. Corona, did not look at caste, color, creed, sex,
Absolutely.
whatever.
Absolutely.
It became a question of survival.
Absolutely.
So that is something which everybody got together. No unrest. Otherwise, in a situation like this, bad news comes first. So it was enhanced compliance, not only from the perspective of the administration, but as well as people, delivering to people's expectations. It's something which was really, really exemplified. And I think that has come out very, very clearly in
Thank
your
you.
talk.
Thank you.
So thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Thank
Put
you.
together, this equals to good governance. So you have talked about the key. So
Thank you.
we have an example for replication to go, next maybe
Yeah.
2 or 3 generations, fully transforming ourselves.
Absolutely.
I have a few questions here coming in. Both you as well as Mr. Kocher. First, I will ask you, there is a question from Sudhanshu. He's asking how the implementation problem will be overcome over a period of time, because very soon we are going back to the normal. So is this going to wane?
No, in my view, in democracy, this takes 2-3 efforts. First time, and I don't want to take the time, but I'll be happy to, you can set up, Dr. Dhanjal can set up some forum where we can discuss this in greater detail. But to the question, I want to say that it has been done in our country. It's like the old relics we find that we are rediscovering. It has been done. But in democracy, sometimes when the ideas are too far ahead, they go back and they come back and then eventually come. So, in other forms of government, you can just go in straight line. Here, you have to go zigzag, maybe back. So be optimistic and happy to share. In fact, I personally was involved in, I think both Dr. Dhanjal and Mr. Kocher mentioned, that I was in charge for 5 years, looking and reporting to the Prime Minister on the performance of the government. And we developed a system which is being used worldwide. I mean, the reason I am a special envoy for SDG implementation is not because of anything, because of the work and the experience. People value it. In 54 countries, it is a big hit. In the Commonwealth countries, there are 54 countries which are part of the Commonwealth. It is being done. So we should be hopeful. It is just a matter of taking a decision in the government. And I think these are signs that we're moving in the right direction. And we should just feel that we will learn lesson and it will happen, because this is not rocket science. This can be done, as I have told many countries, from Barbados to Dominica, which are very small compared to India. They'll be like Saket or Greater Kailash. That's what the size of these countries is. These countries are moving forward in a way that you'd find it hard to believe. So therefore, it is doable. There's no big money involved. It is costless. It's just a question of willpower and taking the decision to do it. It's all written up. These are not ideas that I'm giving you. If you read the report of the Administrative Reform Commission, this is the recommendation of the Second Administrative Reform Commission. Ditto. I'm not adding one thing to it. By a group of ministers. And a group of ministers is not for a government. They represent India. Once they take a decision, and every government is obliged to carry on. So I would say that continue to be optimistic, and let's fight this battle together, and we shall overcome in our lifetimes.
Absolutely. So there's another one coming up from Biju Cherian. Something similar, but yes, in your experience, been the 3 main challenges in bringing a systems approach, especially in India, and how can we overcome these challenges consistently?
Okay.
You want me to repeat? I think I
Yes,
lost.
please.
Yeah. So he's asking, what are the three main challenges in bringing in a systems approach, especially in India, and how can we overcome these challenges consistently?
Maybe it's my computer, but I'm not able to hear. That just freezes. Your voice freezes. I can see you.
Let me repeat it. So
yeah, but slowly. Yeah.
So the question is, the three main challenges in your experience bringing in a systems approach in context of India, and how can we overcome these consistently?
Well, systems are not made by people at lower end. This is
Gursharan, I think we should move on because there's an audio.
And the day working with the various other prime ministers I've seen, they take a decision and it works. Everybody, these are reasonable things. Every citizen finds it so reasonable that you're only asking, what is the reason for your salary? Why do we pay you so much? This is our tax money. Why do we pay you this much? Can you just tell us, write it down on a simple piece of paper and we'll hold you to it. There's no Nobel Prize to be won for this idea, but this decision, believe me, it sounds commonsensical, but has to be taken at the top. Anything lower than that, if I were to suggest or you were to suggest, people will say, who are you? But when the top asks this question, no one says that. And you can see, as Dr. Dhanjal pointed out, when I was appointed Secretary to Government of India for Performance Management, no one said anything for 5 years. Everybody felt it was the right thing to do. I mean, we are only asking, what do you get your salary for? And they told us what they get it for. And we say, what are you going to go do this year? They say, we are going to do this year. And we say, great, we'll see you at the end of the year, whether you've done it or not. But there was someone following up, someone going with the same list, which says, you promised this, let's see what you have delivered. And we said, okay, you've delivered 80% of it. And we told the Prime Minister, sir, Mr. So-and-so has delivered 80% of what he promised. That's all. Where is there? You don't need a PhD from MIT to figure this out. So therefore, it's a doable proposition. It's a leadership issue, in my view, straightforward. There is no obstacle to it at all. It costs no money. It costs it does not require any special abilities, common sense, will to do it. And it's a leadership issue.
Wonderful. Let me quickly take one question from Rohan at this point.
Professor Trivedi, I'm a researcher in the public administration and public management discipline, and I'm absolutely floored by your talk.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for joining us. I think that was a spectacular presentation. I have one quick question to you, sir. Within the public management discipline, there is often a narrative that policies are very well designed, but it's the ground level and the street level bureaucracy, due to misaligned incentives and the problems of control and coordination, that often fail to perform. Do you think India's response to the COVID-19 pandemic was an exception to this narrative?
Trust me, I say this, and in fact, it's an article which I want to write. One of the things that distinguishes us from other countries when you look around is our, it's a cliche in India, it's called the steel frame, the administrative service. But it is a highly unique service we have, because people in the Indian administrative service actually belong to the states. Their salaries are paid by the states. They are central government employees, but their salaries are paid there. But what unifies this steel frame is the cabinet secretary. So see, and I'm sure you have seen, I saw those circulars. No other country in the world, in United States or even in UK, they don't have this system, which is the mother of our Westminster form of government. When the Cabinet Secretary of India writes, every chief secretary feels that they have to do it. They're more worried about Cabinet Secretary than the Chief Minister, because, administrative hierarchy is ultimately the Cabinet Secretary who is the head of the civil service. So we have this fantastic system that, their salary is paid by the Chief Minister. In fact, their appraisal is written by the Chief Minister, but their ultimate loyalty is to the union and to the government, and especially on administrative and not political matters or anything, is to the Cabinet Secretary. And I think that really made a difference. Very few countries had this steel frame, which was rejuvenated in a good way, that they had this video conference with all the chief secretaries there and saying, and every chief secretary followed that dictum, well. So I think it did. We do have a unique system, which I find looking at 54 countries, very few countries, if at all any country has this. I haven't come across any country which has this unique system. And I think it served us well and will serve us well if we use it properly.
Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much for your invigorating inputs to the forum. We definitely would love to take this discussion forward and take your suggestion there. Business goes on. And that's exactly what our next speaker, Mr. Ramachandran V, Director, Global Field Delivery from HPE Point Next Services, is going to be talking about. Business continuity is the key. He has more than 25 years of IT experience, most of it across India, combined with a stint at Singapore, leading APJ sales for cloud business. 20 years of successful stint at HPE, an old hand. Held various leadership positions across IT, product management, sales, consulting, and currently as overall services delivery leader for India geography. In his current role, he is instrumental in transforming the delivery with laser-sharp focus on enhanced customer experience. Business continuity is the key. Ram. Please unmute yourself. Yes, go ahead, please.
What a great morning to be here. And thank you for having us here. Absolutely, the platform was set by Dr. Gunjan, and voice of the man or voice for the man came from Samir, and voice for the system came from Professor Prajapati. What an excellent fortune that I have to share the platform with all of you, the contributors to the new transforming journey of India. Absolutely thrilled to hear from you on all of this context that can put the best of ideas to the common man and that can help them. What I would do in the next maybe 10 minutes is to just see some pointers that I took from Dr. Prajapati on how ideas can be turned into reality, right? What can we do together as private and public in terms of delivering those that can make a difference to a common man's life, right? Let me attempt that. First of all, wish each one of you on this call and otherwise a safe and secure time ahead. Let me thank Dr. Sabir, Dr. Gunjan, and the SKOCH team for giving Hewlett Packard Enterprise an opportunity to share on the areas of work that we have done, especially during the pandemic. And I'm appalled by the way that you've taken notice of the work that we have done. Thank you very much for that. So let me take that first slide here. What you see here is primarily the people who had made differences to us. On the from Prime Minister downwards to the ministers and the government officials on the policy making, and the people on the ground who actually made our living as normal as possible, the medicos, the police, the health workers, the pop and mom shops that fed us on this pandemic, in this whole system. And also thank the HPE folks who are supporting all these customers, the essential services customers and beyond, being on-site and remote. What I will do is I'll just give you the first few minutes about what HPE has done as business continuity plan within the organization. As a global organization, we got a whiff of it a little early. So for us, March 4th was the day when we had the first BCP mock conducted across many geographies in the world. And that happened in India too. That means 10 days ahead of WHO announcing this as a pandemic. So what did we do in this? If you look at, we have 4 large entities adding up to around 20,000 people, both direct and indirect. We had people working for India business. We had people working for engineering and research. We had people working for global operations, and we have people working for global functions, which are running or which are directly involved in publishing our results. Most of these functions happen out of, most of its activities happen out of India. If you look at if something happens to our offices and we are not able to function, look at the impact that we will have it at the global level, the functions that India delivers for the global activities. So what have we done? We have created a complete BCP plan. We had a mock done on March 4th, where we had 99% of employees completely working from remote, which means that we had ensured that they had the required connectivity. They had power backup in certain of the locations where it was much needed. And with this functionals, we tested completely, and we had the first quarter end, that our quarter end Q1 ended in January. We had the financial results published for India and global seamlessly working remote. We had the CMT team, we call it the contingency management team. We work at multiple level from the districts to the country to the global. That's how the hierarchy is. We work with every level to ensure that every employee's safety is clearly the utmost important for us. We devised a protocol in terms of what they need to do in case of emergency. We had these virtual teams comprising of business, finance, HR, IT, all of them together to ensure that they have a seamless experience, both with their personal safety as well as delivering on the services that we are expected to support the government and other essential services. So this whole activity happened, and even now we are completely remote. If we have to go to office, we need to have a separate application, a mobile app, where people have to request basis the essential activity that they need to do, and the approval is taken at the L2 level. Otherwise, people are not allowed to get into the office. While there is a policy that says that we can operate from 33, but we just wanted to check how much of it we could extend completely remote, so that if in case this continues for a longer period, we have the plan and we have the activities and the actions in place that helps us run through the year end, which means we are going to have this month end, the second quarter closing for India and global, going to be supported completely remote, and it is going through successfully and seamlessly in all these times, right? That's the kind of BCP that we have put in place. What is that we divided? We divided the activity into physical, which are people. Where are they going to be? Many of these people, we have different generation of people in this organization. We have the Gen Z who are working on shared places in today's world. So how do we get them together to work in enclosures that can help us to be safe, secure, and also maintain the confidentiality that are to be maintained for the organization? We put that as physical as first activity. Second is IT. What support we need to provide them, what kind of VPN access we need to provide, what kind of minimal bandwidth we need by the tool that they are going to operate. What are the automations that we're going to bring in so that the calls that are landing in the office automatically gets redirected to those respective individuals? And how are we going to make their efficiency improve or maintain? For them, if they are in office, they have 20 other avenues of getting those informations. And look at, you confined to your desk with limited such available resources. What do you do? So this is where we put together the whole plan, and we worked on each of those functions. Today, we have completed second quarter, and I'm sure even if this has to continue for a financial year-end closure, working remotely, I don't think there are any challenges. People have come absolutely working on the new norm. They understood what needs to be done, and it is working in our favor, right? So this is the business continuity part that we have maintained within HP. We are now 99.999% completely servicing our customers. Just to give you a frame of it, we handle around 120,000 cases as support calls, one function of what we do in the country for a year time. That's only for India. If this team is supporting global functions for most of the English-speaking countries, you can multiply the volume that they're handling. And we are currently maintaining our TCE at roughly around 96.7% globally. If you have to achieve this seamlessly, you could understand what needs to be done at the back end to provide this experience to our customers. That's a kind of enablement that we have done. And it is so far with all the support. And it is important to mention, the customers are understanding the reality, they're supporting, and wherever they could handle some of those flexibilities required, they're absolutely forthcoming and handling this. This is the first part of the discussion. And moving into the second part, HP has been supporting India in the transformation journey for smart cities. We have around 10 of smart cities. This is the typical blueprint that used to be there before the pandemic. what is that we need to do if you have to make a city smarter? It's primarily providing a consolidated environment where you have all the critical components that we need to bring in the smartness, whether it is public transport in terms of routes, in terms of the capacity management, revenue increase, or it is about traffic management, or creating a green lane, or it could be fire, any department, what I mentioned here. These were the critical discussions that used to happen before the pandemic. But what good thing happened because of smart cities, all of these varied departments within a state are now interconnected, which means their applications are all connected in one form or the other. There is a data exchange platform that is created, and in one location, we are able to do all of this. When pandemic was announced and India trying to cope up, in every state, they wanted to create one center, a nerve center, and they were looking at what should be the right place where we could create this platform where our chief ministers, our secretaries, our collectors, all the government officials can operate from one location and they can have a bird's eye view of what the city is going through. They didn't have a better place than that of the smart city and the nerve centers and the war rooms and the situation rooms that were created for handling these emergencies. So what happened when the pandemic announced? There was these discussions that happened between HPE, people like HPE who are supporting every state and the government officials, and how do we get this, the fastest way to get those information highway created by which we can collect data from different departments, make sense out of the data, send those data back to those important people who are on the ground with the correct information, ensure that the right actions are taken, and the feedback is given back into the system so that we track till the closure of what happens with that particular event. Now, for example, what used to happen, first of all, the biggest challenge that we had was, how do we control spread, right? All of us were trying to do it at the city level. Then we realized that putting a lockdown on the city is going to paralyze the economy. We need to have some relaxation. We need to really be specific on which ward, where do we need to actually take action upon. And if you look at, we need to have a clear sequence of events that has to be chained together. How do I link these events together? Third important thing, if you look at, is what are the critical departments that are involved? What are those current lack of control or information that they have, which can help them to act even more proactively? And how do we connect the labs, the hospitals and health workers, police, everybody together? So we came up with an application to handle this within 7 days, right? We understood the situation. We added the capacity. In 7 days, we had the application by which we can carry out the first form of who the patient is and use the same data to be taken into the lab, taken into the hospital, taken into the quarantine, whether home or institutional, see how the health is progressing, and then get them discharged. And even when they go back to home, how do we ensure that they get the right inputs going through, right? This is the sequence of activities that we did. How did we achieve? We use the facilities that are there, audio conferencing, video conferencing. We change this as the telemedicine center. People call up on WhatsApp video. They get into what needs to be done. We tagged people by the geolocation and made them say that you are in hospital quarantine, you are supposed to be within this. If there are people trying to step out, then automatically the police gets alerted. So we created some solution by which we control the spread. We created a chain of activities. So today, if you look at that state, which went on a steady incremental in the early days, today, if you see them, it is absolutely under control, right? How is that we have done it? We clearly had solution for every part of the problem that we identified are critical. Whether you see here, which is primarily talking about how the operations happen, people from different departments, if you look at here, they're all coming together in sharing the data points that they have. And with that data that is clearly getting back into the operators here, they get that included into the management tool that you see here, which is a dashboard that runs on direct basis. And from there, we have some functionalities that we added by including the private cameras and all the surveillance cameras. This is how a meeting was happening of the resellers in a majority a market street. They all wanted to open, but the government officials had given them guidance on what are the steps and how we're going to open it. The social distancing is monitored, the count is taken here, and the feedbacks to these teams are given on instantaneous basis. How are we trying to prevent it? That is even more important. If you look at here, we realized that there are two problems that we have. One, people impacted, and second, the people who have got into this got into this contact with the people. So the contact tracing was very, very important for us. What we did here is we went by the wards of people who got impacted, and then we plotted the contacts of first and the second contact on where the residential addresses and which wards are, so that we know, one, people who are on the wards where the thresholds are, we can put the containments there. Second, even before anything can happen, we can go to the first and second contact to the respective wards and stop them moving out, being in quarantine, so that we can control the spread. We gave this heads up. We gave that complete forecasting to the government on daily basis, which says that these are the wards where they're exceeding the thresholds. These are the wards where the contact is getting multiplied, and we need to create a clear hotspot called out there, and we need to take the measures there. So we had a clear 6-stage process. What you see in the dashboard is this: the whole state, the whole city, and by this you can see that the green and the amber and the red dots there, that tells you the locations and the wards within the geography, how it's been done. So it's a comprehensive solution that was created by which we are able to control the spread. And today, I think the effect of it is very well seen in the results that are there when in terms of the count of people that got reduced. I'm moving on to the last part of my presentation, which is basically the work that we have done together. How does a public and private come together, and how can we solve large set of problems? If you look at HP had the e-health centers across the country. We started in partnership with CASR, with IGIB. Dr. Anurag Agrawal was a key instrumental in terms of this venture. What we created is we created a concept that we need to address the healthcare problems that we see in remote locations. So we can't construct a building. So what we did is we created a 20-foot container. We reuse those containers in terms of creating a complete health center inside that. What did we do here? We created all the medical equipments, which are connected devices. We created the complete EMR on the cloud, and we had the patients which are kept in the remote portions of the villages where people don't have access to hospitals. They can come, they visit, and they're able to get a similar medical support that we typically get in the larger locations. How did we do? We had on-site staff, we had remote partnerships with hospitals, and then we had specialists who were on the video call who supported this. So we created 130 of this across the country, and we have almost 10 lakh patients who had visited these centers. Similar to the normal day, it was meant for any flu or any problem that the patient had. But when COVID happened, we worked with IGIB and we created a COVID test lab. We knew the problem that we were not getting adequate test kits, and we didn't have places where people can walk in. And even if the problem is there in the remote village, they have to walk through and expose themselves before they reach a hospital where the test can be done. So what have we done now? We have converted few of these health centers as COVID-19 testing centers, which we collaborated with the Ministry of Science and Technology. We collaborated with the state health departments. We use the same lab, but we added few more elements to it. We added few nursing stations, which are completely isolated. We created a negative air pressure doors so that there is no spread for people who are queuing outside and people inside. We do currently around 100 tests in one such e-health center. Complete devices are connected. And if there is anything that is required for doctor on a call, that's also available from the same center. So what have we achieved now? In the last 90 days, we were able to test around 51,000 people, and we've been able to publish the results. We have currently deployed this across 4 states, and now we have almost every state that is covered in the country with e-health centers. We are now gradually progressing to ensure that this is done across most of the e-health centers that are identified, so that people who have elementary symptoms can walk into the center as close as where they live and get a similar test and treatment that typically is done in larger cities. So this is a big transformation that we worked on. This is absolutely not possible with one private organization. We wanted the complete support, and the concept to be worked together. Is a great classic example of how we worked with the CSIR lab, got this whole thing done, and we've been able to spread this across the country. And our endeavor is to see how much more we can do in this and how much more we could do in terms of handling such emergencies that can come across the country. Right at the end, I think it's important that we play a role in terms of converting the idea into a reality that can make a difference to a common man. Here are a few of the comments that we heard from people who had used our e-health centers and who felt good about what we are able to achieve for them. So this is what I had to share with all of you on the three topics. Hope I was able to convey what was expected. Thank you, and wishing you all once again to be safe and be secure.
Well
Over
done.
to you, Dr. Gunjan.
Thank you very much. I mean, this was quite informative. Indeed, under all circumstances, with or without COVID, the show must go on. And as you rightly said, that in order to maintain the business continuity, there are several factors that come into play. The most important being to create, under such circumstances, a common chain of command and control. This is perhaps, something which I'm sure in your experience has come out shining through. I know most of these projects, which is what you have done for the smart cities, this is all under a PPP and the smart city program, and the solutions that you have implemented. What in your experience has been the disparate challenges where you moved from geography to geography and city to city? Because your experience pre-pandemic would have been different than during pandemic.
True. I think it's absolutely correct. When we were on a free flow in terms of the activities, and it was bubbling across, enabling the cities, enabling the departments, and making them more progressive and more efficient, bringing in the transparency. This is the full flow that we were doing before the pandemic. Come one day, we had been asked by the respective states or cities to say that, listen guys, now you will have to go slow. We are going to be under containment. We are going to be under lockdown, and the whole activity has to be divided into remote and on-site. What are those that we could do together in terms of achieving this? While we do so, we don't want these set of people to be removed from the project. We will help support you guys to have them housed in our cities and states, but we want them to completely rework their priorities and start looking at how do we manage COVID from the same smart city in the same length and breadth that we're thinking for other departments. So this whole transformation discussion happened in few days, right, with each of the cities. And we need to regroup ourselves. It is a lot of selfless movement from our people in terms of staying back to deliver on this. We went back, and one of the location was majorly impacted. The building by itself was impacted. So we have to make a makeshift office, get all of these people there, ensure that these people develop the tools, go to the respective hospitals, the labs, train those people on those things so that they can quickly start adapting to it and ensure that we deliver on how do we control the spread, right? So this is how we changed. Maybe a course of 10 days or 12 days, we had to regroup, rechristen, and get all of those things delivered to manage this pandemic, Dr. Gurcharan.
So what you mean to say is that, the things have moved. So in your experience, has your engagement with the governments, your experience has improved dramatically over the last 3 months in comparison to the past?
Absolutely. How do you need to be agile and more flexible in terms of using the platform and delivering to them at the speed that was required? This was unheard of, right? We typically start doing the planning activities, 3 months of study and come back and all. Here we were talking about days and maximum weeks of delivering services to the citizens. The mobile apps has to be ready. People have to have a platform to communicate with the government. Over and above the telephone calls. WhatsApp was integrated. Social networking was integrated. Sentiment analysis was diagnosed. We went back to the government saying these are the areas. No food, no shelter for so much percentage of people who are there and they don't know where to go. Right? A lot of these inputs went back into the government, and the way that the government worked on it and solved one by one, creating people, the systems and processes on how do they reach out, How do they disperse? How do they ensure that it went and reached the last mile? And how do we get that completely tracked? It was a different experience in wholesome when I look at what we used to and what happened in this with this pandemic.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much. I mean, with the hope that the momentum continues and this will bring back the speedy recovery to the economy. With that hope, we move on to the next one and say thanks to Ram for giving this interesting presentation. The next poll is already there on your screens. Kindly do participate. A lot of participants have been asking that not been able to vote earlier. So here is an opportunity. And in fact, this voting is for those 16 projects that participated in the exhibition. So kindly do support, your support matters. You are a stakeholder, not only in your own success, but also in the success of others. So this is the collaboration, which is what is expected from all of you. So with this, we come to the end of the first session. So I extend my heartfelt thanks to the panelists, Dr. Trivedi, as well as Ram from HPE for joining us for this session. Thank you so much. We move on to the next session, which is the digital governance post-COVID-19. And we have on this panel joined by Dr. Navaljeet Kapoor. He is Joint Secretary, Ministry of Tribal Affairs. Mr. P.B. Salim, he's Secretary from Chief Minister's Office, Government of West Bengal. Mr. M. Girija Shankar, Commissioner, Panchayati Raj and Rural Development from Andhra Pradesh, and Ms. Anu Jain, Deputy Director, Ministry of Labor and Employment. This discussion is again around COVID, but we are not talking during. We are going to be talking about post-COVID, the learnings from whatever we have gone through so far. And for most government departments, this transformation already is underway. This is what I have gathered from the discussions since morning, that there is an extreme amount of transformation is happening. How to go on to the next level? The country has to keep running. And actually, even during the closed down period, there have been problems that we faced, but the strong shoulders of the government and the public sector, we are going to be sailing through. So we are setting our sail accordingly. Relief has come by way of direct benefit transfers, provident fund benefits, labor, mitigating, migrating, a large organization of digital human resource management, so on and so forth. So 3 questions in front of us. What were the key challenges, solutions implemented, and impetus being given to digitalization post-COVID? So with this, I invite our first speaker, Dr. Navaljeet Kapoor, and request him to take 2 minutes to make his submission.
Good morning, everybody. I know challenges and problems always bring opportunities. It was the last week of the financial year when budget was going to be released to all the stakeholders. We had interview of NSP fixed on 17th March. We had workshop of tribal talent pool fixed on 12th March and 3rd April. There was a tribal festival which was going to be organized. All tickets and travels were already booked. All schools closed down. Tribal migrants started coming back to the cities. It was the peak season for selling of minor forest produce. Tribal artisans were not able to sell their products. Lakhs of students who are dependent upon the scholarships, they were also waiting for their amounts to be released. Various tribal research institutions which were doing the surveys at the field level, they were also not in a position to do that. So what was the solution for this? The only solution was digitalization. Our entire office was paperless even before COVID. So not even a single file was paper file. So as far as our office is concerned, we were able to process all the files on e-office in the last week of March. And even on 29th of March, when physically some of the papers are to be sent to the accounts office, we were able to release 1,000 crores on a single day just by click of a mouse. As all of you know, DBT mission is a silent revolution, and our vision of Honorable Prime Minister on DBT. So we were able to release 1,000 crores in the accounts of the scholars and in the accounts of the NGOs and to the state governments in on the even last day. And in last 3 months, we have released about 25 crores of rupees through DVT. So schools are doing e-classes. We opened the Heart Bazaars also with the help of the Ministry of Home Affairs. But then we shifted to e-commerce and e-market. We also during this period came through Sickle Cell Support Corner, for which portal was launched by Honorable Minister. We also developed online repository of tribal research. For resolving issue of tribal migrants, we also developed tribal migrant repository. And last but not the least, since you are saying I have a very few time, only 2 minutes, all the festivals which are to be held physically, we just ensured we are coming with a digital platform, and from the next week, all the festivals, they will be happening on the Facebook live page, and 750 tribal groups, they will be showing their art and culture, and even painting competitions we are planning to hold it on through e-medium this week. So all our interministerial meetings now, they are happening on through Zoom, through our video. In the last, even during lockdown, we have NGOs which are located on the Leh-Ladakh border, on the China border. In remotest of the area, we always feel that it is only the big cities where we have this connectivity. But I'm happy to inform that the selection process of the NGOs was totally done through VCs. We were able to connect with 80 NGOs from all over the India. So I can proudly say what we have done in last 3 months during this period of lockdown, it was not even possible in 1 year. Now we don't have any physical travel, no wastage of time, unnecessary expenditure has reduced. My junior staffs are also working from home. What we did, we gave their official PCs at their homes. We gave them internet connections also. Even at 9 o'clock in the evening, we are just conversing through the Zoom meetings and other channels available.
All right. So, it's an interesting piece of information when it comes from the government, because generally once the office is shut, the connect with the official work also gets disconnected. So I'll come back to you with questions towards the end. So in the meanwhile, let me now invite Mr. Salim, Secretary, Chief Minister's Office, Government of West Bengal, as to what has been the state's response, because you are directly working with the Honorable Chief Minister.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Since the time given to every panelist is just 2 minutes, I don't think we'll have to go into details of the topic. I'll restrict my suggestion or response to 2 points. Number one, of course, whether you like it or not, COVID has been a turning point in the human history, the history of our country. Maybe like the last World War, maybe the partition of a country, this has been a turning point in the human history. So we, all of us, every aspect of human life, whether it is governance, whether it is entertainment, whether it is education, every aspect has turned digital. Now, the alarming part of it is, of course, all of us have adapted to the transformation because we are all resourceful persons. My only concern, my submission to all of you would be like the alarming of it because of the digital divide in our country. The digital internet penetration of our country is just about 30%, whereas 70% of the population lives in rural areas. Now, all of us who are living mostly in urban, peri-urban areas, we have internet penetration of around 90-98%. So those who are not that fortunate, not that resourceful, they are really at the receiving end of this transformation. Now, governance has transformed because, of necessity. All of us have transformed. Every state has transformed. Maybe the degree varies. We have also taken a lot of initiatives. I'll not go into details of that. But I'll just leave this thought before you, our Honorable Chairman, SKOCH Group, Samir Kochar Sahib is also there. So this is an area all of us should think of it. The government should think, the private sector, the civil society. Otherwise, an entire generation of our country is going to suffer because of this. Because those who are in class 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, those who are in the rural area, those who are unable to, those who are losing classes months after month, this is definitely going to reflect in their future life and, of course, in our country's future. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. So this is a perspective from the state. So now over to Mr. Girija Shankar, Commissioner Panchayati Raj and Rural Development from Andhra Pradesh.
Yeah. Good morning, Guricharan. Am I audible? If
Yes,
I'm
you
audible, raise your hand.
Welcome to the show.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. Let me speak from the implementation perspective. In any disaster, as you know, people look for protection and assistance. And COVID-19 being such a unprecedented kind of disaster and also a mischievous kind of a disaster, then there have been many challenges, particularly from the government to citizen services. So the main challenge is on the service delivery. Second, on there has been a challenge on redefining the whole the delivery system and also business process reengineering, all such kinds of major challenges. So what we have done is in Andhra Pradesh particularly, we have a system of village volunteers. We got 2.6 lakh village volunteers spread over all over the state. There is one volunteer for every 50 households. So through these volunteers, we have distributed the ration and also the pension, all this. Mainly, they have also done the door-to-door survey of any COVID-like symptomatic patients and all those. So this has helped in controlling, containing the COVID and also providing the assistance to the people. Then we also have village secretariats, and we got 13,000 gram panchayats and 11,000 village secretariats. Then all these 11,000 village secretariats, we have 1.2 lakh government functionaries working at the village level. So they're all stay put at village level. So they have been pressed into service. So they have extended the services. But main challenge was on educating people, motivating people to wear the mask and also maintaining the social distance. And any symptomatic person should be taken to hospital, nearby hospital. All these have been taken care of by. So COVID related and also the governance related problems could have been sorted out, have been addressed through this system of both village volunteers and also the village level secretariat staff. The main solutions that we have come up is anyway the training and the motivation of all the village functionaries or the village volunteers and all the entire machinery has been through the virtual platforms, so that has been taken care of. Then main thing is on coming up with the suitable or relevant kind some e-solutions. So basically the migrants movement, the reverse migration has been taken care of through a online portal, and also ensuring that there is a tie-up from the borders to the end of the other side of the state border, and also sending them to the villages and ensuring them that they are all quarantined and also providing the required food, everything till they take up some local jobs. Then another thing is that the e-pass system, all those all this, but since I'm looking after the Manrega, the Mahatma Gandhi NREGP program, what we have done is through the village volunteers, so all those who have come on reverse migration who return to the villages, we have mapped and then provided job cards under Narega program. So they have 2.7 lakh job cards we have given. Those who are not members of the job cards, the family has a job card but not a member, so they have been included. And then those deactivated job cards got reactivated. So about 15 lakh new labor, that is workers, Narega workers have joined the workforce, and about 57 lakh workers have turned up and during the peak period in May, June, and then we could provide. But in all these times, we did not allow any kind of problem to crop up, like the COVID-related problem to crop up, because we have developed a mobile app through which we ensured that the social distance is maintained at the work site. And also before and after the work, then the washing is done. We provided soaps, and so masks have been provided. State has provided 15 crore masks, one per every citizen kind. So all this has helped in managing. Touchwood, there has been no COVID
We
problem.
have control post this.
So these are the few things, but the main still more challenges that we need to maintain. So there's digitalization is one aspect, but apart from that, there are other problems like we have to maintain that social cohesion because there are psychological social problems coming up, cropping up.
Girija Shuklaji, in fact, these are the issues which will remain with us.
Yeah.
And that has been a historic problem because to keep people educated, to keep, maintain the communication lines with them, do the IEC activities more effectively so that, instead of shouting on the street, they should walk along with the administration and give their complete support. So I'm sure, those are the things as we move forward, we will also achieve.
Yeah.
I'll come back to you. Let me, in the meanwhile, invite Ms. Anu Jain from Ministry of Labor and Employment.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Girija.
Hello. Good morning to one and all. Myself, Anu Jain from Ministry of Labor and Employment. Now, if talking about my own project, Samadhan Portal, so and talking about in the COVID situation, I would say that COVID in a way has helped in motivating labor to like Samadhan is a platform wherein the laborers are supposed to come down and register their industrial disputes online with the help of the mobile also. Not they don't need to use the mouse. They can do it by their handset as well. So during COVID, because of the social distancing and lockdown and everything, I think it motivated all the more the laborers, and in fact, it came in handy for them so that they can put up their disputes online with the help of Samadhan. So the only difference I would say in implementation is that before in the pre-COVID time, they would go down to the conciliation officer's office for the conciliation proceedings in person. But during the social distancing time, conciliation officers are doing it in field with the help of video conferencing. So I would say that Samadhan is totally digitized in the COVID era. And now talking about my ministry, Ministry of Labor and Employment as a whole. So Ministry of Labor and Employment during the COVID time, during the lockdown especially, had set up 20 controlling offices wherein they would coordinate with the laborers like their grievances. For example, someone has been ousted from their job. So they could put up their grievance via through their they would call, they would put it online via email and everything. And the ministry was coordinating with them. Ministry was also counseling them, like in order to maintain their psychological balance. So especially to the stranded migrants and those who were like not comfortable in their workplace, like they were ousted or they were given the half pay or they were just told to just get off. So, and ministry has also coordinated with other ministries in order to provide the affordable housing, and everything, the facilities to the basic amenities to the laborers.
So we have, three different perspectives from the central government, from straight from the chief minister's office, as well as right from the ground, which is an Andhra experience. The feeling that I get is that a whole lot of things have moved on the ground. People have started receiving their benefits perhaps better than before. And they've also been aligned, keeping future in mind. But do you think any one of you can answer this question, that the government performs under pressure? If this COVID pressure wasn't there, the things would not have moved as fast as they have.
If I'd like to add something. We were working on a very we were having some dream project of going online as leaders. You won't imagine, we were trying that program since November 2019.
Yeah.
But we were not able to launch it. This is a Facebook funded program where there was a need of digital entrepreneurship. Even in the month of March, we were just struggling, and you would not imagine that we launched this program during peak of the COVID. And in just one and a half month, we have received 20,000 applications from mentors and mentees from all over India, gold.tribal.gov.in. This we did in the COVID period. You must have heard of Garib Kalyan Rozgar Yojana, which Honorable Prime Minister has started for this 6 states. I am the nodal officer of one of the district in MP. So we have held almost 6 VCs with them. Earlier, when a similar program, I was central nodal officer for water mission. You won't imagine it used to take 3 days for me to go to Punjab, and my
I
all
can
office work was.
I can empathize. You know how full of hurdles the journey has been, and suddenly the things have changed. Girija Shankarji, what's your experience? I mean, are you also working under similar pressure?
Yeah. Pressure, in fact, it provides an opportunity, I must say. Then during this COVID, we worked almost, 14 hours a day and all that. So, but still, during this time, to provide the G2C services, we had to put in all the mobile-based apps and then in place, and then all the volunteers, so 2.6 lakh volunteers have been provided with smartphones. We have put them to use, and then all the applications through the secretariat have been processed. So this has provided a great opportunity, and also in the entire health system, the trainings and the entire basic livelihoods that we provide through Manrega. So we could provide trainings and then we disciplined everybody. So this is definitely a great opportunity, I must say.
So in fact, it dispels all kinds of dissatisfaction level, or otherwise the common criticism that government does not perform. Government does perform, and this is the shining example of having gone through in the last 4 to 5 months. Starting from where we have reached today, that we don't care if Corona happens. The show must go on. We are walking on the street. We are working in our offices, and all the hands have been put together, all the efforts have been put together to put the country back on track. So excellent work. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, please go ahead.
My question is for Mr. Salim. Mr. Salim?
I think he's got busy with some discussion in his office.
Okay, let's carry on. I'll ask him later.
Okay, we'll get him. We'll get him back. So we have the next round of poll coming in.
Just 1 minute. Just 1 minute. I want to raise a small question.
Go ahead.
Not exactly a question, but a suggestion. See, we post-COVID, we are all working from home and using technology, and the most what should I say? The expenditure mostly borne for is on the internet connectivity, right? So when we are talking about reforms, administrative reforms, and so many other reforms, does it mean that since we are not going to office and mostly working from home using no tours, no travel, is it going to reduce the government expenditure?
Certainly, it is going to reduce as far as.
No, but should it be reflected when we are talking about outcomes? Will it be reflected as the outcome of the Corona pandemic? Because that amount is going to be quite heavy.
Certainly, as far as the officer expenditure on traveling is concerned, it is going to reduce. For a single meeting here happening in Delhi, from 23 states, principal secretaries, their staff used to come almost every month. And we also every month used to travel to different states. Now, all those things have virtually stopped. And
yeah, right. I agree. Long time back, almost 10, 15 years back, we introduced video conferencing for the states when they used to come to planning commission for plan discussion. At least 3 to 4 times the officials will be coming, the minister will be coming. Finally, it got by using video conferencing over NICNET, that number of visits reduced to maybe one meeting with the minister level. And sometimes when there is a query, maybe at some senior level, right? But the visibility was not there. So can some report come out saying that this is the outcome because of the pandemic, the government expenditure has reduced so drastically? Because it's going to be an appreciable amount.
I feel time is
what we're going to do is I'll request Noelji question offline. Perhaps you can submit.
We will start with Polar.
We have Mr. Salim online. So, SKOCH, if you would like to ask your question.
Yeah, Mr. Salim, my question was, what was the single biggest challenge for West Bengal? Because, during the pandemic, and how did you overcome it? I mean, was it center-state relations or it finance? Was it something internal to you? What was the biggest challenge?
Salim, are you able to hear? Looks like there is some audio issue.
আমাদের প্রেজেন্টেশন প্রথম পার্ট হচ্ছে আমাদের সেফটি পার্ট পার্টের আমাদের স্ট্যাটাস লাস্ট উইকের স্ট্যাটাস পুলিশ স্ট্যাটাস দিয়েছি আমরা 2020 আমাদের নন প্যাটার্ন ছিল 7টা.
Looks like it's not able to gather. So we move on with this. We thank everybody on the panel for joining us, and we go into the first batch of Scotch Order of Merit, and we will be inviting everyone whosoever is present to kindly come on screen, share your experience. You will be spotlighted by my team, and here we go with the first batch of Scotch Order of Merit semi-finalist. Let me have the pleasure of inviting Mr. M. Isador, General Manager HR from BHEL, for the project Digitalization of Human Resource Management Processes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for thank you the jury, and thank you the very much the SKOCH organizers for having conferred this award to our team. BHL has always been the pioneer in HR policies and procedures in the country, and BHL contributed significantly to the power sector and the infrastructure of the country also. And it is lighting more than 60% of the country with it. It's generating the electricity for the country. So BHL has always put our employees at the forefront, because the employees can contribute, and employees only will make the change into the society. Yeah, the larger society's interest can be addressed through that only. And during this COVID time, sir, we have tried our best resources in extending services to the public, to the retired employees, to the society, to the our own employees through the systems.
A long way to make the country better. Congratulations.
Through our systems. Absolutely. And as every speaker has said, we have also utilized this situation to come online and use this technology for the betterment.
We have to move on, sir. Thank you so much.
We have introduced those things, and we thank you very much for. We thank the organizers for having recognized those contributions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Now I move on to invite Mr. P.B. Salim, Secretary from the Office of Chief Minister, Government of West Bengal, for Public Grievance Monitoring System e-Samadhan. Salim.
এখানে একটা কথা আমার বলাতে স্যার ডক্টর ইজ অলসো হিয়ার এই ব্যাক করো আগে
We move on to the next, and this one goes to Director, Government Reforms, Department of Governance Reforms and Public Grievances, Punjab, for Project Punjab M-Seva.
On behalf of Government of Punjab, I would like to thank the organizers and the jury to consider this particular nomination and make us reach to this particular level. So the idea of introducing Punjab M-Seva came from the mission of national e-governance and mobile governance, which started way back 7 years ago. So taking that particular journey ahead, almost a year back, we started with the Digital Punjab journey, wherein we started to consolidate all the mobile applications across the state. So that gave the birth to the Punjab M-Seva, which is a consolidated mobile application for the citizens to access any government service from a single place. So we are evolving on this particular platform. We are adopting the India enterprise architecture also in order to have the services in place. In parallel to that, we are increasing the number of services which the beneficiaries can access sitting at their home. So this happens to be one of the very great initiative which was started well in time and made the citizens to access the government services sitting from their home during this pandemic time.
Thank you very much, Parminderji, for bringing in the citizens' perspective. Hopefully, this project moves from one place to another and goes notches up. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I now invite Mr. Vikas Healy, Sub-Divisional Magistrate, District Administration, Amritsar, for Project Virasat. Please unmute yourself. We are not able to hear the gentleman.
Hello. Vikas sir, please unmute yourself.
I have already. Am I audible now?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, good morning, everyone. We'd like to thank the SKOCH group as well as the jury members who have appreciated our efforts. A kind word and appreciation goes a long way to motivate your team and augmenting our efforts further for community development. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Excellent.
Mr. Jadav Kanak Singh Dilip Singh, Village Computer Entrepreneur, E-Gram Kanji Panchayat E-Gram Society, for E-Gram Project E-Governance Services from Gandhinagar.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning and congratulations, Jadav ji.
Okay, thank you, sir. Hello, thank you, sir.
Welcome and congratulations.
E-Gram project मेरा शुरू से फेवरेट रहा है. इसके बारे में मैंने पुस्तक भी लिखी है.
सही बात है. हेलो.
हमसे जुड़ने के लिए धन्यवाद.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Neelam Sanghi, Additional CPFC Headquarters from Employee Provident Fund Organization, EPFO, for the project EPFIGMS.
Good morning to everybody.
Congratulations.
And thank you so much. A big thank you to SKOCH for giving us this opportunity to showcase our work. We have actually set up this Employees Grievance Management System, which is an online system. EPFO has a subscriber base of 6 crores. So we have 6 crores subscribers, and they can online, they can register through mobile, they can register anywhere in the world. They can register, we also have international workers. They can register their grievance, and this grievance is an interactive system. They get a registration number, and through OTP number, they can track their grievance, where it is, and it is resolved in the quickest time, between 4 to less than 7 days. 80% of our grievances are resolved in less than 7 days, and 91% are resolved within 15 days. So we get about 1 lakh grievances registered every month. And this is actually very helpful to us during COVID-19, because this time our facilitation centers were not working. There was no physical interaction. So sitting at home, our subscribers could register their grievances, and they had many queries, and these were all replied to by the EPFI GMS. Thank you so much. We are very indebted to you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Congratulations, madam. I'm also very happy to note that a lot of people were able to withdraw their savings.
We had a scheme for COVID-19 advance, special scheme with 3 months salary they could withdraw to help them out during this situation, sir.
It's a very commendable effort. Excellent.
Thank you so very much, sir.
Thank you. And now invite Mr. Mahesh Thalotia, Superintendent of Fisheries from the Department Modasa, for the project Fish Cage Culture.
Hello. Good morning, everybody, sir. Hello.
Good morning.
Hello. Sir. I am Mahesh Thalotia, sir. Sir, I am on road, sir. I am going for some official work, sir. So, sir, there may be some interruptions, sir. We have, sir, fish cage culture for the tribal, sir. And the project is going on, sir. And approximately 15.38 crore rupees invested in this project by the entrepreneurs and the it's
Okay, compliments.
Hello.
Excellent. Could we move on to the next?
Thank you so much. I now invite Mr. R.K. Shah, Professor and Director, Knowledge Consortium of Gujarat, Education Department, Government of Gujarat, for the geographic education mapping of higher education. Congratulations.
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Sir, thank you for this program and the award. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. सर, हम जो ये जियोग्राफिकल मैपिंग किया है और जो पोर्टल कर रहे हैं, इसमें हमारे स्टेट की सभी हायर एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूट का हमने जियोग्राफिकल मैपिंग किया है और इसके साथ उस इंस्टीट्यूट के रिलेटेड टोटल इंफॉर्मेशन इसमें हमने रखी हुई है। तो अभी आपके प्लेटफॉर्म से इसको इतना एडवर्टाइज मिला है, इतना मार्केटिंग हुआ है इसका, कि अभी हमें कोविड टाइम में जब हमारे यहाँ सभी जगह एडमिशन चल रहा है तो स्टूडेंट अपने आप जा नहीं पा रहे हैं, पर लेकिन उनको ये पोर्टल से अब पता चला कि ये पोर्टल इतना इम्पोर्टेंट था, इसमें इतना इंफॉर्मेशन है, तो आप फ्रॉम योर पोर्टल प्लेटफॉर्म लोगों को पता चला। और एडमिशन के समय में अभी जब एडमिशन चल रहे हैं तो उन स्टूडेंट्स को कहाँ एडमिशन लेना चाहिए, किस इंस्टीट्यूट में क्या फैसिलिटी है, कौन प्रोफेसर है, ये सारी चीजें इस पोर्टल से पता चला है। तो मेरे हिसाब से आप लोगों ने हमारे स्टूडेंट को, हमारे स्टेट के 3000 इंस्टीट्यूट एंड 73 प्लस 8 इंस्टीट्यूट यूनिवर्सिटी, मतलब 82 इंस्टीट्यूट्स को आपने बहुत बड़ी हेल्प की है। और मेरे हिसाब से तो ये होलिस्टिक हेल्प मिली है कि कोई भी स्टूडेंट गलत जगह एडमिशन नहीं ले रहा है, उसे परफेक्ट पता है कि मेरी इंस्टीट्यूट में क्या क्या है, कहाँ मुझे एडमिशन लेना चाहिए।
बहुत अच्छी बात है। इस प्रोजेक्ट को आप आगे बढ़ाएं और इसका प्रचार प्रसार करें। आपको स्कॉच ऑर्डर ऑफ मेरिट सेमीफाइनल अवार्ड मिला है, आप इसका भी प्रसार करें।
थैंक यू वेरी मच सर।
थैंक यू सो मच।
ओके सर।
I now invite Mr. Rahul Bhatt, ERP PM, Web GIS Team Lead from Maharashtra State Electricity Transmission Company Limited, for Web GIS in MSc TCL in Bhuvan platform. Mr. Bhatt.
Hello. Yeah. Good morning, everybody. And on behalf of Maha Transco, we thank you, SKOCH Group, for recognizing our effort to develop a GIS system for our organization in collaboration with NRSC ISRO with a very minimum cost, which otherwise would require a huge investment. And we have tried to develop a very novel concept in implementing mapping of transmission assets and transmission lines especially. And that is helping our organization to a great extent in decision making. So thank you. And we are looking forward to win the SKOCH award today evening. So thank you, gentlemen.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. I now invite Ms. Anu Jain, Deputy Director, Ministry of Labour and Employment, Government of India, for Samadhan portal.
Thank you so much from Team Samadhan and from the Ministry of Labour and Employment. Thank you so very much. Thanks to Judy. Thank you.
Congratulations, Anuji.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Over to Dr. Navaljeet Kapoor, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Tribal Affairs, Government of India, for empowerment of tribals through IT-enabled scholarship schemes.
Thank you very much. Empowerment of the tribals through digitalization. It is not possible without the teamwork. First of all, we have vision of our Honorable Prime Minister, who has given concept of Digital India. Then Niti Aayog and DBT Mission, who motivated us to do this program. Then faith of our Minister, our Secretary, and my entire teamwork, which has helped us in achieving this milestone. This recognition gives us more enthusiasm to work more hard. In the end, I will only say, विवेकानंद जी ये कहते थे कि आप भाग्यवान हैं अगर आपको सेवा का मौका मिला है. Service of people is service of God. Thank you, SKOCH. Thank you for this recognition.
नवलजीत जी, आपका पैशन बहुत ही सराहनीय है. आप जितने दिल से कर रहे हैं काम करते रहिए. Very good.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Mausam Palevar, Chief Municipal Officer from Municipal Council, Narsinghpur, for Swachh Bharat. I now invite Mr. Girija Shankar, Commissioner, PR and RD Panchayat Raj and Rural Development, Andhra Pradesh, for DBT for effective initiatives under MG NREGA. You heard him speak.
Yeah, thank you so much, Gurucharan, and we thank entire SKOCH team for this recognition, and this reaffirms our commitment to the DBT concept. And in fact, in the NREGA, that is the main feature that is helping us in providing work to a number of people in meeting the entire demand under NREGA program. So about 99.9% of our transactions are through DBT. And except in the remote tribal areas where primitive tribal groups live, except those pockets, and an entire thing 99.9% through DBT only. And in this last 4 months of this financial year, we have done 4 crore transactions. Ever since it started in 2017, we have done 15 crore transactions. So thank you so much, and it has enhanced our responsibility. So thank you for all this recognition.
Congratulations. So next one also goes to Mr. Girija Shankar, which is Shyama Prasad Mukherjee Urban Mission.
Yeah, we have been awarded 13 clusters by Government of India under urban scheme, and the unique feature in implementation is we developed spatial plans. So we have done in all these clusters spatial plans, and through the GIS-based spatial planning, the zoning and all has been arrived at the way we do it in many of the big urban areas, and we have provided urban infrastructure in rural areas, particularly the big rural pockets. Also, we have provided a lot of economic activities for the rural poor, but since it is growing as an urban area, there is a challenge on getting livelihoods. So we have provided bulk milk selling units and agri godowns likewise. And thank you for this opportunity for the SKOCH team for this.
The third one also goes to Mr. Girija Shankar, which is for capacity building and training under MGNREGA.
Yeah. Thanks once again. And as you know, the training and motivation is the key in achieving, any kind of accolades particularly in the governance aspect, because to reach out to a number of wage labor, we need a large workforce, and this workforce need to be completely trained, and then so that everybody follows the standard operating procedures. So we trained about 5.8 lakh our employees and also the field workers, and including the mates and the senior mates and the field assistants, Rojgar Sevaks, and also our staff, technical staff. So this has helped in implementing the program in a better way, and we have been ranked number 1 in providing person days till last week. Now that Rajasthan took over, so whatever the demand, particularly because of the COVID and also the reverse migration, number of people have returned to their native villages. There has been a huge demand for work in rural areas, particularly unskilled wage labor work. So we are able to meet the demand, and particularly because of this trainings and also the motivational aspects. And we thank SKOCH team for recognizing our effort in this. And the effort goes to my team. Let me just turn this for a while to my team. So they want to meet you and they also say thanks to you. So Mr. Dr. Shivashankar looks after he looks after the capacity building. Indira Pridarshini looks after the urban scheme, and Jyoti looks after the DBT. Big thanks.
A good round of applause. Very good.
We are
Please
very
keep up the good work.
That's SKOCH team for giving this recognition. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy. Thank you, Judy.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations once again.
Thank you a lot, Gurucharan and team. Thank you.
Mr. Raghavendra Bhatt, Director, Rudra Solar and Aqua India Private Limited, for Resource Recovery Plan.
Very good morning to all. Special thanks to, I especially thank to SKOCH Group and the jury member who gave us an opportunity to showcase the product that we have built, Resource Recovery Plan. which is going to be a game changer for the vision what our Prime Minister has, Make in India and Atmanirbhar Bharat. Today, most of the manufacturing industries are struggling with effluents, poisonous chemicals. So this is definitely going to be a game changer. We are going to help them reduce their carbon footprint and reduce the chemical pollution that they're going to add. So once again, thanks a lot to SKOCH group for giving us an opportunity to showcase this, and best of luck to all the participants.
Congratulations. Mr. Sajid Memon, Secretary, State Hajj Committee from Chhattisgarh for the project Hajj Management Reforms and Innovations.
Thank you very much, SKOCH. We have been serving and we are serving plus 60 aged or civil or senior citizen people, and with the SKOCH platform, we will be having a better opportunity where we can project that what we have done can be other people can replicate, and I presume that we are so much recognized, and we really thank to SKOCH team and Samir ji and Guru Sharan ji. I am really thankful.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
I now invite Mr. Shailesh Patel, Chief Officer from Vyara Nagar Palika for the project Zero Waste, No Landfill.
Good morning to all dignitaries of SKOCH and all participants. Sir, हमें बहुत खुशी हुई है कि हमारे गुजरात सरकार और पर्टिकुलरली रीजनल म्युनिसिपल कमिश्नर के ऑफिस और हमारा डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन और नगर पालिका के अधिकारी से ये हमें अवार्ड मिला है, तो हम आपका बहुत आभारी हैं। सर, आप जानते हैं कि अभी का मेन प्रॉब्लम है रैपिड अर्बनाइजेशन एंड लोकल अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट। तो वेस्ट ही इज अ सॉल्यूशन है कि ये दोनों प्रॉब्लम्स को सॉल्व कर सकते हैं। और हमारे टाउन के अंदर जो हम साइंटिफिक वे से अभी एनजीटी के रूल्स से जो डेवलप साइट कर रहे हैं, तो जीरो वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट, मेरे को लैंडफिल इज अ बिग प्रॉब्लम और हम उसको रिजॉल्व करने के लिए एज अ साइंटिफिक वे से कोशिश कर रहे हैं। तो ये हमारे लिए बहुत सद्भाग्य है और हम पर्टिकुलरली स्कॉच को बहुत बधाई देते हैं कि हमको इसको अप्लाई करने में आपको बहुत हमने मदद मिली है आपसे सर। सो अगेन थैंक यू वेरी मच सर।
मुबारक हो। So this brings us to the end of the first round of the announcement for the SKOCH Order of Merit Awards semi-finalists. And we this move on to our next panel discussion, which is a continuation of the same set of questions, which is what I had in the beginning, which was posed to the earlier panelists. So this is now a public sector response. So the first one was the response from the states and the departments, including the central government. So here we have Dr. T. Prabhashankar. He's Executive Director, Chennai Metropolitan Water Supply and Sewerage Board. We are also joined by Mr. Harendra Prasad, Executive Officer, Andhra Pradesh Center for Financial Systems and Services. We have with us Mr. Sachin Rana, who is Mission Director, Chandigarh Skill Development Mission, and Mr. V.G. Venkat Reddy, Director of Mines and Geology, Department of Mines and Geology from Andhra Pradesh, and Mr. Sajid Memon, Secretary, State Hajj Committee from Chhattisgarh. My questions remain the same, which are as follows: the key challenges, the solution, as well as the impetus given to digitalization post-COVID. So my first speaker, you have 3 minutes. All of you will have 3 minutes, so kindly stick to your time limits so that we stay on time, although we are almost like 10-15 minutes behind schedule, which we don't mind because we are learning so much from you. Dr. T. Prabhashankar.
Good morning, everyone out there. So it's been a wonderful morning. I've been part of the previous panel. I've been listening to the panelists. So it was really wonderful session. And just to correct, my name is Prabhu Shankar. I thought that was quite obvious, not Prabhashankar.
My apologies.
I'm an IS officer. I'm the Executive Director of Chennai Metropolitan Water Supply Sewerage Board. So like most water utilities, Chennai is actually, it's quite it receives a bad press, especially for the frequent droughts we get. and we get the most difficult job of ensuring water supply to around 8 million people in Chennai city. And last year, you would remember that we faced the worst drought in a century. And but then we did endure and ensure that the citizens were well taken care of. So COVID again has been a big, has had a very profound impact on the Chennai metro water in a number of ways, especially for an Indian city, a typical Indian city, where operations are more or less more manual and less digitalized. On multiple fronts. So the major challenges we had to face was to ensure an uninterrupted service delivery right throughout the pandemic. So like most parts of the country, we had 100 days of complete lockdown, and we had to put a lot of workforce right in the line of fire. So the major challenges which we faced was to work in spite of the raging pandemic, and Chennai is among the metropolitan cities which was very affected very much. We have a very huge caseload. And the major problem here is, in spite of having a pipeline for the city was, let me get the background here. The city was expanded in 2011 from 176 square kilometer to 426 square kilometer, 2.5 times the original. So a lot of city still does not have an access to a pipeline. So for the 10 years, we've been adding areas to the distribution network. And so much of the city still depends on water tankers. So that's a huge challenge, especially in a COVID scenario, where you have people queuing up for the water tankers in a metropolitan city. And we also operate a paid service where people can book a water tanker and get water to their houses. So this was a very key challenge. And the second part of the challenge was made to the projects. So we have projects, a huge number of projects ongoing. In fact, you might be aware, Chennai is the only city which has 2 desalination plants. And in fact, we have very ambitious plans of having to add 2 more plants, a 150 MLD plant and a 400 MLD. So in 5 years from now, Chennai will have 750 MLD of installed capacity. We also are pioneers in wastewater reuse. So where we reuse around 120 MLD of wastewater and supply to the industries. So technologically, Chennai Metro Water has always been a sort of a flag bearer in terms of water supply and sewerage management. This COVID's impact, if we could really say, it has had a huge impact, not just on these fronts in the HR management, but it also had a financial impact. So on the digital front, which is the theme of the session, I would say certainly like any other PSU or any other government organization, we have had a lot of digitalization, but the more pressing reforms have taken place in terms of water supply, which is again an aspect of digitization. In fact, one of the entries which we have, the Dial for Water 2.0, is a very unique and a very hassle-free service for the consumers, wherein they can book the water supply online. Added to that, we have had a lot of interventions which were taken right in the midst of the drought. Let's say this pandemic has literally ensured that we are migrating to a ERP. So the decision was taken right in the middle of the pandemic. We do have an age-old ERP which was based on the Oracle platform. But then given the challenges which the pandemic placed on the board, we are really migrating to an open source platform, and the decision was taken right in the middle of the pandemic. And an e-governance platform with multiple modules is right on the cards. And thirdly, there's been an emphasis on the GIS application to be incorporated on a larger scale, because that is one big area where we needed to invest. And this decision, in fact, the COVID pandemic, though these decisions were sort of under consideration and under contemplation for a long time, the COVID pandemic acted as a catalyst, and we ensured we took the call right through the pandemic. But otherwise, on the technical aspect, I would just like to inform the elite panel that Chennai was the first city to isolate the COVID RNA in sewage. So right across the world, there have been attempts, there have been studies to see the correlation of COVID in sewage as a surveillance tool. So Chennai has been doing some pioneering work in response to COVID, wherein we are using, we are studying the presence of COVID RNA in the sewage to sort of foresee the presence. So an area, let's say, to put it very simply, let's say an area is not having any COVID cases, literature says that 3 days before you actually get a COVID case, you can trace COVID RNA in the sewage. So we have sort of perfected that in Chennai to a larger extent, and we are among the elite league of international utilities which have done that. So that is something, a matter of proud achievement, which I would like to tell the panel. Otherwise, we have certainly made a lot of push towards the digitalization of our entire ecosystem, and COVID has been a sort of a game changer in that regard. Thank you. Right. So now that the I think I've been left to speak more, maybe I just take that. So
I'll come back to you. Sir. Let me, in the meanwhile, invite our next speaker, which is Mr. Harendra Prasad, Chief Executive Officer from Andhra Pradesh Center for Financial Systems and Services.
Good morning, everyone. Firstly, thanks for giving us this opportunity. So I hope I am audible.
Yes, you are.
Yeah, so it's a privilege to be part of this panel. What I would like to bring to the panel is that what we are as an organization doing to handle this COVID. So not many would have spoken what finance department across the states are doing. As you all know, all field COVID warriors need the biggest tonic M, the money. It should reach in time to all the public sector organizations or the departments and the officials who are working in the field. Unless they make the payments at the right time, they will not be able to deliver the services they are supposed to deliver.
Correct.
In the case of Andhra Pradesh, we have Commissioner Health, who is spending a lot of money, incurring a lot of expenditure at the state level, and we have at the district level, district medical and health officers, and we have the district collectors, who in turn spend on migrants, taking care of their welfare, ensuring that COVID care centers are in place, ensuring that medicines are procured at the right time. And even during COVID, when employees are working from home, we need to ensure that all the bills are honored, all the bills are submitted on time and audited on time. So what APCFSS has done is, APCFSS has put in place a public finance management system, what we call the comprehensive financial management system, through which at all levels we make the funds available. So let's say if a DMHO wants to submit bills related to medicines procured, they can simply log into the system, create vendors to whom they want to make the payment, and then submit the bills, which is audited, and then subsequently the bills are honored by direct integration with eCubear platform of RBI. So this in a way has done away with manual intervention anywhere, and anybody sitting anywhere can do this. There is no need for physical files. There is no need for presence in office. And also at the same time, they can tap multiple funds. For example, the government of India has authorized all district collectors to tap the district mineral fund. So the district mineral fund is made available to the district collectors, through which they can tap the money in that fund and then ensure that all the required expenditure is met. Same is the case with state disaster relief fund. State disaster relief fund is made available to all the DMHOs and the Commissioner Health. They are using those funds to ensure that medical services are provided at the right place at the right time to the most deserving. So in a way, we are facilitating the money transfer to the beneficiaries. In this case, the patients also at times, to the vendors who are supplying the medical equipment, and also to the companies which are supplying the medicines and drugs. At the same time, all of them are audited, so there are no allegations regarding mismanagement of money anywhere. And also you might be seeing the revenue across the states are coming down. We have a single source of truth where we can see how much is the cash balance at any given point in time, how much is my committed expenditure at any given point in time. So we have provided a unique dashboard to the principal finance secretary and the secretary budget, with which they can do day-to-day cash handling and ensure that the priorities are met. The medical and health emergency which everybody is facing is met. At the same time, the committed expenditure related to salaries, everything is met. So this is one thing which we are facilitating. And to address future challenges with respect to HR and works, we are coming up with a solution. I think one of such solution is already a part of the final set of projects which are listed. I once again thank the SKOCH team for giving us this opportunity. We will definitely catch up in a bigger forum where we will have time to express more. Thank you.
So it's very interesting. I just quickly want to ask you, you have integrated all the modules of your functioning onto a technology platform. So what solution are you using?
Yeah, we are using SAP HANA, SAP S4 HANA, which is the ERP which we are using. And SAP is our technology partner, and they have been helping us in the solutioning.
All right, great. Thank you so much. That brings me to Mr. Sachin Rana, Mission Director, Chandigarh Skill Development Mission.
Hi, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
First of all, thank you for having me on this panel discussion with so many intellectually high people available there. Beside Mission Director, I am also the Additional Deputy Commissioner for Chandigarh, and I have been in the executing part of all the policies since we are discussing since morning. Professor Trivedi spoke so high of Indian Administrative Service. I would like to thank him formally on this portal. He worked pretty hard and is still working each day. Yesterday also we had a meeting before this unlockdown 3.0. All the formalities have been practiced into the system, but regarding this panel discussion, when we saw brought about this challenge of COVID, how to react or respond, the systems were to be devised. Systems were not readily available. Systems were there. Some of the investment the government in the previous time or the administration has done regarding the DBT or otherwise, but I'm speaking from the perspective of Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana, the Mission Director for Chandigarh. In that view, the system was not pretty hard or pretty well available. We were more emphasizing on the students to come to the particular training center, and they have to undergo so many different arts. There should be a man-to-man discussion. The teacher and the student ratio should be monitored. They should really have hands-on experience. So suddenly when the situation in the end of March came, we were running the course. We were about to finish this session of courses, the final leg of the courses, so as to achieve the 100% target of Kaushal Vikas Yojana. So system has to be devised in. So my team devised few system. We interacted with the training partner, both private and government, and we came up with few systems like Zoom is one of them, and then other Google Classroom, and then WhatsApp app, then video recording, audio chatting, and so many things we came up. And finally, each student has some kind of a satisfaction level with some system. So that particular institution and that particular system have come up with a one particular system which is being used as of now. The teachers were trained on those systems. Incidentally, they were not very, it was a new system for everyone. Then mobile accessibility to all the students, because in PMKY we are looking at the student who comes from the lower strata of the society. So the mobile accessibility was not there. The network was not there. Network, they cannot afford such kind of a network that was there. So things were roped in. A few collaboration have been done in which the network prices. Network was kind of sponsored for them so that they can attend classes online. Grouping of student with proper mask and all in the neighborhood society, because people are not from that rich background there. So kind of people joined in and they watched the video, they interacted with the faculty. On almost a weekly basis, we took the review from the students and the faculty on day-to-day basis. My team was very active in that. They were working from offices and from the home also. And it was kind of a more work in this COVID era. So the responses were taken up, the plug points, the loopholes were plugged in immediately so that all the things could be done properly. Primarily solution came from the ICT based solution. Media, social media came very effective. We interacted with the local newspaper, and so that we can tell them about all these things. In Chandigarh, we have a war room meeting in which the governor of Punjab and administrator of UT Chandigarh takes a daily review meeting. So we kind of use that platform to, because that is kind of a media covered that every time. So I requested them to give us some time so that we can showcase what the work we are doing, so that if any student is somehow not is being informed about so and so things, so he can be connected to that. We similarly migrated this, beside PMKEY, we migrated the similar situation, similar teaching practices to the regular long-term students in the ITIs and polytechnic. So they were also kind of roped in. Their exams were conducted more or less on the ICT-based platform. Digitization is the only one of the main, I will say, one of the main tool in which we can have this spectrum shift from this end to this end, in which the people can be facilitated in this kind of a corona times, and the focus should be on more on digitization. Social media and other platforms like Zoom and everything should be used more. Google has created so many things. The scope of work has changed a little bit because initially it was from human to human interaction was more, but now it's a virtual human interaction. And as we move along, necessity is the mother of invention.
So much of work that you have done, I can see the passion, so we actually need one more session to understand, although you already made a presentation and we understood quite a lot from whatever achievements have been there. So we would love to engage and try and understand more from your experiences, and how is it that it can help replicate it across the country. So thank you so much for sharing your experiences with us. With this, I invite Mr. V.G. Venkat Reddy, Director of Mines and Geology from Andhra Pradesh. Mr. Venkat, are you there? You have to unmute yourself.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity to participate in this debate or discussions. There is a lack of time, only 3 minutes you have given. That I'm telling what are the challenges you have faced in the mineral divisions and all these things due to COVID and all these things. There is a lot of disruption in the supply chain management, that is transportation of minerals and labors and technicals and all these things. So thereafter, we have due to that they have shut down there so many leases and industry, these mineral-based industries and all these things. So that due to COVID, that we could not transportation of this all the minerals during that period, which we have already given the permission for them. So, but what is the solutions? 18th April, we have given a Government of India given a guidelines for resumption of these operations in the mineral-based industries, and government has given certain relief to the mineral-based packages and all these things. The Government of India to restart these industries, and there is so many release of pending incentives of 905 crores as they given, waiver of fixed deposits and demand charges to MDM. MSMEs, and the grant of loans liquidities for 2 to 10 lakhs they are given Government of Andhra Pradesh, and the preferential market only that minerals are to purchased by the Government of India, Government of Andhra Pradesh, and all these things that also been given a provision. Deferment of fixed deposits and charges at least for 3 months moratorium has given. So actually now due to this COVID scenario, we have given all the online application systems and all these things, from grants, leases of grants, and the e-permit system and all these things. That was more helpful for the Government of Andhra Pradesh to uninterrupted supply of all the minerals and mineral-based industries and all these things. And due to digitalization, we have we have able to perform, at least now we have to recoup with the system. And dashboard also you are maintaining for the mineral administrations, and video conferencing, conducting video conference with our local administration and DDs and ADs and all these things, and what is happening in the field, we are come to know that, and what is the course of action has to be done to the optimal utilization of optimal operation of the mineral based leases and all these things. Online filing is
I think this is a very difficult field, and trying to maintain the momentum,
yes sir,
must have been very difficult. We can understand from your talk.
Yeah.
And the kind of difficulties the state would have faced in keeping the engine running, particularly at the coal, the area that you look after.
Yes, sir.
So, a Herculean task, and my congratulations to you for, having to overcome, mines and geology kind of a thing, which is very, very specialized.
Yes.
Very good. I mean, my congratulations once again. I mean,
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I don't have words to, express further.
Yes.
It's a very, very difficult field. So
it is a practical difficulties what we have due to this manpower and all these things, and it is, it is involved in this.
Thank you for sharing your, story with us.
Sir.
I invite now Mr. Sajid Memon, Secretary, State Hajj Committee from Chhattisgarh.
Thank you, Guru Sharanji. Thank you very much. Since Hajj was cancelled and we were dealing with the 50 plus senior people, so I will stick to your questions and I'll be in very brief because we are going for a time constraint. You said, yes, it is a challenge. So I will say if my age is 48, this is the first time that we went through such a lockdown. So it was something like surprise to me even. और रहा अगर आप administration की बात करते हैं तो it was very difficult for the administration also to how to handle it. So anyhow we managed to tackle it up. अब रहा कि इसका solution क्या है, तो as far as my knowledge goes, the solution is only to herd immunity. What आज के न्यूज़ में था कि 50% of the slum of Mumbai are already immune to that. उनका serum antibodies develop कर चुका है. And what the reports are coming that every fourth people is in Delhi is going through that and has recovered. तो ये fact है जिसे हमें स्वीकार करना है. Another angle is digitalization. हमने कभी सोचा नहीं था कि डिजिटल एंगल जो इतना सारा हम नेगेटिव बात करते थे अब इतना पॉजिटिव है and that can be tackled. So there is something new arena which I can see and very soon we will be coming out of that challenge. Thank you very much.
Well, so that was short and sweet, but yes, you made your point that, given these difficult times, we never expected this will happen ever to us. It's one of, I'm sure, not only unprecedented, we would not like this to be repeated in our lifetime once again. That has put everything, upside down. And, but the best part is that we perform.
Yeah.
No, that is something which is which brings a whole lot of hope, which is what we've been talking since morning when Mr. Kocher focused on that there is always hope, and the hope is brought in not by God, but by the people who have been working incessantly, committedly to deliver to the results, which is what we are sitting there for. So that is something, that has changed the entire landscape. So we have heard the response to COVID from two different perspectives, from the central and the state government, and also at the same time from the individual organizations. So gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us on this panel discussion. It's been really, really great learning from your experiences. But yes, from here we move on to the policy. That any action that happens on the ground is under a policy direction. So that is something for which we have Mr. Jayesh Ranjan, who is the Principal Secretary, IT and Industries from the government of Telangana, talking to us on a policy for revival. And his focus would be on creating and talking about examples which have been set by his department in the state, giving hand-holding support to the institutions, creating real business opportunities, attracting investments and taking additional measures just to keep everything rolling while the world came to a stop, grinding halt. He carried on. And the knowledge that he has created should be shared from the state's prism, also to be amplified nationally to help other states to benefit and make their own innovative plans. Mr. Jayesh Ranjan.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gursharan. Very happy to be on this platform. As you mentioned, I'll be speaking largely in the context of MSMEs. In the government of Telangana, I look after the subjects of industries and information technology, and MSMEs is a subject that I look after. So I'll speak about what we have done in the last 6 months or so for the MSME sector. So as all of us would understand, because of the pandemic, because of the lockdown, different sectors of the economy have been impacted, some quite adversely. But we should also look at this particular fact that within each sector also, there is lots of heterogeneity. I mean, there are some large players, there are some startups, but then there is a bunch of companies which we will call as MSMEs. These are small, mid-scale, micro companies, and in multiple sectors, sector after sector after sector, we have seen the kind of disruption which the pandemic has brought, has resulted in some very adverse and serious consequences on the MSME sector. So I'll speak about what has been our response to MSMEs problems and difficulties in this COVID times. As we know, while many large industries have also been impacted, but obviously they have deep pockets, they have the resilience, they have the wherewithal to kind of come back. And when things get normal, as we are already seeing, there are green shoots in the economy, and there is some kind of a rebound which is going around in the larger companies. But MSMEs have special and peculiar difficulties, and I would like to answer that or speak about that. So we have, first of all, in Telangana, as early as April, in fact, once we realized that this lockdown is going to be there for some time and there'll be a disruption of multiple kinds, we have started focusing on the key MSME sectors which are important for the state of Telangana. So we have identified 4 such sectors where we have the presence of a large number of MSMEs. So some of you would know that Hyderabad is a very important center for pharmaceuticals, biotechnology, life sciences, etc. So that is one sector that we have taken. Hyderabad is also very important for defense electronics. Some of you would know that Hyderabad has a large number of defense labs, private companies, government PSUs which are into manufacturing, R&D, and this whole ecosystem has also spawned a large number of MSMEs. In fact, as per our data, there are more than 1,000 MSMEs which are manufacturing all kinds of defense and aerospace related components. Similarly, we found that though it is not that well known outside, but we have a large food processing sector also, and there are large number of MSMEs which are in the textile sector, particularly in the spinning and ginning sectors. So we chose these 4 sectors to find out what exactly are the challenges which MSMEs face, and we found different kind of things. So in some sector, for example, the labor has just vanished. Most of them were reliant on migrant labor, and therefore the labor has gone away. In some sector, for example, this is very true of the pharma sector, we found that lots of critical raw material are not manufactured in Hyderabad. They're coming from outside. They're coming from Gujarat, or they're coming from Maharashtra. And because of the supply chain problems, transportation problems, there was a bottleneck in getting those kind of raw materials into the city, into the manufacturing unit. And therefore, the MSMEs were able to, because they don't maintain a very huge inventory, unlike the large companies, they faced difficulty. So different kinds of problems. Labor problem, as I said, raw material problem. In some sectors, the consumer preferences have changed altogether. In textiles, for example, people will not be now, by and large, spending too much of money on very high-end kind of, very luxury kind of clothes, etc. So changing consumer preferences was another thing. And of course, shortage of working capital, etc., were common problems across the sector. So what we did was that with the help of the industry association, which again includes larger players also, we tried to find solutions on some of these problems. So let us say skilled labor is a problem. All your labor used to come from Orissa or elsewhere, and they have all moved away, and you are unsure whether they will come back or not. So can we find a local solution to it? So we did a deeper dive to find out what exact skills do these have, these outside laborers have. Why is it difficult to translate or teach the same skills to our local youth? If that has to be done, what kind of institutions have to be set up? What kind of training infrastructure or skilling infrastructure has to be set up? Can the industry association do something by themselves? Does the government require to set in? Similarly, I told you that certain sectors are affected by raw material problem because the raw material comes from outside. So the obvious question was to ask was that, can we start manufacturing these raw material here itself, very close to where the end users are located? Can we find a small industrial park where a separate zone is created for these raw material industries? Can they be given some incentives to set up their factories or their manufacturing units in Telangana? Can the government give to them some kind of a buyback agreement that whatever you produce here will be consumed? So all these kind of solutions have been thought of in a very comprehensive.
Having some connectivity issue there.
So Gulshan, could we move on to the order of merit batch 2 while he joins, or?
Yeah, I think because of the connectivity, he got dropped out.
No, I'm
So-
sorry.
Okay, wonderful.
Okay.
Yeah. I thought, Dr. Gurusharan, that you have cut me the way
I
sometimes,
We would dare not.
No, but if I'm running ahead of time, do let me know.
No,
I'll try to.
You're pretty much well within time, and we are enjoying your conversation. Your talk.
Thank you. But anyway, I know that you have a day-long agenda, so I'll speak of the next few points as crisply as I can. So I'm glad that this interlude has given a segue to move to the next part. But the first part, the summary is that if you really want to help the MSMEs identify what are their pain points, and most of these pain points have a solution. The government has some solutions, some part of the solution to offer, and the rest of them, particularly their associations themselves, will come forward because they have all seen the pandemic. They have all seen what kind of difficulties they will face if they don't really respond at this point in time. So use this as an opportunity to galvanize their association and work out in finding and implementing these kind of joint solutions. The next thing which I wanted to speak about briefly was on the Atmanirbhar schemes which the national government has introduced for MSMEs. So as all of us know, there are 3 specific schemes which have been announced. The first one is, of course, an emergency loan scheme, which every other state in the country has really taken up in a very serious way. So in Telangana also, we have been able to conduct meetings with the banks at the central level, at the district level. We have given a list of all the MSME borrowers to the district officers so that the scheme is not run only through the efforts of the banks. I mean, the banks, of course, will do whatever best they can do, but we are supplementing their efforts by putting our industrial field officers, promotion officers, the district level development agencies, etc. And every borrower is contacted by us. We tell them about this scheme. And there is an effort to maximize whatever is the possibility in Telangana. So again, I'm very happy to share that the manufacturing sector by and large has been able to benefit out of this emergency loan scheme completely. And the service sector, there are a few who personally feel that the service activity is not viable enough to take an additional loan. And even though there is a generous moratorium and a small rate of interest, many of them are skeptical about the ability to even repay that amount after a moratorium. So service sector has not really gone 100% for this scheme, but the manufacturing sector in the MSMEs definitely has. But it is the second scheme which has been announced under the Atmanirbhar package, which gives me lots of pride. See, the second scheme is on what is called a distressed, the MSMEs which are facing a situation of distress, they are already declared as NPS, and the scheme is to provide to them a subordinate debt in the form of equity. So here we take lots of pride in sharing this, that there is a organization that we have created almost 3.5 years ago. This is a very unique organization, first of its kind institution in the country, which is called the Telangana Industrial Health Clinic, TIHC. Of course, 3 years back, 3.5 years back, when we formed this, we had no ideas about this COVID. But at that point in time, it was created because when the state was a part of the combined state of Andhra Pradesh, just before the formation of the state, which happened in 2014, a few years before that, starting from 2010 onwards, there was a severe energy crisis in the state, and MSMEs were the biggest sufferers. Many MSMEs had to shut down at that point in time. because they just had no access to power, and most of them remained sick after Telangana came into being also. So we created this institution basically to revive sick industries. And this is a very good setup. We have taken lots of professional bankers in that institution. The leadership is very strong. We use technology tools to evaluate the level of sickness and what methods are required to revive that. So now when this subordinate debt scheme has been introduced by Government of India as a part of Atmanirbhar, our preparedness to bring the best of this scheme to the most needed MSMEs which are facing distress, which are in the state of NPA, that is the best, so to say. So we are very confident that this scheme will see a very methodical, scientific, and normally banks have issues. If you tell them that I'm asking you to support a sick MSME or an MSME which has gone into an NPA status, they have lots of reluctance. But because of our preparedness, these institutions, and when we tell them that we are developing a revival plan which will guarantee more or less that your money, the second investment that you are making, will actually bear fruits, the confidence level goes up much more. So I'm very confident that this scheme will do very, very well in Telangana. Of course, we are waiting for more details of the third scheme, which is a fund of funds schemes. That is not for sick MSMEs. That is for the ones which perform the best. And we are confident that once those guidelines come out, we will be able to do quite well in that also. The last 2 minutes, which I would like to take, is to speak about digital. I'm also the IT secretary in the state of Telangana. And one lesson which COVID has taught us is that the world is going to go more and more digital. We have already seen how education, healthcare, and various other activities, where earlier there used to be a face-to-face interaction, you have to submit papers, you have to submit documents, everything is becoming paperless, everything is becoming faceless. So what is the possibility of our MSMEs going digital? So I would share something very educative and very illuminative here. About 5-6 years ago, there is a consultancy firm called Dun & Bradstreet. They had done a survey of the MSMEs in Telangana, mostly in and around Hyderabad, on what kind of digital footprints do they have. And they had prepared a questionnaire which had on the one end very basic things like, does the owner of that MSME, does he use an email or not? Two questions like, do you have a ERP system? Do you use software like Tally, etc.? And on the other end, they had more kind of advanced questions like, do you have a full-fledged ERP? Are you on e-commerce? Is there a website of your company? And so on and so forth. So 5 years ago, I remember I had only released that report. And I remember there was an astonishing finding that about 70% of the MSMEs of Telangana, of course, this was a sample. They did not survey everyone. But in their sample, they found out that 70% of the MSMEs did not even have an email account. So they were, normally in our English language, we say that we should go up the ladder, we should move up the value chain. But here is a scenario where people don't even see the ladder. There is the question of going up on the ladder. The ladder is not even visible to 70% of the people. So again, so from that stage to what kind of digitization imperative is there in the world now, we have to traverse a long distance. But again, I'm very glad to share with you that COVID has given us lots of optimism and hope. I'll give you just one example, and that will be the last thing that I share. As you know, during the lockdown period, while mainstream e-commerce companies like Amazon and Big Basket, they were all there. But obviously the smaller grocery stores, typically which are there in small neighborhoods, etc. And normally with these kind of grocery stores, we have a strong relationship. I mean, we shop for petty things there. Our fathers would have shopped there. Our grandfathers would have shopped there. So there's a neighborly kind of a family kind of a feeling. And of course, when there is a lockdown, all these people are affected the most. So what we did was in Telangana, with the help of an agency called Global Linkers, we converted almost 1,000 plus such Kirana stores or grocery stores into digital stores. And this happened literally overnight. So every store got an ID, whatever inventory you have was digitized. A payment gateway was created, online ordering was facilitated. So in these times also, if you want to support your local grocery using digital, you can do that. And again, as I said, the uptake was amazing. I mean, thousands of people came up and signed up for it. And even today, they are functioning very well. So the digital push for MSMEs, regardless of what kind of activities you are in, will be very important, and that should be the next big priority for all of us here in Telangana. So it was a pleasure, Dr. Gursharan, sharing our experiences of supporting the MSMEs here, and look forward to hearing experiences and opinions of rest of the panel also. Thank you very much.
JSG, if I may, we kind of all look forward to what Telangana is going to do next. And one of the things where, the entire country has given up, and I would really wish to see leadership from you, specifically is the services sector. You also mentioned that lot of, there is so much of lack of hope and darkness in front of them. And perfectly reliable, revivable services companies would not want to take additional loan, because they can't see the runway. Because the uncertainty of when the COVID will be over and when the crisis will start again. So I think it's imperative that an equity support and this fund of funds scheme that you've done is focused on the services sector. It would be a tragedy if such a brilliant services sector that is there in Telangana and elsewhere in the country dies because no one has the vision. And they've historically had zero credit support. In fact, it's not the market to give credit, it's the market to give credit support. And if you could take the lead there and show the path to the rest of the country, how Telangana supports the services sector, I think it will be human service to the state as well as the country.
No, absolutely, Samirji. 100% agree with you.
So, Bhushan, I think we are a little behind. So, should we move on to the batch 2? And
we'll catch up. Yes, certainly so. This was quite an informative thing, because particularly from the MSME perspective, as JSG talked about, that Telangana happens to be, and particularly Hyderabad, which is pharma, textile, biotechnology, defense electronics, production. More than 1,000 MSMEs that you talked about, which are in this space, including aeronautics and aerospace. Maintaining supply chains at this time and continuously providing raw material and consumer preferences when they are going through a change has been a Herculean task. It's not been easy. And also at the same time to identify manufacturing units that are set up in there could be opportunities for them to set up in Telangana, identify and address those needs, is actually trying to capture that looming opportunity for these MSMEs, which is what Telangana can offer. And this only puts that engine in motion, wherein there could be a competition amongst states that you are going to Telangana, come to West Bengal, I'll give you better shops. So there is a whole lot of opportunity opening up in front of us in the face of this COVID challenge.
Absolutely, very true.
So thank you so much for joining us, and with this we move on to the announcement of order of merit. Kindly stay with us for next 20 minutes. Your order of merit also is part of the same batch. And thank you all, thank you particularly once again. So with this, we move on to the next announcement for the order of merit. The live voting is going on right now. Okay, so please do participate in live voting, which is what you can see on your screens. So I will hold my announcements for the next batch of the semi-finalist SKOCH order of merit. So Deepak, do let me know once the voting is over, so that we can initiate the proceedings.
Good sir, maybe you have to stop sharing your screen. For people to see the voting, yeah.
Deepak, is the voting still on? Okay, another 30 seconds to go. I'm sure the hearts are racing to receive and speak. So I hope everybody is participating in the voting process.
Yeah,
here we go.
Now let's move on. Let's end the.
So I first invite Mr. Virendra Prasad, Chief Executive Officer, Andhra Pradesh Center for Financial Systems and Services, for their implementation, Comprehensive Financial Management System 2.0. Congratulations.
Thank you so much for conferring us with the SKOCH Order of Merit. This gives us a lot of motivation to do further. What we have done is we have implemented the works management system. We have implemented the works management system across the state. Close to 30,000 crores of works are executed by multiple departments, right from Panchayat Raj, roads and buildings, rural water supply. So all of those works will now come in a single platform, right from the administrative sanctions, technical sanctions, recording of the measurement book. So all of that will come in a single platform. So I think it will act as a role model for the entire country, I believe. So I hope this would bring a turnaround in the entire civil works which is happening across the state. Thank you, SKOCH again. I would like to thank our technology partner, SAP, who have been with us in entire solutioning right from the conceptualization of the project and then building it on top of CFMS phase 1, which includes only the treasury management. Thanks, everyone.
Congratulations. So with this, I now invite Mr. Sachin Rana, Mission Director, Chandigarh Skill Development Mission for Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana.
Thank you so much. Thank you, SKOCH, for recognition this little achievement in PMKY Chandigarh. I would like to dedicate this award to my office staff who has worked relentlessly since the beginning of this scheme. The training partners, government institute and the private institute both. Thank you, SKOCH. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Dr. T. Prabhu Shankar, Executive Director, Chennai Metropolitan Water Supply and Sewerage Board, dial F for water 2.0.
Thanks a lot to the SKOCH Group for bestowing us with the Order of Merit. This was actually it's a very it's an important citizen delivery service delivery scheme which touches the lives of 1 million people, because it literally changed the landscape in which people could book a water tanker in Chennai. And I'm glad that SKOCH has recognized this work of ours. Thank you once again.
Compliments, Dr. Prabhu Shankar.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Mr. Dinesh K. Padalia, Deputy Director of Horticulture, Department of Horticulture, Government of Gujarat, for use of plastic mulching in vegetable crops cultivation for reduction in cost of cultivation and increasing production as well as net profit. Congratulations. Mr. V.G. Venkat Reddy, Director of Mines and Geology from Andhra Pradesh, for online system for mineral audit involving regulation of buying, storing, transportation of minerals.
Thank you very much, SKOCH team, for giving this award. And you have implemented that e-permit system and transportation and VTS system and all these things. And human intervention in this field has been almost all, you can say, nil. So that's why, due to this human intervention, to avoid the human intervention system, we have implemented this e-permit system and all this thing in the revenue-based minerals. And almost all 6,000 leases you have been monitoring through e-permit system only, and transportation also. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. I now invite Mr. Shailesh Suthar, Directorate of Economics and Statistics, Government of Gujarat, for implementation of Gujarat Integrated Statistical System.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the Order of Merit Award. Our director, sir, is not available today. On behalf of him, I received the Order of Merit Award, and thank you once again. Thank you, SKOCH, for this award.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Gujarat Energy Transmission Corporation Limited, Chief Engineer for Projects, Mr. B.N. Trivedi, for the project Communication Highway Optical Fiber Ground Wire. Mr. Trivedi.
Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you, jury and entire team of SKOCH. As a state transmission utility of Gujarat, it gives immense strength as an active state constituent of India for taking a very big leap forward in national building for digital India. Again, thank you very much, all the entire team of SKOCH. I dedicate this award to my team. Thank you.
Congratulations once again.
Thank you.
Mr. Vijay Tripathi, Manager IT and ERP from Gujarat Gas Limited, Project Harmony.
I take this opportunity to thank SKOCH Group in awarding this semi-final to Gujarat Gas Limited. During this pandemic, Gujarat Gas was able to uninterruptedly provide gas to all the 15 lakhs plus customers. And our IT and ERP team, they were able to provide all the support to our internal and external users. We were the initial users of WebEx during our offices, which has helped our users to interact with our vendors and suppliers. We have used almost over 400 meetings with the Cisco WebEx, wherein 250 plus video conferences were done and 30,000 plus minutes were used in the Cisco WebEx. So remotely, all our users were able to use this IT capability to work from home as well during this pandemic. So I take this opportunity to thank all my IT and ERP team members in making this Project Harmony successful. Thanks to SKOCH Group.
Excellent. Congratulations. I now invite Mr. R.B. Patel, Chief Engineer and Head of Research Department, Gujarat Power Research and Development Cell, GUVNL, for the project Geo Urja.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you to Team SKOCH and jury. Sir, this tool will become a very helpful and a big tool for any power sector. So any power sector is not having any mechanism to track assets. This tool will enable power sectors to have the real-time asset on fingertip. So it will be very much helpful to give reliable power supply to public. So this is in the interest of general public. Thank you very much.
Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Now invite Mr. Jayesh Ranjan, Principal Secretary, IT Electronics and Communication Department from the Government of Telangana, for blockchain-based property registration management system.
Thank you very much. This is indeed a very big honor for us. Telangana has been striving for the last 5 years to be in the forefront of emerging technologies. And I'm glad that a blockchain-based intervention has got this recognition. Very grateful to all of you.
Congratulations.
It's important for property, blockchain. Good initiative, very good initiative.
I request Mr. Jayesh Ranjan to stay back with us to receive the next order of merit for his project, Teach It. Would you like to say a few words on this?
Thank you. This is again a very innovative project for regulating the administration of cheat funds. As all of us know, this has become very problematic and critical in many states in our country. And this is a very efficient and elegant blockchain-based solution. This also won the national award in the e-governance conference of the Government of India. Very happy that it is getting similar recognition today.
Congratulations once again. And there's a third one that also goes to him for AI-based crowd estimation and management.
Thank you very much. This also is a very innovative project and uses a very refined algorithm to give a very good estimate of how many people are present and what kind of physical movement that kind of crowd is displaying. Very useful for law and order, surveillance, and other such requirements. Glad for this recognition.
Congratulations. We move on to the next and invite Mr. Dhyaneshwar B. Patil, Commissioner, Madhya Pradesh Land Records and Management Society, for the project Land Reforms Through Digitization.
Thank you very much. Thank you, SKOCH, for this recognition. I am joining on behalf of Mr. Dhyaneshwar Patil. So, Madhya Pradesh has made a very significant progress in land record modernization and ranked as the top state in the country as per the National Council of Applied Economic Research that was released in February 20. And we have delivered more than 12 CR copies of land record to the citizens to their doorstep through online systems and e-delivery system. So it is being a most successful project in the land record in India. Thank you very much for this.
Congratulations. I now invite Mr. Vikas Narwal, Managing Director, Madhya Pradesh Paschim Kshetra Vidyut Vitran Corporation Limited, for the project Next Generation Billing System.
Thank you, SKOCH Group. I am Sunil Patodi, joining on behalf of our MD sir. We have developed in-house billing system for entire state for LT consumers, and all this project is based on open source based technology. So cost of this project is negligible. Thank you.
Congratulations. The next one goes to Mr. V.K. Bikonde, Superintending Engineer, Madhya Pradesh Power Transmission Company Limited, for implementation of ERP in MP Power Transmission Company. Have everything with us? We move on to the next. And invite Dr. Prashant Rajankar, Associate Scientist, Maharashtra Remote Sensing Application Center, for Maha Madad. The next one goes to Mr. Nitin Kumar Bichway, Chief Municipal Officer, Nagar Parishad, Newton, Chikhali, for Housing for All Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana 2022. Now invite Mr. Jaydeep Bhatt, Additional Chief Engineer, Paschim Gujarat Bhuj Company Limited, for Flashpoint and Query and Response.
Thank you very much to SKOCH Group for recognizing effort of PGVCL, the largest DISCOM of Gujarat, by allotting SKETCH order of merit for management tools 41 activity. That is a tool by which, by the way, we can control all these our activity of DISCOM by this 41 activity. Then Flashpoint is a tool developed by our IT section, and by that tool we can make query and response immediately and monitor all the activities carried out at field level. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for joining us, and congratulations for your efforts.
Thank you, sir.
The next one also goes to Paschim Gujarat Bhuj Company.
That is
for managerial tool for 41 activities.
Right, sir. 41 tools of 41 activities is a management tool. By that way, we have defined different activities of our field level. That is for maintenance of line, loss reduction activity, and other consumer related activity to give satisfactory power supply. For all this activity, we can monitor at our corporate office level and at field level. The subordinate activity can be monitored by circle office also. Thank you, sir.
Congratulations once again. And there we are with big data analysis by PGVCL, Mr. Bhatt once again.
Sir, big data analysis is a tool also developed by our PGVCL. We are having 56 lakhs consumer for our billing purpose, 14,000 employees and 10,000 suppliers with our 3,000 material inventory. That all thing is being controlled by this tool that is developed by PGVCL. Thank you, sir.
Congratulations. And now invite Dr. G. Malsoor, Vice Chairman and Managing Director, Telangana State Mineral Development Corporation Limited for sand sale management and monitoring system.
Thank you, SKOCH team, for conferring merit award. Sand is a very problematic subject. Still, we are able to meet the demand in a very transparent way by following sustainable sand mining rules. Thank you for choosing.
Congratulations, Doctor. The next one goes to Mr. P. Mohan Gandhi, Managing Director, West Bengal Small Industries Development Corporation Limited for land allotment, estate services and building plan sanction. We have Mr. Gandhi with us.
The semi-final finalist merit award. Final will be known only in the evening.
We move on to the next, and this brings us to the end of the second round of SKOCH Order of Merit announcements. And with this, we break for lunch, and we will reassemble at 1400 hours. Look forward to seeing you again. Thank you so much.
Stay logged in.
પણ જમીને આવે નિરાતે એટલે તો તમને કીધું વીજળીની ગાડી લઈ ગયા એને અને વિડિયો ચાલુ કરો સ્ટાર્ટ વિડિયો બાજુમાં સ્ટાર્ટ વિડિયો You cannot start your video because the host has stopped. You cannot start your video. राजकोट CP2 होस्ट राजकोट CP2 होस्ट आवाज आ रही है
good afternoon and welcome back to this post-lunch session that we are going to begin with the announcement for SKOCH semi-final order of merit certificates, which is going to be the third round. And I have the pleasure of inviting Mr. Shailesh Naval, District Collector, District Administration, Amravati, for district response to COVID. Next, I invite Mrs. D. Ratna, District Collector from the District Administration, Aryalur, for district response to COVID. Mr. Pawan Kadyan, District Magistrate from Cooch Behar, response to COVID. Dr. D.S. Dattatray, District Development Commissioner from District Administration, Doda, for district response to COVID. Mr. Sangram Singh Mahapatra, District Magistrate, District Administration, Jagat Singhpur, for district response to COVID. Dr. Naval Kishore Chaudhary, District Magistrate from Kaimur, for response to COVID. Dr. A. Sharad, Collector and District Magistrate from Kamareddy, district response to COVID. Dr. Brunda D, Collector and District Magistrate from Kandhamal, project response to COVID. Mr. Suraj Kumar, Deputy Commissioner, District Administration, Khunti, for response to COVID. Mr. Prince Dhawan, Deputy Commissioner, District Administration, Lohe, for COVID response. Mr. S. Venkata Rao, District Collector and Magistrate, District Administration, Mahbub Nagar, for response to COVID. Mr. Sushil Kumar Patel, Collector and District Magistrate from Mirzapur, response to COVID. Dr. Ajit Kumar Mishra, Collector and District Magistrate from Nabrangpur, for district response to COVID. Dr. Mishra, please unmute yourself. You are muted. Please unmute yourself.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you for participating in this. Good afternoon, sir. We participated in this very challenging aspect so far as this pandemic situation is concerned. We, as a team, we worked, and the call given by our Honorable CM that we should have a human touch, specifically for each and every section of the society, and especially the reverse migrants who came to the district from, not only to the district, to our state from different states. And it was really very, very pathetic and very difficult scenario for them. And we mobilized our team because my district is a district having no railhead. And it has a stretch of 429 kilometers of the border with the Chhattisgarh state. And it's a very porous border. And the border checking points, and also sending my officers and the teams to different places, to the railheads in different districts and to the entry points, and taking the migrant labor to their respective temporary medical centers in the Gram Panchayat levels for the institutional quarantine. That was a challenge, and we have delivered. And especially
I think we've lost Dr. Mishra there due to poor connectivity. Well, congratulations to you, and we'll get to hear more stories from you during our next panel. Next, I invite Mr. Yashpal Meena, Collector and District Magistrate from Namada. Mr. Kumar Ravi, District Magistrate from Patna. Response to COVID. Dr. T. Arun, District Collector from Puducherry. Response to COVID. Mr. Avinash Krishan Singh, District Magistrate from Sambhal. Response to COVID. Monisha Banerjee, Collector and District Magistrate, Burnapur. Response to COVID. Go ahead.
जी नमस्ते जी।
नमस्कार।
हाँ जी, हमारा डिस्ट्रिक्ट मजिस्ट्रेट अभी थोड़ा जरूरी काम से बाहर पर गया है। मैं डिप्टी कलेक्टर बोल रहा हूँ सुवर्णपुर जिले, वहाँ डिस्ट्रिक्ट में ना वो आदमी क्या है, एग्रीकल्चरल पीपुल्स है। हम क्या क्या यहाँ से जो कोविड कंटेनमेंट करने के लिए एनजीओ को इन्वॉल्व किया है और जो आदमी को अवेयरनेस किया है सर।
Congratulations to you and the entire team. Thank you for joining us. Ms. Shalini Agarwal, District Collector from Vadodara. District response to COVID. Mr. Mukul Kumar, Deputy Commissioner, District Administration, Yamunanagar, for response to COVID.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, I would like to express my sincere thanks and gratitude to the organization for recognizing the efforts of District Administration Yamunanagar in COVID response category. In our district, there has been a great support on part of the civic societies and NGOs as far as the containment and the control of the pandemic was concerned. I express all the thanks and gratitude to all those organizations who stood with the administration in specific times. And all in all, it has been a learning experience for all of us. Thanks again.
Thank you and congratulations for you. This brings us to the end of batch 3 of announcement for semi-finalist SKOCH Order of Merit. Gentlemen and ladies, thank you very much for joining us. And with this, we move on to our first panel discussion, for which we are joined by a number of district heads as the collectors and district magistrates. So I have the pleasure of inviting Mr. Sangram Keshri Mohapatra, Collector and District Magistrate from Jagat Singhpur, Dr. Ajit Kumar Mishra, Collector and District Magistrate, District Administration. We have Mr. Vivek Bhimanwar, Collector and District Magistrate, joining us from Wardha, and Mr. Avinash Krishan Singh, District Magistrate from Sambhal. So, gentlemen, the discussion primarily stays around as to what has been the response to COVID from your respective districts, and focusing on the key challenges faced, the solutions implemented, and what is the further impetus being given to the digitalization post-COVID. Because what we have heard since morning from different quarters, different stakeholders, they have made their respective efforts across all these 3 areas. And they have kind of prepared quite well for times to come, even though whatever goes, whether right or wrong, but the delivery is not going to suffer. Whether this is the services or otherwise, people, the supply chains, the medical services, and employment, so on and so forth. So I invite first Mr. Sangram Keshri Mahapatra to tell us on the challenges, solutions, and the life post-COVID.
Good afternoon, sir. I am joining us from Jagat Singhpur. I must say that for last 4.5 months, it has been really a tough challenge. And till now, we have been quite successful in handling it. As you know that our district is having one of the deepest ports of India, Paradip Port. Also having the largest refinery, it's the IOCL. Also having the largest fertilizer plant, it's the IFCO. And also having the largest edible oil factory, it's Adani Wilmar. And also having one of the largest sponge iron plant, it is ArcelorMittal. So this is one side of the district. Another side is one of the largest paddy producer of the state, also the largest milk producer of the state. So you could visualize the number of workforce from the outside state, like throughout India and also inside our district, has been quite huge. And besides that, it is the #1 literate district of the state, is having the 90% literacy. So I must say that till now, for last 120 days, whenever the case was detected in the country, till now, not for a single day any of the industries was closed. This is our greatest achievement. I can say that because these are all the lifeline of our country. We ensure that none of the industries is closed, be it refinery, be it port, be it fertilizer, be it edible oil. So that we stand our head high, that we could maintain the country's lifeline with flying colors. That is our biggest achievement, we could say. The strategy was that from the day one, before the case broke out in the country, and whenever the case was detected in China, we took the step from that day. We asked the port chairman that any ship which is coming from China, Singapore, Australia, Italy, so all these ships should be quarantined inside the Bay of Bengal, and within 24 days, no ship should be allowed to cargo off on the Paradip coast. And whoever was having any sort of ILA and SARI cases, we used to send our tug inside the bay. We used to carry those patients and send it through a dedicated ambulance to the hospitals at Cuttack and also at Jagatsinghpur district headquarters. But luckily, none of those cases turned out to be COVID positive. The second strategy that we did, that whenever there was a movement of the laborers, because most of the migrant laborers were started moving, but we made it a point that it's all the laborers who were working. Am I audible?
Go ahead, sir. We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Yes, okay. So all the migrant, around 4,000 to 5,000 labor force were working at Paradip. So we ensured that out of these 4,000 laborers which are working, no one should move. Hardly, I think, around 500 to 600 moved for their family pressure, but almost all stayed back. And we provided them all the facilities inside the industrial area of those clusters. And till now also, our major focus has been on Paradip. We have been able to establish a dedicated COVID hospital at Paradip so that any of the positive patients which has been detected inside those areas could be immediately shifted to Paradip. And we have also made a dedicated COVID care center at Paradip, having 300 bed capacity, so that the patients can be also accommodated there. And we have also tied up, we have said the IOCL and other big ticket plants that they should tie up with the government approved agencies for testing. Like every day we are conducting around 200 tests there, but we also said that you should also have 200 plus tests for your own employees, so that as much as test could happen in those areas, we could track them and we could also isolate them. And we'll also prevailed upon them to have a dedicated COVID care center inside of those all industrial areas. Like IOCL is having its own, Paradip Port is having his own, IFCO is having his own COVID care center. So all such things, so that any of the patients is having, so they are accommodated there. This is one of the key strategies that we have followed, and we have been successful in handling it. Paradip is till date is only having 80 number of positive cases still detected in those Paradip industrial clusters, and out of that 60 have been recovered, 20 are till date active cases. But around we have made testing of around 1500 plus testing of those industrial workforce, which is almost 40% of the people who are working there. It's really it's an achievement that we could say. Then coming to the other part of the district, as you know, we made 405 quarantine centers. We have 198 GPs. So as per the policies of our government, so in each GP we found around 2 number of quarantine centers, what we call as temporary medical camps, where any of the migrant laborers come from outside state could stay there for 14 days. So to our district, around 25,000 people have come from 14 states of India, including all hotspot states at that time, from Maharashtra, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, Gujarat. So also states the people have come, and we have made a very nice strategy that anyone who would be coming would be reporting at one place. So in a district headquarters, we have identified one dedicated team of young officers and officials with all database. So anyone and only our vehicle were going and bringing them. We are making them registered, putting them into a big college where having 3 to 4 academic blocks were there. We have dedicatedly made it for the migrant laborers, and we took swabs from the point there, and then with our own vehicle we could carry them to the temporary medical shelters or the quarantine centers. So that is why our district was in the green zone till the date of Shramik special train started. So the first case was detected on May 3rd. So from the March 14th to May 3rd, so from the lockdown 24th to the May 3rd, there was no case. We are in a green zone. And when the Shramik special trains started coming, so we followed the same strategy of bringing people to one place, making them first the health screening with their thermal scanners, any of the labor having any health, like whether fever or cold, then taking their swabs and sending them to the quarantine centers. So in the quarantine centers, they used to stay for 14 days. Then we would thereafter they go to their villages.
That's precisely what the process mostly followed all across the country. But as far as the measures for preparation on digitalization front is concerned,
yes,
post-COVID, that's
yes,
I'm kind of unique to all the districts. So can you just talk about that?
Yes, surely. I could proudly say that Jagatsinghpur is the only district, not only in the state, but also one of the few in the country to implement e-office. We have all entire offices of our district covered under e-office. We don't have movement of any physical files in the collectorate, in blocks, in tahsils, in medical offices, in agriculture offices, and it's a great achievement.
So this has happened during COVID, or the plans were there from before?
No, just 1 month before. It's a coincidence actually. 1 month before we just started it, but it's a great help. We didn't know that the pandemic would come. So that has actually helped, and we did not have any movement of our officials coming to our offices. We entirely did the work from home, and none of a single official work till date has hampered. So this is one of the biggest achievement. The e-office that we started in the month of February, we took actually 6 months preparation from the September 2019, but we could make it in the February 2020. But ultimately, it came as a big, immense help, and one of the greatest achievement for our district. Secondly, we also developed a dedicated public grievance portal, janasahjog.jspur.org. As you know, it was also nominated. That has also become very handy for the people to lodge their grievance, to people to come forward. Then thirdly, we also developed all the offices. We made it mandatory that all offices should have the Twitter handle, and
media as well.
Yes, our office is also leads in that. If you could see our Twitter handle, you will see all the public offices, all the blocks, the tahsils, the medical office, the DRDA, the agriculture, the horticulture, veterinary. So all the branches we have the Twitter. So anyone who is having any grievance, immediately it could tweet, and we try to dispose of the grievance within 24 hours of the same day, even within 1 hour also. For example, the quarantine center is not cleaned, the drain is still choked, or the vehicle is stranded. So for the immediate grievance of doing this, and we could immediately do it in within 1 hour. So this is also one of the major digitization process that we have gone through. Then fourth, actually, another important thing that we have done, that we have all this is a WhatsApp group. I think almost all the districts might have also done that in the WhatsApp group, so that we could also the same for our district also.
Well, that sounds very good. Let me at this moment try and introduce some of the members on the expert panel who had an opportunity to interact with a whole lot of you. They are with us today, and let me first introduce Mr. G.B. Panda. He has been very patiently listening to all these stories since morning. I'm sure he will have a question or two to ask. He was with the Planning Commission as the senior advisor. So he has been been on the SKOCH independent panel of experts, assessing a whole lot of installations and projects countrywide. We are also joined by Mr. Nirmal Bansal. He's a development banker. He has also been associated with the SKOCH Foundation for several years now, and he also has had an opportunity to interact with some of you. Welcome, Mr. Bansal. Thank you for joining us. We have Mr. Surinder Singh Soor with us. He was also with the Planning Commission as its senior advisor until very recently, and he goes back to consult with the Planning Commission. He's been interacting with you as one of those experts. We're also joined by Mr. UK Sharma. He also happens to be formerly with the Planning Commission and its senior advisor capacity, and being very, very conscientious and insightful, and adds a whole lot of value to the evaluations that he participates in. So welcome to the summit. We are joined by Mr. Subodh Shukla. He was with the National Informatics Center as a Deputy Director General, and being a technocrat, scientist. The list could be endless if one starts to talk about the achievements that have been done under his leadership. So thank you for joining us. So we soon will be joined by a few more of our members of the jury panel. And as and when they come on board, I will have an opportunity to bring them to you. So please feel free to ask a question. Once we finish interacting with listening to the stories of a couple of more districts, I will invite everyone to have a discussion with everyone. So at this moment, let me invite Dr. Ajit Kumar Mishra, Collector and District Magistrate from District Administration, Mehboob Nagar. This is Nabrangpur. Nabrangpur. Dr. Mishra. So while Dr. Mishra prepares himself, let me move over to Mr. Vivek Bhimanwar, Collector and District Magistrate from District Administration Wardha. Vivekji. Vivekji, we can't hear you. We can see you clearly, but there is no sound coming through.
Yeah, good afternoon. Can you hear me now?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Nice meeting everyone. Thank you.
You may start, please.
Yeah. May I start now?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Vivek Bhimanwar, District Magistrate, Wardha. Let me explain something about Wardha. It's a district which is 60 kilometers away from the Nagpur. And the district is surrounded by the three districts, Nagpur, Amravati and Yavatmal, which have a large number of corona positive cases. In fact, even in all these three districts, the central team visited in all the three districts. And as of today, Wardha has the least number of cases in Maharashtra. So our challenge was very big. On one hand, we are surrounded by the red districts. At the same time, with the efforts of and the public participation, we could able to contain the spread in the district. The district has almost 112 entry points. If you take that, there are 16 major points and there are 96 minor roads. So it was a huge challenge, and the boundaries were contagious. So what we did at the initially, we guarded all the boundaries with the help of the police and the local administration, with the home guard, all that. But then there was another challenge. Although in the lockdown, there was a restriction on the human movement, the goods movement was allowed uninterrupted. Now we did the head count on a particular day. Then we found that nearly 15,000 persons are entering with the 10,000 goods vehicle in the district. Now, even if you can control restrict the human movement, you cannot restrict the goods movement. So what we did, we established some unloading points at the border point, and at the institutions or in the premises of the company where they receive the large number of goods vehicles. Now, what is this unloading point? In the unloading point, we ensure that the persons from the other district outside the district will not interact with the person with the people inside the district. So they will have to get down, their vehicle will be sanitized, and with the help of local helpers, local loaders, we will unload the vehicle. So in the initial stage, we could manage that. We ensure that no one in the district will interact with the person outside the district. I think that has helped a lot in the initial stage. But then there are two more things. I will just briefly mention what was that. There's a large number of students from these districts and the youth. They are working in the Bombay Pune side. And immediately after the lockdown, nearly 70,000 of them came back to the district. So it was a huge challenge because am I audible or disconnected?
No,
am
very
I
much
audible? Yeah. So keeping so many people in the institution quarantine is not possible. At the same time, if a person stays in the home, if he alone stays in the home, and rest of the family member they are moving out, they move out, then there is no meaning to the home quarantine. So what we did, we asked them, if you want to be at home, then your entire family need to be quarantined with you. So we introduced the concept of family quarantine. So as a result, what happened? We could able to quarantine the 70,000 persons very successfully. So I think these are the basic three containment measures by which we could stop the spread in the district, and although the adjoining district has a significant number of cases. But now, I mean, as everybody knows, there is a limit to this containment measure. Sooner or later, it is going to enter to the every village, every town, and that's the we see in the last week, the number of cases started rising even in the Wardha district. What is more important is to track the person, trace the person, identify a person, and treat him. Now we have formed about 1,500 teams. For every village there is one team, and for every municipal ward there is one team. So these teams are going house to house. They are taking the temperature, they are carrying the pulse oximeter, and the moment somebody is found symptomatic, he is immediately taken to the nearest healthcare center, or his swab is taken. Now that the antigen has also come. So this is the one side. As a result, you can see the numbers and the figures that we have successfully contained the epidemic. But then this epidemic, we have to make the balance between the health and economy. So merely containing the epidemic is not sufficient. We have to ensure that your economic activity will not hamper. So I'm happy to share that many projects are going on in the district, like the Samruddhi Highway, National Highway, there's the railway work, the dam work. So after the lockdown, when the workers were started migrating, we approached the concessionaire and told them that see, it is equally important to complete the project. So you do one thing, try to give them some little more wages. So many of them agreed. They agreed to give the 25% more wages, and we could retain nearly 5,000 workers in the district. So as a result, if you see, in the district of Varsa, all major projects they are starting, except for an initial period of 8 to 10 days, no work is stopped, no work is hampered, and we could able to continue the project as per their scheduled line. There was another issue. This is a agrarian district. There is an agrarian distress in the district. The district is known for the farmers' profile. And the cotton is a big crop here. Nearly 2/3 of the farmers grow cotton. And this was the season when we had to collect the cotton and dispatch it to the Cotton Corporation of India. Now in the lockdown, there was the issue of labor, there was the issue of transportation, there was the issue of go down because the goods were not getting clear. We resolved each and every issue by talking to each and every stakeholder, and I am happy to share that today ours is the only district in the state where 100% cotton is lifted by the CCI. So on one hand, we ensure that we contain the epidemic. At the same time, we are taking the preventive measures like the house-to-house surveillance, and in case the case we're identifying it, and our death rate is less than 2%. There are hardly 2 deaths in and that too for the mainly because of the non-COVID reason. And economic activities are also continuing. There and agricultural activities are also continuing. So I am quite confident that with this cooperation of the people, we will continue. And one last important thing, this district this district is known as the Gandhi district in the world. Gandhiji, he stayed here for a long time, and he fought the freedom struggle, freedom battle from Varadha, and that's what from the Ashram Sevagram. So naturally, we have the blessing of the Gandhiji, and with the people cooperation, I am sure that the district will continue to perform well in the future also. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much. So that was, quite an insight into how the district is performing and trying to take control of the situation before, it starts to impact on a large scale. We are joined in between by Dr. Shefali Das. She was the Director General of National Informatics Center, Ministry of IT, and she has also been one of our jurors on the expert panel who helped us identify such beacons of hope and add a whole lot of value by way of her experience sharing with various districts. So thank you very much, Shefali ji, for being with us. You've been here with us since morning. So thanks a ton for being with us. At this moment, if I may ask any of the experts on the panel, if you would like to ask any question to either Vivekji or Ramji.
Hi, Dr. Gushar.
How are you? Please go ahead.
The question is to you. We understand that Maharashtra is also struggling very badly in the sense to control and contain the COVID, but Vardha, as you are saying, is in a position to contain to an extent. In comparison to entire Maharashtra, where your district stands for,
Sir, you are not clearly, not audible. Can you please repeat, sir?
What I'm saying, Maharashtra is very badly affected of COVID.
Yes, sir.
Vardha, you have been doing a good job. So far as containing it, that's very good, very heartening. We would like to understand what sort of model you adopted so that other districts of Maharashtra can adopt the same and they can contain it.
So there are two things which I will contribute to the success. Number one is, from the day one, it was the view of the government that the goods movement should be uninterrupted. Now, even if the central committee, when they have visited the Bombay and Pune, they have noticed that although we are restricting the human movement, the human movement with the goods vehicle is significant. So we have established the unloading points, whether by which the goods vehicle. Sir, I am audible or disconnected?
Yes, you are. You are audible, pretty much.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So as a result, the goods vehicle, they were stopped outside the boundary. There are unloading points established. The persons in the goods vehicle from the other district, they are not allowed to interact with the persons in the with the population of the local number one. The second thing is about the family quarantine, because when large number of persons came to Wardha, now we cannot keep them in the institution quarantine, because we have seen in many cities that even the institution quarantine, there is a spread of infection within the institution because people don't maintain the distance there. So we told them that you have to be quarantined with your entire family. So even if one person is coming outside the district, his whole family is getting quarantined. So that is the second thing. I think these are the two containment measures which are very useful in the initial day, and now it has become the practice here. So these are the two things which I will I would like the other district to replicate.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, I want to ask this. Government of India has started Argyo Setu, and they wanted everybody to use it for monitoring, containment, and all this. But at the same time, other states like Karnataka, they had their own application, local application, which in conjunction with Argyo Setu,
Not much, because although we are going house to house and encouraging everyone to download the Arogya Setu, our percentage also reasonably well, not we are very below. But the very fact that if there are no cases, then there is less fear. And when there is less fear, less people are, then they tend to download that app. But still we are making the effort and encouraging everyone to download that.
Good. Thank you very much, Vivekji. And with this, I invite Dr. Ajit Kumar Mishra, District Nabrangpur. Dr. Mishra. We move on to Mr. Kumar Ravi. District.
Can I speak?
Mr. Pana, I'll come back to you.
Jagasingh.
Good afternoon, sir. I am Additional District Magistrate Patna, Rajiv Srivastava. District Magistrate is quite symptomatic, sir. Civil Surgeon is also plasma. Hello. My Civil Surgeon is also COVID-19 positive, sir. May I speak in English?
Yes.
May I speak in Hindi, sir?
Go ahead. Speak in Hindi. हिंदी में बात करें. अच्छा लगेगा.
पटना सर एक घनी आबादी वाला सर जिला है, और यहाँ सर कोविड के अभी तक 8,130 मामले आए हैं, और उसमें से 55% रिकवर भी हुए हैं सर। यहाँ थोड़ा कल्चरली लोग बहुत सारे अवेयर नहीं थे। हम लोगों ने अवेयरनेस के लिए बहुत सारे कैंपेन चलाए, और सभी लोगों को गांव में और शहरों में सभी जगह मास्क का मुफ्त वितरण किया गया सर। सभी लोगों को बहुत ही कंटेनमेंट जोन को सही तरीके से इम्प्लीमेंट किया, तो उसके कारण सर मामलों में कुछ कमी आई है। चूंकि इधर हम लोगों ने रैपिड एंटीजन टेस्ट से ज्यादा टेस्ट करवा रहे हैं, तो उसके चलते लोगों में जल्दी जो भी केस है डिटेक्ट हो जा रहे हैं और हम लोग इस कोविड को फैलने से, इस संक्रमण के दायरे को हम लोग कम कर पा रहे हैं सर। हमारा एक बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है हमारा सर कि पटना में ही मेडिकल जितने भी मेरे हब हैं कोविड 19 के, जो भी हॉस्पिटल हैं, पीएमसीएच, एनएमसीएच, जो भी बड़े बड़े हॉस्पिटल है, उसमें दूसरे जिले से बहुत सारे मरीज आते रहते हैं सर। तो वो भी एक बड़ा चैलेंज है। हम लोगों ने आइसोलेशन सेंटर बहुत सारे अलग से बनाए हैं, होटल को और स्पोर्ट्स कॉम्प्लेक्स को। तो उस तरह से हम लोगों ने 3000 बेड के लिए आइसोलेशन सेंटर की तैयारी की है। उसके अलावा हम लोगों ने डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल पे रेफरल हॉस्पिटल की पहले सुविधा नहीं थी, तो हम लोगों ने रेफरल हॉस्पिटल
लगता है पटना को कुछ कनेक्टिविटी का भी परेशानी हो रही है। तो जब तक उनकी कनेक्टिविटी वापस आती है, मैं इस बीच में निमंत्रित करता हूं डॉक्टर दानिश सोहेल, जो हेल्थ ऑफिसर हैं संभल डिस्ट्रिक्ट के। डॉक्टर दानिश।
गुड आफ्टरनून एवरीवन। मैं डॉक्टर दानिश सोहेल, सर्वेलेंस मेडिकल ऑफिसर WHO संभल से। मैं डीएम साहब को रिप्रेजेंट कर रहा हूँ। डीएम साहब थोड़ा सा किसी मीटिंग की वजह से नहीं आ पाए, तो हो सकता है थोड़ा लेटली हमें ज्वाइन करें, लेकिन तब तक मैं उनको रिप्रेजेंट कर रहा हूँ। तो अगर संभल जिले की बात करें सर, तो यहाँ पे शुरू में केसेस तो बहुत शुरू में केसेस तो हमारे पास उतनी फ्रीक्वेंसी में नहीं आए, लेकिन अभी रिसेंटली हमारे केसेस काफी बढ़ गए हैं। तो डायरेक्टली अगर हम बात करते हैं की चैलेंजेस में, तो हमारे जिले में सर सबसे ज्यादा जो बड़ा चैलेंज है वो है शॉर्टेज ऑफ मैन पावर। तो 143 एमओस हमारे सेंशन्ड हैं और उसमें 62 एमओस एट प्रेजेंट हमारे पास हैं मेडिकल ऑफिसर्स। ऐसे ही सर 250 अराउंड एएनएम सेंशन्ड है और 200 हमारे पास ग्राउंड में वर्किंग है। जो अभी हमें कोविड के दौरान स्वीपर्स और इन सब की जरूरत पड़ रही थी, वो भी सर हमारे पास काफी पर्याप्त मात्रा में नहीं है, बहुत शॉर्टेज है उसकी। ऐसे सर एक बहुत बड़ा हमारे पास की चैलेंज है जो है, क्योंकि हमारा जिला बहुत नया बना है, 2011 में बना है, और बड़े जिलों के छोटे छोटे ब्लॉक्स हैं उनको कंबाइन करके बना है जो उनके हार्डशिप एरियाज थे। तो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का वार्ड बना सकें या कोविड हॉस्पिटल बना सकें, ऐसे ही कोई स्कूल्स भी बहुत हमारे पास लिमिटेड हैं और छोटे स्कूल्स हैं, छोटे क्वांटिटी में हैं। एक सर बहुत बड़ा इशू है कि हमारी पॉपुलेशन अगर देखा जाए तो 25 लाख के अराउंड है, लेकिन उसमें 20 लाख रूरल पॉपुलेशन है। और टोटल जो हमारे डिस्ट्रिक्ट के अगर हम लिटरेसी रेट की बात करें तो लिटरेसी रेट 55% ही हो रहा है हमारा पूरा डिस्ट्रिक्ट का। तो ये बड़ा गैप है कि हम कैसे कम्युनिकेट करें, और एक लिटरेसी रेट से भी बहुत फर्क पड़ता है कि लोगों का क्या एटीट्यूड है किसी भी बीमारी को लेके, सब हम लोग जानते हैं। तो ये बड़ा एक हमारा गैप है। दूसरा एक इशू है कि सर हमारे यहाँ रिवर्स माइग्रेशन का बहुत इशू है, क्योंकि जिला काफी अंडर डेवलप्ड है एक तरह से, और बहुत से लोग जो अच्छी अपॉर्चुनिटीज के लिए आसपास के जो जिले हैं उसमें जाते हैं जॉब करने। कुछ लोग सुबह शाम मतलब अप डाउन करते हैं, कुछ लोग परमानेंटली वहीं रहते हैं, जैसे दिल्ली हो गया, गाजियाबाद हो गया, मुरादाबाद एंड अलीगढ़, डिफरेंट डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स। तो ये हमारे मेजर चैलेंजेस थे जिन्हें हमने फेस करा कोविड के स्टार्ट से ही। तो अगर बात करें इनके लाइन से सॉल्यूशंस की, तो जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में और खासकर HR में हम उतना ज़्यादा नहीं कर सके कि हम कहीं से अरेंज करते प्राइवेट, लेकिन जितना कोशिश करा हमने, जो हमें स्टेट से ऑर्डर्स आए कि आप LTs ले सकते हैं या आप डेटा हैंडलर्स ले सकते हैं, तो हमने इधर उधर से हायर करे। कुछ हमने अदर स्टेट से भी हमने अदर डिस्ट्रिक्ट से भी हायर मतलब अपने डिप्लॉयमेंट पे डॉक्टर्स लिए हैं, स्पेशली डॉक्टर्स। अदर डिपार्टमेंट से हमने काफ़ी स्वीपर्स अरेंज करे अपने यहाँ जो हमारे कोविड हॉस्पिटल में रह सकें। अगर हम बात करें इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की सर, तो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जैसे मैंने अभी बताया था कि हमारे पास कोई मल्टी स्पेशलिटी हॉस्पिटल्स नहीं है कि हम डायरेक्टली उन्हें कन्वर्ट कर दें। तो हमें ये बड़ा एक चैलेंज हुआ था, और हमने इसको ऐसे थोड़ा सॉर्ट आउट करा कि हमें बिल्कुल स्टार्ट से, बिल्कुल फ्रेश स्टार्ट से जो स्कूल्स हैं उनको हमें अपना कोविड हॉस्पिटल बनाना पड़ा। और ऐसे ही बहुत सारे हमारे यहाँ जो आश्रय थे या जो नॉर्मल शेल्टर हाउसेस होते हैं, उनको हमने अपने क्वारंटाइन सेंटर बनाया, जो इनिशियली क्वारंटाइन का एक कॉन्सेप्ट था। तो इसको हमने ऐसे डील करा। फिर जो जैसे मैंने लिटरेसी रेट और उसकी बात करी रूरल पॉपुलेशन की, तो उसमें सर अवेयरनेस का हमने मतलब काफ़ी उसमें इनपुट दिया। जो अवेयरनेस कैंपेन्स हैं तो वो लार्ज स्केल पे डिफरेंट विलेजेस में अलग अलग डिपार्टमेंट्स के थ्रू कराया गया। उसमें इन्वॉल्व करा गया रिलीजियस लीडर्स को। बहुत सारे जो मॉस्क हैं और मंदिर हैं उनमें अनाउंसमेंट भी करे गए, ताकि जो लोकल पब्लिक है वो इसको समझे कि भाई अभी नमाज की इतनी इम्पोर्टेंस नहीं है, मतलब घर पे है, एक जगह कम्युनिटी में नहीं है, और उसको जाएंगे तो स्प्रेड उतना ही ज़्यादा होगा। तो ये सब रिलीजियस लीडर्स ने अपने बहुत सारे अच्छे हमें रिटन में मैसेजेस भी दिए, ऑनलाइन टीवी पे भी, न्यूज़ में भी आया, और मस्जिद और मंदिरों के थ्रू भी उन्होंने ये बातें पब्लिक में कही। उसके अलावा जो जनरल चीज़ें होती हैं जैसे रिक्शा पे माइकिंग, एलईडी वैन, और इन सब माध्यमों से हमने गांव-गांव पहुंचे, अपने पब्लिक को रीच करा। और इसके अलावा सर हम लोगों ने अभी रिसेंटली यूपी में, वैसे तो स्टेट का ही एक इनिशिएटिव था, लेकिन उसको एक विशेष सर्वेलेंस अभियान का आयोजित किया था अगस्त की स्टार्टिंग में 5 से। तो उसमें 10 दिन हमने रिगुलसली अपनी टीम्स को भेजा घर घर, और वहाँ पे उन्होंने उनका जो ILI और सारी के जो केसेस थे या जो सिम्टोमेटिक लोग थे उनका उन्होंने एक सूची तैयार करी। उसके बेसिस पे उनका सैम्पलिंग एंड ऑल वो हुआ, और जब उन्होंने वो रीच करा तो वहाँ हर घर पे पोस्टर लगाया गया। कोविड के बारे में जितनी अवेयरनेस फैला सकते थे हम, वो सब फैलाई गई। उसके अलावा डीएम सर या और जो रेपुटेटेड लोग हैं उनके द्वारा जो व्हाट्सएप मैसेजेस हैं वो फ्लो में लेके आए गए। हर आदमी व्हाट्सएप नहीं यूज कर सकता यहाँ पे, तो ये कोशिश करी गई कि रेडियो के माध्यम से ये मैसेजेस पहुंचाए जाएं कम्युनिटी को। तो काफी अवेयरनेस पे हम लोगों ने फोकस करा। एक सर जैसे मैंने शुरू में बताया था कि हमारे रिवर्स माइग्रेंट का एक बहुत बड़ा इशू है, और काफी संख्या में हमारे लोग वापस आए बहुत से जिलों से, और काफी इन्फेक्ट होके भी आए, सिम्टोमेटिक होके आए। तो हमने उसके लिए एक अलग से प्राविधान बनाया कि जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट जो बॉर्डर्स हैं वहां पे हमने अपनी RRT टीम्स बैठाई, जो सुबह शाम काम करती थी। उसके अलावा गाँव में भी एक RRT टीम बैठाई, जो अगर वहां से हमारे पास जो हेल्पलाइन नंबर से हमारे पास कोई कांटेक्ट आता था कि कोई बाहर से कोई माइग्रेंट आया है, तो हमारी टीम
आपने इसमें ICT टूल्स का कहाँ पे इस्तेमाल किया, अपार्ट फ्रॉम IC जो आपने इंफॉर्मेशन एजुकेशन कम्युनिकेशन किया, उसके अलावा सोशल मीडिया का कहीं इस्तेमाल हुआ, या फिर लोगों को किस तरीके से बताया गया, क्योंकि एक कम्युनिकेशन एक ऐसा साधन था जिसमें कि लोगों को तैयार किया गया था।
जी जी, जैसे मैंने सर बताया कि हमने रेडियो का इसमें इस्तेमाल लिया। जो माइकिंग है, जो रिक्शा है, रिक्शे पे माइक लगा के, पोस्टर्स लगा के, उसके थ्रू हमने जो जनरल जगहें हैं, जो मेन जो आप कहेंगे बड़े प्लेस जहाँ पे मास में लोग जमा होते हैं या उस टाइप से, वहाँ पे हमने इसको ऑटो रिक्शा चलाए। उसके अलावा सर जो और LED वैन सर चलाई गई। तो ये सर सब चीजों के थ्रू हमने IC को जितना मोटिवेट कर सके। और जैसे मैंने बताया कि विशेष सर्वेलेंस अभियान के थ्रू एक घर पे
मैं निमंत्रित करना चाहूंगा इस पे श्री GV पांडा जो एक सवाल पूछना चाहते हैं।
ये जो माध्यम आप हेलो
जी सर,
जो आपने ये जो मीडियम्स यूज किए हैं तो रूरल हिंटरलैंड तक पहुंची है, उसको अगर पहुंची तो उसका प्रभाव कैसे एसेस किया आपने, कैसे कह सकते हैं कि जो हमने जो प्रोग्राम किए, एडवर्टाइज किए, रीच आउट हुआ है, जो भी कम्युनिकेशन डेवलप किए, उसका कितना तो आपको कोविड के ऊपर कितना कंट्रोल किया गया, उसका इससे कुछ स्टडी आया?
सर आपकी आवाज थोड़ी सी कट रही थी, लेकिन जितना मैं समझ पाया वो ये है क्वेश्चन आपका कि जो हमने कम्युनिकेशन एक्टिविटीज को यूज करा उसका क्या इम्पैक्ट पड़ा, उसका एनालिसिस कोई अगर हमारे पास हो तो सर बिल्कुल उसका बहुत इम्पैक्ट पड़ा। जैसे मैंने बताया कि हमने एक एक घर रीच करा अपने आशा आंगनवाड़ी के द्वारा, और हर घर पे सर पोस्टर लगाया गया। पोस्टर में इंडिकेशंस थे कि डूज एंड डोंट्स थे मेंशन कि क्या करना है कोविड से, कैसे बचना है। और उसके अलावा सर उसमें एक हेल्पलाइन नंबर था। तो जैसे कि बहुत से लोग शुरू में हमने देखा कि जब हम अवेयरनेस फैला रहे थे इसके बारे में, कोविड के बारे में उन्हें ज्यादा अवेयरनेस नहीं थी, सबको ये डर लग रहा था कि उठा के उनको आइसोलेशन सेंटर में डाल दिया जाएगा। तो अब जब से सर आपकी आवाज क्लियर
आपका कम्युनिकेशन में थोड़ा परेशानी हो रहा है, सुन नहीं पा रहे हैं, तो
सर मेरी तरफ से
थोड़ी देर में आपके पास दोबारा वापस आए। तो हमारे साथ श्री भूषण मोहन, ये भी स्कॉच के साथ जुड़े हुए हमारे इंडिपेंडेंट एक्सपर्ट हैं, जो कि हमें वक्त वक्त पर अपने टैलेंट का इजाफा देते रहे हैं असेसमेंट के लिए। तो मैं उनका भी अभिनंदन करता हूँ, वो भी हमारे साथ हैं सुबह से। तो भूषण जी, आप सवाल पूछना चाहेंगे? आप अनम्यूट करें अपने आप को। You have to unmute yourself.
हाँ, मैं कुछ कमेंट्स देना चाहूँगा। तो मैं काफ़ी ये प्रेजेंटेशंस अभी देख रहा हूँ, और आज एक सुबह बड़ी अच्छी प्रेजेंटेशन हुई थी प्रोफेसर प्रजापति त्रिपाठी की। तो एक ऑब्जर्वेशन है जो मैं सबसे शेयर करना चाहता हूँ, और ये मैंने अपने पहले भी बहुतों को ये बोला है। जब हम अपनी अचीवमेंट्स बतलाते हैं, हम बड़ी सब्जेक्टिवली बतलाते हैं, हम ऑब्जेक्टिवली नहीं बतलाते। So what I would really like to come up, and it just reminds me of the point number 2 or point number 3, is that we should measure. और ये measurement जो है, that's an extremely important thing. Measurement is both what we have done and what we have not been able to do. So it is not just what all we have done, but what is the total percentage what was supposed to be done and how much we have achieved. So percentage wise of whatever are the goals which have been achieved is extremely important for each achievement. That will really bring lot of improvement in our work as we go along.
That's true. You know, I think that's a very valid point which Bhushanji you have made, by way of saying that our achievements, we should be talking about as to how I did it rather than just what I did. Because
yes.
There is a learning in how. What is something, by way of information, it gets disseminated.
Yes.
But integral to it is the process. And these processes are the ones, which become replicable when shared with others.
And to see the effectiveness of the process are the measurements which go into that.
Correct.
So, अब जैसे हमारा कोविड का हम आजकल काफी बात कर रहे हैं, it is very few districts or states which have talked about कि in the present circumstances, after they have taken all the efforts, what is their positivity rate on the testing, what is the growth rate, what is the growth rate in the active cases, what is the growth rate in the recovered cases. So these are the things. How much of their percentage facilities have been utilized. अगर आपने ICU सेट्स करे हैं, आपने हॉस्पिटल बेड सेटअप करे हैं डिस्ट्रिक्ट के अंदर, so with so many cases, how much is the utilization of those? This will help to plan further. You don't know that there may be a phase 2 or a phase 3 coming in October or November. Or for example, like in Andhra, it's already gone and exceeded the previous record. So whatever planning they had done, it's all gone haywire. So those are the things which will help us to work out for the future.
Absolutely. Fantastic inputs. Thank you so much. So we are joined now by Dr. Ajit Kumar Mishra from, go ahead, Nabrangpur. Please unmute yourself, Dr. Mishra. Yeah. Dr. Mishra. The video is freeze. It's frozen once again. Dr. Mishra, we are waiting for you. looks like the connectivity still remains a problem at his end. Dr. Mishra, can you hear me?
Yes.
I think he got dropped off because of poor connectivity. Well, so we can continue on the discussion, and I invite at this moment Mr. Surinder Singh, who has also been the expert panel of jurors for SKOCH Award, for his expert comments.
Thank you, Gurusharanji. I would like to say that so many presentations we have seen from the different districts and different states. The learning thing over here is that whatever we do best in our state, these examples should be taken by the other districts or other states for application. Because our system in the state system, especially in districts, it is very, very difficult to implement the things. In the forenoon, we how to implement the things in a greater depth. So what I think is the forum like SKOCH is a very good medium so that the good practice can be learned very easily and go to the different states. So, and on ground level, our adoption has increased a lot. Adoption in the sense that previously the government agencies were not really interested to private players or integrate NGOs or other agencies to work with the government. Now it is being seen that the government agencies have also started welcoming the private players, and so that there is a good integration in between the government and the private players. So I think it's very good thing for our country at grassroots level, at last mile, to provide the last mile connectivity, or you can say to provide services at the last end of our country. It's a very good thing happening in our country, and should appreciate the efforts of SKOCH that it has become a very good, very powerful medium. I worked in Niti Aayog for over 21 years, and as Shubhali Das also mentioned that we started this online discussions in so now the private players are also taking initiative for this type of connectivity, and now we are getting to different agencies like health, industry, power at grassroots level, so that we can understand what is happening in far-flung areas. And this becomes a very good example what is happening near to Delhi or near to big cities, and what is happening at far-flung areas where connectivity was previously an issue. It's a very good effort by.
Thank you so much. Excellent. We will try once again with Dr. Ajit Kumar Mishra. Let's see if we can connect with him now. Dr. Mishra, can you hear us? Can you hear me? You have to unmute yourself.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. There was net connectivity problem, sir. Anyway, somehow that we got connected, sir. So really, it's a great opportunity again. So the district faced a lot of challenges. About 8 to 9 challenges I'll be telling, and the delivery part also I'll be telling you, sir. Really, in this pandemic, COVID-19, the whole life has been upset. Especially mine is a tribal district, simple common man cutting across all the sections of the society. The challenge from the service delivery point of view, the challenge from the hard to reach areas because it's a hilly terrain and also LW affected districts are. The challenge for the food inflation also. We had to provide the food security, especially to the sick, old, indigent, and also the reverse migrants. The challenge for the institutional quarantine, that was also a big challenge because we were not at all experienced about such type of things earlier as in everywhere. the challenge of the IC activities, how to use the mask, how to have the social distance, how to have avoid the social gathering, etc., etc. The rituals, the traditional customary approach, how to get rid of all these things in this pandemic situation, sir. And the challenge of most important part is also the challenge of the transportation of the migrants, reverse migrants, because my district have no railhead. Incidentally, I had to depend on other districts where the railheads are there. And wherever these special trains came, I had to deploy my officers to bring the migrants. Around 16,000 and plus migrants have been brought in a period of only 20 to 25 days, sir. Then the challenge of keeping the reverse migrants and also having the symptomatic cases in the institutional quarantine centers where the PRI members, especially the sarpanches, had been empowered. The challenge of also scaling up the this TMC, COVID health care centers, these quarantine centers, and also the COVID care centers, and also the COVID health centers. And also the challenge at the border checking points, because my district is a porous border having 429 kilometers with the bordering this Chhattisgarh states. So with these challenges, I had to do a lot of activities, and because ultimately we have to live with the COVID till the vaccination and whatever the preventive part is to be will be coming. And this livelihood part has also been taken care of, sir. And let me be honest that today the district tops so far as the livelihood of the MG Narega is concerned. The Mendes generated is about 34 lakhs and 89 crore have gone directly to the bank account of these unskilled migrant laborers. And so far as the skill mapping of the specifically these reverse migrants are concerned, that skill mapping has been done. And our challenge were from three fronts. Number one, what kind of institutions were to be provided to these migrants? And we have mapped up in such a manner so that they will be engaged, so that our youth and the unemployed will be imparted training by them, because they have worked in Hyderabad, they had worked in Gujarat, they had worked in Bangalore, and they had some specialization so far as their skill is concerned. So I wanted that so far as my district youth and the unemployed are concerned, they should get the experience from them. And the third challenge is that how within the existing resources, how they can be utilized and how they can be best utilized in the manner that they will have their livelihood, and simultaneously this some product will be coming up. So in that aspect, we have taken up some of the activities so far as the MSME and with our GM, DIC, and also with the OLM sector is concerned. And now coming to the different activities, sir, let me tell honestly that so far as our team effort with the 19,000 or odd women self-help group is concerned, because ultimately in this digitized form, so far as the communication is concerned, let me be very honest, our health secretary, chief secretary, SRC, whatever the information that is being passed on to the district level is being immediately transmitted to the block and also to the GP, so that the information flow is in such a manner that there is no break. And whatever the latest informations are coming so far as the COVID management is concerned, so far as different guidelines and instructions are to be implemented in the field, that is being done in the right earnest. And I have developed a mechanism in such a manner, sir, that I have 10 district nodal officers who used to coordinate with the 10 BDOs and 10 tahsils of the districts, and the information used to pass on. The WhatsApp group is there, the social media is there, and I must be thankful so far as the media personnel is concerned. The district has about 167 registered, identified print media and the electronic media persons, and we have a very good helping hand with them, because they used to also disseminate the information so that whatever the feedback used to come, that feedback used to transmit it. And besides, we have also the NGO partners. For the 10 blocks, we have identified 20 NGO partners, and they used to disseminate, because it's a big district and also a difficult hilly terrain, and also forest, 49% of the district covers the forest land. So in this manner, we have tried to manage the pandemic COVID-19. And let me be very honest and tell you, sir, as per the clarion call by the Honorable Chief Minister, the collector's power has been conferred on the sarpanches. so far as the Epidemic Act is concerned and the Disaster Management Act 2005 is concerned, so that they are empowered to see that whosoever does any mistake, so that he is taken to task there, and the police and the civil administration used to respond immediately. So it is a team effort. And in the district, we have as many as 189 COVID health home. We have 36 number of these cluster temporary medical centers where the people can be brought and be kept so far as the symptomatic cases are concerned. And
Sure.
so far
How about the digitalization?
Yes, sir.
How about the digitalization part?
Sir, so far as the digitalization part is concerned, the social media, so far as our WhatsApp group is concerned, and as I told you, sir, the information passing from the state level to the district level is being transmitted down below to the grassroots, that is the Gram Panchayat level. And the village ward committee have been empowered. And the ward committee comprises of the ward member and women's self-help group, the ANM, ASA, and the Anganwadi center. So wherever any such SARI or the ILI cases or any other symptomatic cases are found out, those are being transmitted immediately to the cluster TMC. And our 30 mobile team, they used to move around and they used to immediately render whatever the necessary health services are concerned. Nice. And let me tell you, sir, so far as this food inflation part is concerned, we had free kitchen for 2 months. And as many as 77 lakhs people were given free food so far as the sick, indigent, and also the old people are concerned. And accordingly, our management was quite perfect.
At this juncture, bring in Mr. SKOCH Shukla, one of our members on the expert panel, also from, as I said earlier, from National Informatics Center, Ministry of IT, for his comments and in case he has a question. Mr. Shukla.
Yeah. Namaste to all. Yeah, I know that you people have been working in very difficult circumstances. So generally, we tend to hear how you have done your job, in the sense that how you have controlled the spread of COVID and how you have taken care of the evolving scenario. A question which is in my mind now, because now we are about 3-4 months into this pandemic. Looking back, do you think that something could have been done better or something could have been done differently? If you have any of those observations, you may like to share them with us.
Sir, this is definitely a different type of situation, because we are not accustomed to this type of scenario. Because with the return migrants, and especially when the normal life has been disrupted, we have to think of the livelihood part, because ultimately we have to live with the COVID, sir. And taking into consideration the livelihood part, my focus is on, not only my focus, our focus should be wherever the sectors are concerned, government or non-government, we should emphasize on the livelihood part. And for so far as the government part is concerned, let me tell you, sir, as I was telling, Narega, that is, sky is the limit, and a lot of things can be done. And under Narega, when my district was hardly doing per day Mendes generation.
Looks like
I think, yeah, we have lost connection with him.
Yeah. Again has gone into the communication distress mode.
Yeah.
So,
I also
want to add something.
Yeah.
I completely agree with the respected expert what he said, that what could have been done, because if you see this pandemic, the spread is not even everywhere. Rather, it's a very skewed. In one district, in one part of the country, it's very high, and in the other part of the country, in the other district, is very high. So certainly, there is a way to control it. I mean, although you cannot stop it, so I think there are two things which are very important. All these best practices should be shared with the other districts as early as possible, because now what the districts and the states, they are working in silo. That is number one. And number two, if you see the countries or the states or the cities where this scale is very less. Epidemic has affected in a lesser, I will say, number. It's mainly because of the public awareness. So the state has to more focus upon the awareness and the education, because it is only that part of the world where the people are cooperating, people are following the norms, the pandemic is in control.
Yes, I agree with you. And I have, I don't know whether you heard the presentation in the morning. There was a presentation by Mr. Trivedi, who had been, assessing the performance outcomes as part of the demo. He said that this in this pandemic, communication is a very important, very important factor. And if you can communicate well, it is going to be that much more effective. Your strategies are going to be more effective.
Boji, there is a very important element here. Communication is extremely important, which is what has been the backbone, particularly at the districts, because they were taking this message to the people. But more importantly, the documentation of the entire process is more important. Reason being that this is the only guiding force that will be available for the generations to come. God knows if this pandemic is going to stay with us for how long. But the processes which are being created as a result of response to COVID are something which is going to guide my successors.
And moreover, new pandemics may come.
Correct.
We don't know. Yeah.
We are faced with a situation wherein there could be 1 or 2 pandemics every year. But now we know what should be our response to a situation as unprecedented as this one.
So, Bhushan, I have one question, one last question.
Okay, go ahead.
Someone mentioned that there is a digital divide growing between people who don't have access to digital communication or digital, devices and digital modes of communication, and people who have access. So, how are we planning to address this? Does anyone have any ideas? I would like to answer, pose this question to the district magistrates and the commissioners who are attending this.
I will hold your question for the next session, because then we are joined by another set of DCs and the city commissioners, so that this question could be answered in its totality and everyone has the benefit. So thank you very much, gentlemen, for giving your inputs and joining us for this panel discussion. Takes us to the next round of SKOCH Order of Merit, which is the batch 4. And here we go with that. And I invite the first Order of Merit recipient. That goes to Mr. Chakravarti Singh Rathore, Commissioner from Rampur Municipal Corporation for Sludge and Septage Management by Women SHGs. Please unmute yourself. Go ahead. We can hear you.
Sir, thank you, sir. Thanks for the recognition, sir.
You're welcome. And congratulations for doing good work. Keep it up. Thank you. I invite Dr. Ajoy Kumar Singh, Vice Chancellor of Bihar Agricultural University, for building capacity building of farmers, farm women and rural youths by applying ICT-based approaches for transfer of technology.
Thank you, Team SKOCH, on behalf of Bihar Agricultural University. Myself, Dr. R.K. Suhane, Director Extension Education, and Vice Chancellor is another important meeting. So on behalf of Bihar Agricultural University, thank you to the SKOCH team. In order to address this, Bihar Agricultural University Sabon has made best use of emerging digital ecosystem and rolled out a robust ICT-based extension model by carefully blending traditional extension networks with advanced ICT platform, including social media. Our initiative has helped us reach the unreached farmer in the last 5 years. We have conducted capacity building programs through digital Chopal for more than 1 lakh farmer and other stakeholders, deployed some novel methodologies like use of micro SD card for Transfer of Technology developed one of the largest YouTube channel with a subscribe base of more than 2.8 lakh subscriber and about 29 million viewership, and it's growing every day. Apart from that, we have AU Crop Doctor for solving farmers' technical problem with a dedicated team of scientists. Kisan Yanrat is reaching the farmers at their doorstep with technical information. Two dedicated community radio stations are working for the farming community. The extension model developed is promising and has potential and can serve to democratize the agricultural technology and information.
Thank you very much for your bringing up to speed on the efforts made by the university, particularly in this area of transfer of technology and capacity building. Congratulations once again for joining us. I now invite Mr. Ravi Shankar Chaudhary, District Magistrate from District Administration Arwal. State Government Scheme Implementation of Jal Jeevan Haryali. That's groundwater rejuvenation.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. On behalf of District Administration Arwal, I thanks a lot SKOCH institution for giving me this award, and I am really very much thankful, and I look forward to doing better in this field in my district. Thank you, sir.
Congratulations, sir. Mr. Baki Karthikeyan, Collector and District Magistrate from Dindori, District Response to COVID. I invite Mr. Ranjan Kumar Das, Collector and District Magistrate from Jajpur, District Response to COVID.
Thank you, sir. On behalf of people of Jajpur and Jajpur District Administration, I express my heartfelt thanks to SKOCH authorities for selecting us for this prestigious award. And it has been a long journey. During the last 3 years, we have made our efforts in the field of health administration. A lot of put in to create infrastructure and health services in our district, and from a very backward district we have been able to set up most advanced systems in our district during last 3 years. And last year we got the India Today Award for Best Emerging District as a health sector, and this year's SKOCH Award has also encouraged us to a great extent, and this has put a lot of responsibility on us too, and we will carry forward in future. So thank you a lot.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
I now invite Ms. Tanvi Garg, District Magistrate, District Administration, New Delhi, for response to COVID. Mr. Vivek Imanwar, Collector and District Magistrate from Wardha, for response to COVID.
Thanks, sir. Thanks very much for this recognition. It's a really prestigious award, and it's a feather in the cap. But I know that this laureates not only bring the prestige, but it also bring the responsibility. And now that we have to live with the COVID for days and months or maybe years to come, the next challenge is to be that able to save each and every life of the person at the same time. We have to ensure that the economic activity also goes on smoothly. So this making the balance between the protecting the health of the citizen and maintaining the economic balance, I think it's a challenge, and this award has naturally given us a lot of boost and confidence, and I hope that they will do well. Thank you very much for the recognition.
Congratulations, Vivek. Ms. Neha Bansal, District Magistrate from District Administration, West Delhi, also goes for District Response to COVID SKOCH Order of Merit. Do we have somebody from West Delhi? Please unmute yourself. Yes, go ahead. I think you're waiting.
Hello, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Go ahead, please.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Nishant Bodhwani, Project Coordinator at District West. I have my sir, DPO sir, District Project Officer, has prepared a presentation regarding District West response to COVID-19. And now I want to, on behalf of him, I want to explain my presentation regarding. Sir, can I start explain?
This is not a presentation. This is receiving the Scotch Order of Merit. So we are aware of the efforts that you have made. So
yes,
sir. You can say a couple of sentences while receiving the award. That's all the time we have. Not to take the presentation at this moment.
Okay.
Well, thank you very much for joining us and congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Ranjan Bose, professor from the Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi, for the project Virtual Labs. Mr. Francis Hariel, President Kunukara Panchayat, for city response to COVID. Mr. Kunukara.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you to SKOCH Group and the jury team for giving a chance to participate in the SKOCH Summit and present our activities relating to manage COVID-19 pandemic. This award is great support to us and will give a new energy to face the situation. Thank you once again.
Congratulations.
And congratulations. And now invite Dr. Adila Abdullah, District Collector from Wayanad, District Response to COVID. Dr. A.V. Chandra Dasan, President from Humahe Grama Panchayat, City Response to COVID.
Hello, sir. Good afternoon, sir. On behalf of our President, Humai Gram Panchayat, Mr. A.V. Chandradasan, I am Amrita, extending our heartfelt thanks to SKOCH Group for considering our project in your program. And I extend my thanks for giving us an opportunity to showcase our work regarding the COVID fight. Thank you, sir.
Congratulations.
Move on to Petlad Municipality for its project Recycling. Ms. Hiral Thakur, Chief Officer, Petlad Municipality.
नमस्कार सर, चीफ ऑफिसर हिरल ठाकर सर, मैं स्कोच का धन्यवाद करती हूँ कि हमारी जो सर्विसेज है वो जानी गई है. दिस हैज इंस्पायर्ड मी and even my team to work even better and harder in future. I humbly accept this award on behalf of the government of Gujarat and Regional Commissioner of Vadodara. I really thankful to you, and sir, this success I want to I want to share it to citizens of Petlad, because they are very cooperative for these services.
Congratulations, madam.
Thank you, sir.
Congratulations.
Sir, again, Petlad municipality is nominated in 5 categories. So this is ESL project. We have done a great job in conservation of energy. हमने बहुत ही एनर्जी ये ESL प्रोजेक्ट लगा के नगर पालिका की इनकम भी बहुत अच्छी करी है और सर्विसेज भी अच्छी की है. तो एनर्जी कंजर्वेशन में पेटलाद म्यूनिसिपैलिटी का ये प्रोजेक्ट बहुत ही अच्छा है, जिसकी क्रेडिट मैं अपने टीम मेंबर्स को देना चाहता हूँ.
Congratulations again. We have the next one also going to you, from rehabilitation.
घर हर एक लोगों का सपना रहता है और पेटलाद म्यूनिसिपैलिटी ने 224 आवास बना के दिए हैं और दूसरे PMAY के अंतर्गत लाभार्थियों को 655 लाभार्थियों को आवास दिए हैं. इस प्रकार 850 से ज़्यादा लोगों को घर का सुख प्राप्त हुआ है और पेटा म्यूनिसिपालिटी ने इस प्रकार स्लम रिहेबिलिटेशन में बहुत ही अच्छा काम करा है और बाकी की जो जमीन है वो सरकारी जमीन है वो खुली करके उसमें एनवायरमेंट कंजर्वेशन का प्रोजेक्ट भी किया गया है। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Congratulations again. So we now move on to Ms. Alu Shrisha, Assistant Engineer from Pithampura Municipality for IEC for segregation of waste at source and preparing on-site composting from wet waste by method of bin composting.
Sir, I would like to express my gratitude towards SKOCH Group and the jury for presenting this award to our municipality. I am receiving this honor on behalf of our Commissioner, Sri Talibabu. Thank you.
Congratulations. Next one also goes to Pithampura Municipality for its response to COVID.
Thank you again to the jury for selecting us for this award. Actually, was just because of retired municipal commissioner, recently retired municipal commissioner Sri Nageshwara Garu, and we would like to dedicate these 2 awards to all sanitation workers, health workers, and all ward secretariats. Thank you.
Excellent gesture. Thank you so much and congratulations. I now invite Mr. Vishal Sharma, Associate Professor from Postgraduate Government College for Girls for Windrow Composting, Solid Waste Management, Chandigarh.
Good afternoon, sir. I express my gratitude to SKOCH Awards, particularly to Sunil Kocherji, to recognize our project because we are doing the solid waste management and making the organic compost. And today our college is fully organic. We are doing the landscaping and floriculture operation using that organic compost we are making. And second step, now we are raising the vegetable crops that we are giving it to the hostels because R is a pure girls college. We have 5,000 girls in Chandigarh. So next step, we are going for the biogas production. And we got 2 prizes already from the Rose Festival for best maintained. But recognizing it and giving this platform, I am very thankful to Kocherji and SKOCH. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Sharma ji. I also do composting and I grow my own food on my terrace.
Thanks, sir. I will definitely in touch with you, sir, for guidance. Thank you.
Thank you all for joining us for this batch 4 of SKOCH Order of Merit. When we have a little time in hand, I thought that let me just quickly share with you the achievements of Mr. Nitin Gadkari, which are put together in the form of a small video. He also happens to be our lifetime SKOCH Challenger Lifetime Achievement Award. So Deepa, can you run that video?
नितिन जयराम गडकरी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि मैं विधि द्वारा स्थापित भारत के संविधान के प्रति सच्ची श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखूंगा।
उस समय मुझे मेरी माँ की याद आ रही थी। मुझे हमारे पार्टी के लिए जब हम 2 MP चुनकर आए थे, उस प्रतिकूल स्थिति में काम करने वाले कार्यकर्ताओं और नेताओं का स्मरण हो रहा था। उन कार्यकर्ताओं को, उन नेताओं को मैं कभी भूल नहीं सकता।
इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर मैन ऑफ इंडिया, बहुपक्षीय राजनेता, सपने देखने वाले और कड़ी मेहनत करने वाले नितिन गडकरी एक प्रतीक हैं जिम्मेदार नागरिक होने के। वो एक प्रतिबद्ध राष्ट्र कार्यकर्ता और एक दूरदर्शी नेता है। नितिन गडकरी का जन्म 27 मई 1957 को नागपुर शहर में हुआ था। पहले हिंदी और बाद में अंग्रेजी मीडियम की शिक्षा सरकारी स्कूल में पूरी करने के बाद उन्होंने जीएस कॉलेज से एमकॉम और नागपुर विश्वविद्यालय से लॉ किया। लोगों की सेवा करने का भाव उन्हें अपनी माताजी से मिला।
मेरे जन्म के बाद परिस्थिति बहुत खराब थी। लोअर मिडिल क्लास की स्थिति में उस समय था। खेती थी, मैं खेती भी जाता था, पर परिस्थिति अड़चने रहती थी। पर प्रतिकूल से माँ का मुझे प्रेम मिला। माँ बहुत सोशल थी, गरीबों के लिए थी, लोगों की सेवा करती थी। मुझे याद है मैं लॉ में गया, मुझे लूना चाहिए थी। बहुत पीछे पड़ा माँ के कि मुझे लूना ले दो, लूना ले दो। पैसे नहीं थे। उसने अपने सोने के बैंगन, बड़ी झाड़ी पाटली बोलते हैं, उसको निकाल के दी और मैंने शिक्षक सहकारी बैंक के गांधी बाग शाखा में वो गिरवी रखकर, मुझे उस समय 4,500 रुपये मिले थे, उसकी मैंने लूना खरीदी की थी। वो माँ ने मुझे दी थी। मेरे को माँ कहती थी कि लोगों को कहती थी कि ये अपना परिवार का नाम बहुत बड़ा करेगा, बड़ा होगा। उसके आशीर्वाद मेरे साथ थे।
देश में आपातकालीन स्थिति युवा नितिन के राजनीतिक जीवन में एक महत्वपूर्ण मोड़ था। वो भूमिगत राजनीतिक गतिविधियों में सक्रिय थे। उनका घर विभिन्न गतिविधियों के लिए भूमिगत आधार था। वे आपातकाल के खिलाफ पुस्तिकाएं मुद्रित करते थे।
और उसी के बाद में लोकतांत्रिक युवा मोर्चा करके जनता पार्टी की एक ऑफिशियल विंग तैयार हुई। उसका मैं फिर विदर्भ का प्रमुख बना और उसके कारण बाद में जनता पार्टी में एक्टिव था, जनता पार्टी के लिए काम करता था और वही मेरे राजनीतिक जीवन की शुरुआत है।
आरएसएस और एबीवीपी के साथ उनकी सक्रिय भागीदारी और सहयोग ने उन्हें इस स्तर के नेता के रूप में विकसित करने में मदद की। राष्ट्र और समाज की सेवा करना उनका मुख्य लक्ष्य था। 28 साल की उम्र में उन्हें पश्चिमी नागपुर से चुनाव टिकट मिला।
चुनाव तो हार गया, पर मुझे बहुत लोगों ने कहा कि तुम बहुत अच्छे नेता बन सकते हो। मैं काम करते गया, दीवारों पर लिखने का काम मैंने किया, पोस्टर चिपकाया। अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी और जॉर्ज फर्नांडिस दोनों का मेरे ऊपर प्रभाव था। अटल जी का स्वभाव, बड़ा दिल, स्टेट्समैनशिप, इनसे बहुत सीखने की थी।
मंत्री के रूप में महाराष्ट्र विधानसभा में उनका प्रवेश उनके दृष्टिकोण और सपनों को लागू करने का एक आदर्श अवसर था। उन्होंने विधानसभा में विधायी सदस्य और मंत्री के रूप में कार्य किया। बाद में उन्हें महाराष्ट्र का बीजेपी प्रमुख नियुक्त किया गया। अंत में वो पार्टी की वरिष्ठ जिम्मेदारियों को पूरा करने के लिए दिल्ली पहुंचे।
और इस प्रवास में मेरी कमिटमेंट देश के साथ है, समाज के साथ है, गरीब के साथ है और विचारों के साथ है। मैं एक बार मंत्री बनने के बाद टीवी खरीदने के लिए गया, कलर टीवी। फिर मेरे मन में है कि टीवी अगर इंस्टॉलमेंट में मिलता है, एम्बेसडर गाड़ी मिलती है, तो टनल और ब्रिजेस क्यों नहीं मिल सकता। उसी से विचार करते करते फिर पीपीपी, बीओटी विकसित होगा।
वो ठाणे भिवंडी बाईपास के पूरा होने में मुख्य रूप से संलग्न थे, जो बीओटी मॉडल पर आधारित देश की पहली सड़क थी। बांद्रा वर्ली सी लिंक, मुंबई पुणे हाईवे और मुंबई में 55 से अधिक फ्लाईओवर उनके द्वारा शुरू किए गए थे। उन्होंने इन परियोजनाओं को पूरा करने के लिए बाजार से भी धन आमंत्रित किया। उन्हें इस बात का एहसास था कि सरकार के पास पर्याप्त धनराशि नहीं है, इसलिए बुनियादी ढांचे का निर्माण कर टोल एकत्रित किया जा सकता था। नागरिक इन सभी सुविधाओं के साथ यात्रा में समय, ईंधन और पैसा बचा सकते थे।
मैं जब आया तो 403 प्रोजेक्ट 3,85,000 करोड़ के लगभग एनपीए की स्थिति में थे। कॉन्ट्रैक्टर बर्बाद हुए थे, पर मेरे डिपार्टमेंट ने और मेरे सहयोगियों ने, हमने मिलकर इस देश को, हिंदुस्तान की बैंकों को करीब 3.5 लाख करोड़ के एनपीए से बचाया। जो 2 किलोमीटर पर डे पर रोड कंस्ट्रक्शन आया था, वो 29 किलोमीटर पर डे पर, और अगले साल 40 किलोमीटर का टारगेट पूरा करेंगे।
पिछले 67-68 सालों में महाराष्ट्र में 5,000 किलोमीटर का नेशनल हाईवे का नेटवर्क था। अभी गडकरी जी ने 15,000 किलोमीटर का एडिशन उसमें किया है और 5,000 किलोमीटर और ऐड उसमें कर रहे हैं।
इतिहास में पहला बार ट्राइबल के एरिया में निकोबार डिस्ट्रिक्ट, छोटा सा जिला जहाँ 30,000-40,000 वोटर्स है, आज नितिन गडकरी ने उस निकोबार द्वीप में नेशनल हाईवे घोषणा कर दिया 45 किलोमीटर्स।
डेवलपमेंट ओरिएंटेड अप्रोच, फास्ट ट्रैक डिसीजन में मैं फटाफट निर्णय कर रहा हूँ, हाँ या ना में बात करता हूँ। दूसरा टीम वर्क, सबको साथ लेकर काम करो। और चौथा ट्रांसपेरेंसी, करप्शन फ्री सिस्टम।
श्री सुंदरलाल पाटवा ग्रामीण विकास मंत्री थे जब नितिन गडकरी महाराष्ट्र में थे। वे सड़क, बुनियादी ढांचे के निर्माण और अन्य चीजों पर चर्चा करने के लिए मिलते थे। एक दिन नितिन जी ने उनसे कहा,
पटवा जी, आपको कुछ करना है तो गाँवों को जोड़ो। और फिर उन्होंने मेरे अध्यक्षता में अटल जी को बोलकर एक मीटिंग हुई। अटल जी ने मुझे जिम्मेदारी दी, कमेटी बनी। नाबार्ड के उस समय के अध्यक्ष थे। 1,10,000 करोड़ का जीडीपी बढ़ेगा, ऐसा उस समय रिपोर्ट आया। उस सवाल को अटल जी ने स्वीकार किया।
2009 में भारतीय जनता पार्टी नेतृत्व में बदलाव की तलाश में थी। लाल कृष्ण आडवाणी जी ने सुझाव दिया कि पार्टी नेतृत्व को युवा पीढ़ी के नेताओं के हाथों में सौंपा जाना चाहिए।
तो 4 नेताओं के नाम है नरेंद्र मोदी जी, शिवराज सिंह चौहान, मैं और मनोहर पर्रिकर। और बाद में शिवराज जी मध्य प्रदेश में आवश्यक थे और मोदी जी गुजरात में आवश्यक थे। और फिर मनोहर और मेरे से मेरा नाम का चयन हो गया। और जब मुझे निर्णय पता चला तो मैं आडवाणी जी के पास गया और सबके पास गया। मतलब मुझे अध्यक्ष क्यों बनाते? मैं तो कभी दिल्ली आता नहीं, मुझे दिल्ली का अनुभव नहीं, आके राजनीति पता नहीं। फिर सबने कहा कि नहीं, अब तुम्हारे सेवा पर रहने, तुमको बनना है। अटल जी को मैं अध्यक्ष बनने का आशीर्वाद लेने के लिए गया तो मैं उनके पैर छुए, आशीर्वाद दो। तो उन्होंने आंखें घुमाई और हाथ हिलाया। तो उनका मुझे आशीर्वाद मिला। ये मेरे जीवन का बहुत बड़ा सौभाग्य।
2014 में जब बीजेपी सरकार को ऐतिहासिक चुनावी जीत मिली तो नितिन गडकरी को विकास की राजनीति करने का अवसर मिला।
मोदी जी ने मुझे पूछा था तो मैंने बोला मुझे रोड का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर काम दो। तो उन्होंने कहा कि हम 3-4 प्रमुख लोग हैं, तो फाइनेंस, डिफेंस, होम, इसमें से भी आप सोचो। तो मैंने कहा नहीं, मुझे कौन से नंबर पर है इसके बजाय मैं जो अच्छा काम कर सकता हूँ मुझे दीजिए। मुझे आप रोड का काम दीजिए, रोड शिपिंग का काम मुझे दीजिए।
भारत में सड़क मार्गों और जलमार्ग परिवहन क्षेत्र में माननीय मंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में काफी बदलाव और प्रगति हुई। सागरमाला कार्यक्रम के तहत 572 परियोजनाओं की पहचान की गई और इसीलिए बुनियादी ढांचे पर निवेश के लिए 8 लाख करोड़ रुपए एकत्रित किए जाएंगे। इस कार्यक्रम से सालाना 35,000 से 40,000 करोड़ रुपए की लागत बचत में मदद मिलेगी। ये कार्यक्रम घरेलू जलमार्गों की आर्थिक स्थिति को दोगुना कर देगा। इसी प्रकार भारतमाला परियोजना के तहत देश भर में 64,000 किलोमीटर सड़कों का नेटवर्क बन रहा है।
इसमें 50% हमने 24,000 करोड़ का काम लिया है, जो 7.5 लाख करोड़ का है। और मैं आने वाले दिसंबर तक 7.5 लाख करोड़ में से करीब 3.5 लाख 4 लाख करोड़ के काम शुरू कर दूंगा। और इसमें कम से कम भी 10 लाख करोड़ के काम मैं शुरू कर चुका हूँ।
गडकरी जी के नेतृत्व में भारतीय राष्ट्रीय राजमार्ग प्राधिकरण ने 135 किलोमीटर के इस ग्रीनफील्ड एक्सप्रेसवे के माध्यम से जिस नई कार्य संस्कृति को बढ़ावा देने का कार्य किया है, वह अन्य सभी कार्यदायी संस्थाओं के लिए अनुकरणीय होना चाहिए।
कि उन्होंने 9 नेशनल हाईवे हमारे मंजूर किए, लगभग 35,000 करोड़ रुपए की लागत उनसे आएगी। तो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जितना हरियाणा में बढ़ेगा, जितना उत्तर प्रदेश में बढ़ेगा, दोनों राज्यों की प्रगति होगी।
4 धाम के रस्तों का काम पूरा करना चाहता हूँ। मेरी कोशिश है कि वो पूरा होगा। गंगा को और गंगा की 40 ट्रिब्यूटरी और नदियों को मैं शुद्ध और बनाना चाहता हूँ। इस मार्च के बाद अगला मार्च आएगा तो निश्चित रूप से 100% गंगा क्लीन होगी। 3 हाईवे मैंने अभी लगभग पूरे के, मेरठ हाईवे का पूरा होगा, दिल्ली का रिंग रोड पूरा हुआ। अब शिपिंग में 7,000 करोड़ हमारे पोर्ट को प्रॉफिट मिला है। ये देश में कमी है न पैसे की न टेक्नोलॉजी की। इस देश में कमी है सही दिशा, सही विजन की।
मैं आज गर्व के साथ कहता हूं कि हमारे नितिन जी ने 15 महीने की छोटी अवधि में जो काम पिछले 10 साल में नहीं हो पाए थे, ऐसे अनेक नए इनिशिएटिव लेकर के पूरे पोर्ट सेक्टर को नई ताकत दी है, नई ऊर्जा दी है और नई गति दी है।
एक सामाजिक उद्यमी के रूप में वो अभी भी देश में स्वदेशी प्रौद्योगिकियों और उत्पादों को बनाने और बढ़ावा देने के लिए सक्रिय रूप से अपना सहयोग कर रहे हैं।
बास्को गाइडलाइन में ग्रास लिखा है, तो मैंने पूछा ग्रास तो काटने की परमिशन लगती है क्या? नहीं। बोला आप ऐसा क्यों करते हैं? हमारे यहाँ गलत नीतियाँ आई। इस देश को और बेरोजगारी को अगर जिम्मेदार कोई तो हमारी गलत नीति है। 40,000 करोड़ का लकड़ी इंपोर्ट करते हैं, 4,000 करोड़ की अगरबत्ती की काड़ियाँ इंपोर्ट करते हैं। हम वेस्ट लैंड पे बाम्बू लगा के कर सकते हैं, बाम्बू से इथेनॉल बनेगा, क्या नहीं बनता? अप्रोप्रिएट विजन फॉर डेवलपमेंट, स्ट्रॉन्ग पॉलिटिकल विल, अगर दो बातें आ जाएगी तो फिर इनोवेशन, टेक्नोलॉजी सब कुछ आ जाएगा, देश बदल जाएगा। अब हवाई जहाज चल रहा है, यहाँ नागपुर में 35 बसेस इथेनॉल पे चलती हैं स्कैनिया की, और अभी स्कूटर, ऑटो रिक्शा भी आई है। देश का किसान इस देश का पेट्रोल डीजल का पर्याय दे सकता है, बिजली बना सकता है, ये मेरा विश्वास था। आज सब जगह ये एक्स्टैब्लिश हो गया, और इससे 2 लाख करोड़ अगर ग्रामीण इकोनॉमी में जाएंगे तो 50 लाख युवाओं को रोजगार मिलेगा और ग्रामीण भारत का चित्र बदलेगा। मैं कभी स्कूटर पे चला जाता हूँ, गलियों में घूमता हूँ, लोगों में जाता हूँ, तो ये मेरे अच्छा लगता है। मुझे सिक्योरिटी के कारण मुझे बड़ी अड़चन होती है। 50 पुलिस वाले मेरे साथ चलते हैं बंदूक लेकर, थोड़ा अनकम्फर्टेबल। मैं फुटपाथ पे खाता था, मक्के का कनीस खाता था, पानी पूरी खाता था, तो मुझे बड़ा इसके कारण अड़चन होती है। रात को होटल में खाता था। ये मेरा जीवन मुझे जीना है, और कैसे जीना है वो मेरा प्रश्न है, उसका समाज का, राजनीति का कोई लेना देना नहीं।
1984 में नितिन गडकरी जी का विवाह कंचन जी से हुआ। अपने व्यस्त राजनीतिक जीवन के साथ साथ नितिन गडकरी परिवार में पिता, पति और नेता के रूप में अपनी जिम्मेदारी बखूबी निभा रहे हैं।
हमारी शादी 18 दिसंबर को थी और नागपुर में 23 दिसंबर को लोकसभा का चुनाव था। तब हमारे शादी में इतने लोग खाना खाने के लिए आए, इतने लोग खाना खाने के लिए कि बाप रे, मैं भूल नहीं सकती। पूरा अनाज खत्म हुआ था,
क्योंकि वो इतना रिलेशनशिप मेरे लोगों में थी कि लोग मुझे इनके घर की शादी ना अपना ही है ऐसा समझ के आए।
जब पीडब्ल्यू मिनिस्टर थे, जब बच्चे छोटे छोटे थे, तब बच्चों की और इनकी 3-3, 4-4 समय में मुलाकात नहीं होती थी।
मेरे बच्चे ने एक बार रात को सोया था, मेरे पैर बांध दिए थे, ये कल न जाए मुंबई करके।
पिता की भूमिका, माँ की भूमिका, दोनों भूमिका मुझे निभानी पड़ी थी।
अब मुझे थोड़ा लगता है कि अभी मैंने उनके साथ अन्याय किया, अभी थोड़ा न्याय करना चाहिए। मेरे बच्चे कोई राजनीति में नहीं, मेरी पत्नी नहीं, मेरी बेटी नहीं। मैंने उनको कहा कि देखो, मैं अपनी सब बातें आपको दे दूंगा, अपनी विरासत दे दूंगा, संपत्ति दे दूंगा, पर मेरी राजनीतिक अधिकार मेरे ऊपर, मेरे पार्टी और मेरे कार्यकर्ता में। मेरी राजनीतिक विरासत कार्यकर्ता के पास जाएगी, बेटे के पास नहीं जाएगी। हम जितना काम करेंगे, जितने मोदी जी से हजारों लोग, मेरे हजारों कार्यकर्ता काम करें, तो भी समस्या नहीं सुलझाने वाली है, और लोगों को ये काम करना होगा, पीढ़ियों से पीढ़ियों तक चलेगा।
हे प्रभु, नितिन जी को इतनी शक्ति देना कि उनके हाथ से भारत देश का गरीब लोगों की सेवा हो, स्वास्थ्य मिले और 2 टाइम का खाना उनको अच्छी तरह से मिले।
मैं समझता हूँ ये देश मेरा है, तो ये मेरा व्यवहार, ये मेरा कैलकुलेशन नहीं है, मेरी स्ट्रेटेजी नहीं है, ये मेरा नैसर्गिक स्वभाव है। मैं अपने स्वभाव से जी रहा हूँ। अब उससे क्या परिणाम होते हैं, अच्छे होते कि बुरे, आप जैसे लोगों का काम है। आप अच्छा कहें तो भी मुझे चिंता नहीं, बुरा कहे तो भी चिंता नहीं। मैं कोई कैलकुलेशन से कुछ करना नहीं चाहता, जो है जैसा है। मैं तो चला जिधर चले रास्ता, मुझे कहाँ पता कहाँ मेरी मंजिल। मैं तो चला जिधर चले रास्ता।
मैं तो चला जिधर चली रास्ता, तुझे क्या खबर है कहाँ मेरी मंजिल। होगा कोई मेरा भी साथी, होगी कहीं तो मेरी भी महफिल। मैं तो चला जिधर चले रास्ता, ये हुस्नो इश्क का जहां, ये शोखियां, ये मस्तियां। ये पर्वतों के काफिले, ये बादलों की टोलियां पूछती है मुझसे, तू चला है किधर? मैं तो चला जिधर चले रास्ता।
Well, that was the journey of Mr. Nitin Gadkari. So we go back to the discussion that we started under the banner of India response to COVID, and we heard districts sharing their experiences and the similar experience being translated by the cities. And we are joined by Mr. G.D. Palsana, who is ACP Rajkot Police. We have with us Mr. Imanshu Bhatt, Municipal Commissioner of Khandwa Municipal Corporation, Mr. Prafulla Ghatre, Chief Municipal Officer from Lanji, Ms. Sneha Mishra, Chief Municipal Officer from Municipal Council, Kareli. Let me first invite Mr. Palsana. Please unmute yourself. Mr. Palsana, please go ahead.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, regarding to Rajkot City Police, we have made a PPT presentation. Overview, sir, there are 10 points regarding the action taken during the pandemic of COVID-19 by Rajkot Police. Sir, all of the 10 points are the first cases. Actually, it has been traced in Rajkot City Police. The person Nadeem, who has been traced as corona positive, it has been found out by tracing his call details and other precautionary measures that where it has been erupted, and according to that, the action has been taken so that it can't be spread throughout the different places. And it is provided to be clear the hierarchy module where it contains that should be taken where crystal clear, sir. Thus, at the migrant process, which is the side, second thing, in order to spread, stop the spreading of virus, patrolling were deployed 24 into 7 hours vehicle checks, sir, patrollings, using drones, foot patrollings, flag march, and different type of employed in the fields. And sir, the seals were been blocked. Every entry points were been kept. And sir, the social distancing is been maintained on medical shops, grocery shops, and other different places. And the social distance is the important thing to avoid the virus. So it has been totally picturized, pictures all been kept according to the shops. Sir, in law and order, it can say that from lockdown 1 to 4, total, sir, 9,142 cases has been registered who has broke the law and order, and total, sir, 38,618 vehicles were been seized who has detained, sir, who has break the law. So, and micro containment zones were been blocked by putting steel barricades, sir. And the drone cameras were being put on high-rise buildings and across the road cameras, APNR systems, during which, sir, vigilant watch was kept on entire city, where violation of dealt with, which is be strictly. The different police person were also been given the civil dresses, sir, so that they can keep vigilant on each and every person, whether is breaking the law, order, sir. And sir, the technology-wise, the department used technology, sir, the information technology period, mobile application for the quarantine people using drones, speaker drones, everything, and the cameras were kept on the roads. The applications are Safe Rajkot has been installed. The person who has been quarantined and the area, the quarantine area, each and every person, sir, install the application Safe Rajkot, so that if there is any movement, if he goes, if he leaves the area, other than the quarantine area, it can be noticed, and we come to know that this person is going outside that particular area, so it can be, sir, stopped for the stopping of all this spreading of virus, sir. And the APNR system has been installed for strict lane driving, and observation were done automatic number plates, sir. And video meetings were conducted for the updates, briefing, debriefings, and orders. Awareness was spread through social media by Gujarat song made of for awareness, sir. And sir, another alliance and synergy system, sir. Total the spread of virus and keep an eye and guarantee people and alliance with the Maharaja Associates. Great success been application been done, sir. Similarly, local trust and NGO were made, were big helping hand in providing and distributing food and ration and other essential things. The areas where there is a problem for the public, where they are not getting food and other necessary items, so that it is been properly arranged, so that each and every person in the area, their basic necessities were being provided time to time. And sir, maintaining peace and harmony. In order to maintain peace and harmony, the department made it public with use of their own accounts on social media. Any kind of act that disturbs peace were taken on a serious note, and prompt result as delivered by the department ensures peace in city. Accounts of 32 users forwarding false informations via social media were freezed by the department, sir. 51 scam calling numbers were identified and blocked under the supervision officer, sir. And helping hands and supply chain, sir. The entire department has provided helping hands performing duties, sir. In this, there's shortage of food, ration, medicines, and delivery for each and every persons who are staying in the remote areas. They could not reach the city, or they are not been allowed to get into the city. In that area, sir, each and everything will be provided. So the migrants who have been in this area, in the city, they were been sent to their respective state by trains with social distance and giving them food and each and everything, sir. So totally the person who want to go to their own villages or own state, they were been safely been provided the transportation, sir, and been sent safely, sir. And information for education and communication, sir. Awareness was created by different social media. The Durga Shakti team was been created by the police department, sir, and education video for the awareness of the pending. Sir, one-to-one explain was done to the crossroads where traveling were seen without mask. Brief explanation done to media, sir. Drones with speakers were being used in different areas so that the announcement can be made properly to each and every person can understand what is the situation and what should do, what they should do and what should not do, so that they can follow all the instructions properly. And the Rajkot Sarakshak was made to individuals, sir, with safety measures to place where communication with locals and education them the situation, so that each and every person, sir, could educate and they can get the proper knowledge of the situation, sir. Effective unmasked to the government guidelines, sir, keeping this strictness during the night curfew, mask and social distance came to register under violation of many cases, sir. Cleanliness has major impact, hence strict implementation of law related to cleanliness were made effectively, and spitting and throwing garbage in public and strict prohibited. Awareness and the pandemic via social media, print media and e-media were given, sir. All social and political gatherings were strictly monitored. Monitoring of vehicles of check of more than permitted person are traveling in vehicles in different violating guidelines, legal action were initiated, sir. So these are the points which has been done by Rajkot City Police, sir. And these are the details, sir, which I have given. Is total 1 to 10, sir. Performance, the work done by Rajkot it has been presented, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Palsana. So these are quite novel initiatives which have been undertaken under your leadership there. My congratulations for that. I now invite Mr. Prafulla Ghatre, Chief Municipal Officer from Municipal Council, Lanji.
Good evening, everyone. First of all, I would like to express my thanks to SKOCH Group for giving me such a great opportunity to express my views and experiences. First of all, I would like to give a brief overview of Lanji. It's a small town in Balaghat district in the state of Madhya Pradesh, bordering with the state of Maharashtra and Chhattisgarh in the southeastern region of Madhya Pradesh. Coming to the challenges which we have faced as a city and municipal council, the first and foremost challenges was awareness of people, as it was new to everyone. So nobody knew what to do, what not to do, and getting information and passing to them was a great challenge. Also, the structure of our Indian society, as we are more into the everyone and we like to visit our neighbor's house. This was the thing which we had to control for ensuring effective lockdown. And another challenge was ensuring governance, ensuring proper implementation of lockdown to contain the spread of virus. Also, with this, ensuring supply of essential activities, essential services like electricity, drinking water was a challenge during this period. And the third challenge was how the living activity of people got affected, as there was disruption in the supply chain. So there was a disruption for the food grains, vegetable, milk for some period of time. Apart from this, that people have to follow new normal, like they have to follow social distancing, wear mask, and have to follow a new lifestyle. So there was a change in living activity of people which they have to adopt it. And as a bit obvious, economy also got very hit. And the street vendors, which I can see in my town, they were severely affected, and many of them have been shifted from other their jobs to selling of vegetable and fruits, which are common as of now. And one more challenge which that it all led to increase in stress. So this was something. Apart from this major challenge which we have seen, it was a huge influx of migrants. In a district of Balaghat, where the population is about 20 lakhs people, there were migrants of around 1,50,000. Now, I would like to come on solution how we have faced all these situations. For creating awareness, we have extensively used social media platforms such as WhatsApp, Facebook, and have provided information through use of social media. We have also used PA systems for spreading information from word to word. This we have used for creating awareness among people. For migrants, first thing was ensuring their safety return. Under the guidance of collector sir, this was done from their end. And when they reached to our town, it was our duty to ensure their quarantine. Initially, we followed the system of home quarantine because initially there were huge number of migrants coming to the place. So it was not possible for the institutional quarantine. So we just did the home quarantine with the sticker of COVID-19, do not enter a message. And get to know that they have come from somewhere outside and they have to be get away from there for a period of say 14 days, 21 days. So this we have adopted initially. Also, we have deployed ward in charge in the all wards. They continuously monitor, contacting with the ward counselor, getting information if somebody is coming from outside, and passing information to the higher hierarchy. So this was done a contact mapping and tracing. For ensuring supply, with the guidance of director, sir, we ensured that there should not be disruption in supply of essential food items. And during the lockdown period, initial phase and phase 1 and phase 2, we ensured that by using social media platform, we started delivering online door-to-door delivery of essential items like grocery and other milk items, vegetables. All these were delivered online by the use of mobile phones and social media platforms. Now, coming to the part of stress management, we have done a little initiative in the starting period. We have hired a van and some singing people, and we have gone from word to word, organizing a singing platform where people used to participate from their house only. It was a little initiative. So this was all over the challenges and solutions which we have come. Now, I would like to say that, of course, this pandemic has affected our humanity to great extent. But as our Indian people are very much optimist and positive, and our beloved Prime Minister says, "Aapada ko avsar mein badalna hai." So anyhow, we are finding positivity in this pandemic also. This is giving us platform for the reforms which we wanted to do from last 2 to 3 decades, but we were not able to do, like reforms in administration, reforms in education, reforms in business activities. So this we were wanted from a long time, but we were not getting platform. But the situation has become now that we have to do, otherwise we are not having any other chance. So something that I see in the positive change, that there is a change in the lifestyle of people. There is change in their food habits, shopping habits, recreational activity habits. and somehow this is leading to the conservation of environment, for the betterment of the environment. Their demands have been declined. People are more adamant for their health, and they are more doing everything to boost their immunity. This was not doing before. There is a also great attack on social, religious, cultural things, which we used to consider as adambar before. But now there is a total shift in worshipping style. Marrying in presence of 20 people has become the new normal. Apart from this, I would like to mention that digitalization is playing a great role in all this. Talking about the services which is being provided from our municipal council, our department used to consider provide services like death certificate, marriage certificate online, but with these services like drinking water and other essential services will now be provided by the use of portal and social media platform. So it will be ensured that there should be very much less interaction between people and governance, and the services should be delivered to their doorstep. So this is a thing which is a positive side of this pandemic, and our whole education
You have
system
almost
is.
kind of converted this challenge into an opportunity, and looks like that you have been successful to a great extent by
Yes, sir.
way of exploiting this. And I hope that you continue to tread on the same paths and come out glorious as well as victorious. So thank you very much for sharing your experiences with us. I would like now to invite Ms. Sneha Mishra, Chief Municipal Officer, Municipal Council from Kareli. Sneha ji.
सर
Yes.
मैम कलेक्टर सर आए हुए हैं विजिट पर, तो सर मैम चली गई हैं वहाँ पर, तो वो प्रेजेंटेशन एक्चुअली वही देने वाली थी.
नो प्रॉब्लम, कोई
सॉरी.
परेशानी नहीं है, कोई परेशानी नहीं है जी. आप जुड़े रहें उनको.
जी सर, हम जुड़े हुए हैं, हम देख रहे हैं
जी. मैं अब
थैंक यू सर.
I mean, let me take this opportunity to invite two of our important members on the expert panel of on the jury, which is Mr. UK Sharma. Again, having been associated all his career with the Planning Commission and then Niti Aayog in the capacity of senior advisor, and Mr. Madan Mohan, who was the Chief General Manager of NABARD and also the CEO of NABARD Consulting. So let me first invite Mr. UK Sharma for his comments, as well as in case you have a question, please go ahead. Unmute yourself, please.
सर, जैसे आप बता रहे थे कि बहुत सारे लोग माइग्रेंट लेबर्स ये हैं, बहुत सारी लोग आते भी रहते हैं, जाते भी रहते हैं, बहुत सारी एक्टिविटीज, इट इज अ वेरी डायनेमिक सिचुएशन, है ना? तो हाउ यू विल डील विद ऑन डे टू डे ऑपरेशंस विद मोर टेस्टिंग, isolation, and how you will track in such a dynamic situation?
Sir, initially we were considering the procedure of home quarantine, and if they get any suspicion of COVID-19, then we were going for their test. But now we are going for institutional quarantine to everyone who is coming from red zone area like Delhi, Mumbai, Bangalore, Bhopal, Indore, and we are making them, ensuring that they do get quarantined in institution, and it is compulsory test for everyone who comes from outside. So we are monitoring each and everyone through the sampling and testing.
Okay, thank you, please.
Thank you, sir.
Madan Mohan ji. मदन मोहन जी, मेरी आवाज सुन पा रहे हैं? लगता है हमारी आवाज नहीं पहुंच पा रही है उन तक. सुबोध जी, आपका एक सवाल था जो कि आप पूछना चाह रहे थे. हमने उस वक्त आपको रोका था सिर्फ इसलिए क्योंकि इस मौके पर आपके सामने दो और व्यू पॉइंट्स और नए आए हैं जो कि सिटीज की तरफ से हैं. तब आप पूछ सकते हैं.
गुरसन साहब, मेरा आवाज पहुंच रही है? गुरसन साहब, मेरा आवाज पहुंच रही है?
जी, आपका आवाज आ रहा है. मैं भी आपके पास आता हूँ.
हाँ, कोई बात नहीं. बस आई वाज वंडरिंग वेदर आई एम ऑडिबल और नॉट.
I'll come back to you. सुबोध जी।
हाँ, मेरा ये सवाल था कि जो डिजिटल डिवाइड है, जो जिस एक्चुअली एजुकेशन सेक्टर में सबसे ज्यादा ये इसकी शिकायतें हैं, और वैसे भी जो जो हमारे रूरल एरियाज हैं वहां पर और इवन अर्बन एरियाज में जो who are not so fortunate to be able to have access to the digital communication, etc. So what are we doing, or what are we planning for this, or bridging this divide? That is a question which I wanted to ask the panelists and the participants, and to get their feedback on this, because this is something which is very important, and maybe this is going to be a challenge for us, for all of us.
Hello. Yes, sir, definitely it is a great challenge for all of us. Digital divide is a reality, especially in the rural and semi-urban area. So, think of the people have now started using microphone. But another problem is of literacy. They do not know how to use the application and what to do with them. So we can do from our government and private side that we can make ease of application, that they can get to know with a single click what to do, and that should not be complicated too much. How to connect, what to do, this should not be done. So we can from the technology part we can do this, and on literacy part we have to improve to ensuring them that they get to trained about how to use mobile phones, and we have to motivate them to buy a smartphone, because this has become a reality and they have to deal with it.
Subodhji, does that answer your question?
You're asking me?
I'll come to you. Subodhji asked this question. Anyway, Madan Mohan Saab, I was looking for you. My voice could not reach you at that moment. Good that we can see you now. So would you like to ask a question or have a comment?
No, just actually, it is with regard to the previous one, previous speaker. So I was impressed the way the police has handled or helped in meeting the COVID challenges. But one thing I wanted to know from him was that social distancing, he said they are ensuring, but how they are ensuring? What happens if somebody is not following? Are they fining them, or are they counseling them? I would be more interested in knowing that.
Mr. Palsana, this question is for you.
Made certain rules regarding maintaining of social distances while we are in the road or we are in certain area. So the person who is not following the social distance, we are taking actions. First of all, sir, we are giving the total information about social distance in every newspaper, media, and we are sending auto rickshaws, keeping the loudspeaker of recording that you should maintain social distance. And even, sir, there are rules that you should not sit more than 3 people or 4 people during lockdown. You can't use single, double savari. Means 2 persons can't be sitting in a two-wheeler, and more than 3 persons can't ride in four-wheel. So there are certain rules made by the government. We used to follow on traffic, so that we are making fine or making cases against the person, so that we can get a strict message to each and every person that they should maintain social distance to avoid these kind of diseases. And even there are teams which are made by our police to send different remote areas, different societies, to make them alert, so that they regarding the social distance, and even using mask or sanitize, we are making groups and giving informations to each and every person, so that they can maintain social distance, so that we can avoid these kind of diseases, sir.
No, but are you fining them if someone is not following? What do you do? Do you counsel him or her?
Counseling is, yes, sir.
Especially if a person is poor and illiterate, I don't think he will be in a position to.
Sir, if the person is innocent, sir, if the person is innocent, if he doesn't know, so it is the responsibility of police to make him explain that you should follow these rules. These are the rules. What is the meaning of social distance, and what is the reason of keeping the social distance in this certain period of time? And sir, the person who is knowing everything, even though he doesn't maintain, even though he thinks that nobody is going to ask, and sir, we are taking action against them. We are making cases against them as per law.
Okay, I have a question for you, ACP sir. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. The situation is quite precarious in sense, see, what we are addressing is absolutely a social problem. Many a times social problems and related to especially the normal behavior of the people cannot be, regulated by any method, police or rules or regulations. So the only way that we can persuade, communicate, educate them, and many other means, but notwithstanding our methods, but social behavior is sometimes contrary to what we expect. So there will be some resistance, sometimes the other. Now, this is what is the new normal, because the resistance against the normal behavior creating one situation. How do you have a strategize as to how society at large, behavioral problem of individuals in relation to the expectations of our rules and regulations, how can they be synchronized? Have you thought of, besides on police methods?
Mr. Palsana, please unmute yourself. You have to unmute yourself. We can't hear you. Yes. Go ahead, please. Mr. Palsana, please go ahead.
Sir, I am not able to get the question. What exactly what does he want to know, sir? I am not able to get the question.
Mr. Panda, unmute yourself, please. You have to unmute yourself. Mr. Panda, we can't hear you. I think we lost him there. So till the time he comes back, let me, all the members on the panel from the districts as well as the cities, of course, we have the police administration as well. What are the, if we have to say, the three biggest challenges, not that what we faced, moving forward that are going to be cropping up in front of us? Because so far, whatever we have done not from our experience. We have learned on the way and delivered to how exactly these circumstances unfolded over a period of time. Given that, what are the three main challenges that you see will be coming up? Let me start from Mr. Praful. Yeah, please unmute yourself. Please unmute. Yeah, go ahead.
Sir, the three major challenges which we feel that we are going to face, as the sir have mentioned, that the digital divide, digitalization divide the reality. This is going to be, we are going to face this. And the second things are economy and employment of people. As the economy has got very worst hit, so this will be another major challenge. And sir, the third thing to contain the spread of virus will be still be there, because it is not going to be normal very soon.
All right. I mean, your municipality is not a social isolate in terms of it is rural areas, connectivity, and people coming and going. But as you said, that we are taking note of everyone coming into the municipality and trying to check about him as to how he is, whether carrying COVID or not. But the question comes that, you see, you said that lots of vendors, vegetable vendors and all, they keep coming and going to village and settle between rural and urban, and they are in contact with many. They are not traceable in terms of as to how they carry COVID or if they are not carrying the COVID. Have you put any identification of identified those vendors, whether they are COVID free or not? Any of these certificates were given or notice put on their thela, etc. Number two is that when you are not allowing anymore the vendors to move around the places, then are you planning to have a dedicated place with social distance to have their shops and people go there with necessary precautions in the municipality, because some other places these things have been done? Hello.
You would like to answer this, or this is an open question? Anybody who would like to answer, please unmute yourself and you can answer this. You can raise your hand. Let me go to Nabrangpur, Dr. Ajit Kumar Mishra.
Sir, this is a very critical aspect, and so far as the segregation and isolation of the symptomatic cases, it's a big challenge for the thickly populated municipalities and municipal corporation. And incidentally, I have two urban local bodies, municipalities. And what we have done, sir, when the reverse migrants were there, and not only reverse migrants, those who were asymptomatic or symptomatic cases with SARI and ILE cases, those have to be kept in the institutional quarantine, and an isolation part is to be taken care of. Those who can afford, they can do it, get it done for the home isolation. But most of the people taking into considerations their overall scenario, they have to be put in institutional quarantine. And in our state, in Odisha, as per the call and instructions given and orders given by the Honorable CM, we had an advanced planning, and for which we had the institutional quarantine, sir. And in the urban local bodies, we had all the ward committees who had been sensitized, and we identified the big high schools, hostels, where the beds and etc. with the basic minimum required facilities were prepared, and also with some service providers, so that they could take care of that. And incidentally, in our state, in Odisha, we had to provide, we provided them also the free food and all other basic facilities. And as I was telling you, sir, our mobile health team used to coordinate with the grassroots level health workers, ANM, ASA, and Angari workers, and the doctor who was in charge. So whenever the information used to be transmitted, because ultimately whatever the information is passed on to the control room, the mobile team used to go get them tested, and if they are found to be very serious, we used to immediately shift them to our COVID care center, which is the secondary stage. And if it is very serious, then we used to shift them to the COVID health center or the COVID hospital. So this is how we have to contain, and breaking the chain is the most important aspect. And let me also tell the role and responsibility of the police administration is also very, very vital, because we have to have a coordination with the civil administration and the police administration. And in my district, not only we used to counsel, but also we had to get it enforced. And as per the government instructions, we used to impose fine. And as on that, not only this non-use of mask, and also the violation of the whatever the lockdown or shutdown things, whatever anything is noticed, as many as 8 lakhs of rupees have been collected. Money is not the important, but it has the deterrent effect. And ultimately, as on that, in my district, it is 0 death. And so far as the positive case is concerned, it is only 250 only. And recovery part is 170. So active cases is 70 or odd, sir. So by this, by having this sort of strategy, and the most important part is empowering the community, the ward committee, the mohalla committee, so that if any migrant is coming, or if anybody is found to be having ILI, SARI, or any symptomatic cases, immediately the control room will be transmitted, because ultimately we work in a close-knit urban local body, in municipal corporation or the municipality, so that the information can be transmitted and the service delivery can be done, sir.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for being with us on this panel. This is really added an absolutely new dimension to it, and also, sharing of our experiences would be extremely beneficial for not only the people interacting with each other, but also at the same time, a whole lot of people in the audience who would love to take these learnings a step further. Thank you. And with this, we move on to the last batch of SKOCH Order of Merit announcements, which is batch 5. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me first invite Mr. Arvind Sonara, District Agriculture Officer from Agriculture Branch, Khera District Panchayat, for the project Krishi Sahay Package, Team Khera. The next one also goes to the Khera District Panchayat for district response to COVID. So looks like a wrong PPT at my end was running. So while we fix it, Deepak, can you run the video of Dr. Rangarajan?
He retired, my column appeared, which titled Rangarajan, the Philosopher King.
It was Dr. Rangarajan who recognized me as an economist and encouraged me to go further.
He's devoted most of his working life to public policy, and I think the country is better off for it.
I was more interested in economics than in other subjects. And therefore, and I also decided quite early in life that to be a teacher. I taught for a year, even as I was finishing my PhD. I was at the Wharton School of Finance and Commerce at the University of Pennsylvania. I came back to India, and it was at that time I taught for a time at University of Rajasthan. Went back again, and I taught at the Graduate School of Business Administration of the New York University. I taught for about 2 years, then came back to India and went straight to the Indian Institute of Management at Ahmedabad.
There were very few people who were willing to teach with Dr. Rangarajan as a co-instructor, because Rangarajan was always rated as the best professor by successive batches.
All those economic theories have to be grounded
in a business implication, in a management implication. And to do that when you're talking about macroeconomics is difficult. And Dr. Rangarajan was wonderful at doing that.
His drawing room faced our kitchen. And in the morning at 9 sharp, Dr. Rangarajan would be walking to the office. And I always used to get pulled up by my wife saying that, look, it's already 9 o'clock, you don't need to see the watch. And, she has been telling me that she would like me to be as punctual as Dr. Rangarajan.
When I was faculty at Bank of Baroda Staff College, during those days we used to invite him as a guest faculty in our college, some of my faculty colleagues. And I was amazed to see that he will not accept the usual formalities of sending a car and waiting for the official car. He will just take an auto rickshaw and come in auto rickshaw and go back in auto rickshaw to IIM Ahmedabad.
He may be a banker, he may be administrator, he may be governor, he may be a global person, but compared to his academic work, I feel that I had greater happiness in that rather than in all these positions.
There was talk. This is the first time an academic was coming in as a deputy governor. His approach was essentially remained academic. He never forgot his basic academics. So what he would do is he'd always work with first principles. And what then very quickly, within a short while, developed was he became a problem solver.
Check clearance was one area in which the Reserve Bank of India at that time took the lead to introduce a computerized sorting system. And there was a fear that computerization would lead to displacement of labor. It will reduce the number of people who are to be recruited, and so on and so forth. And that is why that, in some sense, the committee number 1, very often called the Rangarajan committee number 1, did not even use the word computer. It was called mechanization of the banking system.
He had to take a lot of flack from the unions, and he stood there with the courage of conviction, patiently, and tried to push it through. And that's something which you don't normally credit an economist with.
Badnagar Municipal Council, Mr. Kuldeep Kinchuk, Chief Municipal Officer. Please unmute yourself. City response to COVID. Next, we have Ms. Jayalakshmi, Commissioner of City Municipality, Hospet, for complete ban of plastic banners in the city. Mr. Himanshu Singh, former Municipal Commissioner from Khandwa Municipal Corporation, a novel citizen ownership model to tackle solid waste management called Sambandh. We have Mr. Himanshu Singh once again for city response to COVID. Mr. Sanjay Soni, Chief Municipal Officer, Municipal Council, Pan Nagar, for Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana. This is a municipal council which is part of district Jabalpur. Mr. Kuldeep Kinchuk, once again from Badnagar Municipal Council for Public Addressing System of Municipal Council. Miss Neha Mishra, Chief Municipal Officer, Municipal Council Kareli for Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana. Please unmute yourself. You can express your gratitude and say thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Congratulations. Mr. P.R. Singh, Sanitary Inspector, Municipal Council, Kaimor, for Kaimor Banega number 1. Mr. Prafulla Ghatre, Chief Municipal Officer from Municipal Council, Lanji.
Sir, on behalf of
beneficiary-led construction. Go ahead.
On behalf of Municipal Council Lanji, I would like to express my sincere thanks to SKOCH Group, Judiciary, respected co-chair sir, and Gulsharan sir for selecting us and giving us platform to show our work. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
I now invite Mr. Arun Kumar Pathak, Chief Municipal Officer, Municipal Council, Sailana, for response to COVID.
हेलो सर, म्युनिसिपल काउंसिल सैलाना की ओर से आप सभी का और स्कॉच कमेटी को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद.
Congratulations. Mr. Naman Srivastava, Sub-Engineer, Municipal Council, Sihora, for Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana.
मैं सीएमओ बोल रही हूँ. आप सबको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद.
आपको बहुत मुबारक हो. Mr. J.P. Sen, Chief Municipal Officer from Nagar Parishad, Barela, for Housing for All, PMAY. Mr. G.D. Palsana, ACP Cybercrime, Rajkot, for Rakshita application. Palsana.
मीटिंग में છું मैं એના માટે રિંગ નથી કરી મીટિંગ માં છું.
Mr. Dhyaneshwar Molak, Joint Municipal Commissioner and HOD for Solid Waste Management Department, Pune Municipal Corporation. Public awareness programs in the Pune City, Pune Municipal Corporation. We have somebody from Pune Municipal Corporation.
Hello. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
This is Dr. K.T. Rajde from Pune Municipal Corporation. I was like the Assistant Medical Officer. We have submitted 4 projects.
There is a second one coming up with Ganesh Idol Disintegration, Nirmalya Collection and Disposal. Goes to Pune Municipal Corporation, the second one. We have the third Scotch Order of Merit going to Pune Municipal Corporation for Resources Economy from City Waste. And one more for land reclamation through biomining. All the 4 have been received by on behalf of congratulations. Now invite Thane Municipal Corporation Mr. Vijay Kumar Asal for property tax reform module. And this brings us to the end of the Scotch Order of Merit Investiture Batch 5. With this, I request people to kindly run the Scotch Award AV.
SKOCH Award, Benchmark of Excellence. SKOCH Award, instituted in 2003, salute people, projects and institutions that go the extra mile to make India a better nation. SKOCH Award, the highest independently instituted civilian honor, has been conferred. The mighty and the ordinary alike have received this award for their extraordinary achievements in contributing to the society. The roll of honor of the SKOCH Award over the years is a testimony to this. The SKOCH Award covers the best of efforts in the area of digital, financial, and social inclusion. It encompasses the best of governance, excellence in technology and applications, change management, corporate leadership, corporate governance, inclusive growth, citizen services delivery, capacity building, empowerment, and other such softer issues that get normally lost in the glamour and the glitz of industry-sponsored or advertising-focused jamborees. The SKOCH Award is distinctive for its approach of selection of awardees, which is based on nomination, jury evaluation, presentation of shortlisted nominees, focus group discussions, and interactions and peer evaluation. Inputs and qualification of a project, person or institution to be considered for the award. The SKOCH Award not only acknowledges exceptional achievers, organizations and individuals, but also spurs inspirational guidance and motivational leadership.
As you can see, SKOCH Award, it is both the mighty as well as the ordinary, which have been the recipient of this honest Indian independent honor. Right from probably a person whom we discovered having to change the might of a small village, maybe at a 6,000 feet altitude, somewhere in tucked deeper into Himalayas, being the first time elected representative, but being a woman, because it's mandated 33% to be elected in Gram Panchayats, having to change the very basic need of people providing water in front of each of the houses. So the felt needs was something which came right up from there. And somebody else, somewhere in Andhra Pradesh, who was probably, a vegetable vendor, but became an SHG. She put women together and ultimately, organized them in hundreds of SHGs, and again started leading a federation of SHGs, starting an SHG movement. That means the livelihood opportunities that were created for such women. So SKOCH Award goes down to that level of beacons of hope. So those many beacons of hope today are with us in the form of you gentlemen and ladies who have joined us since morning. So I request Deepak to start the video of Dr. Rangarajan earlier, so that you can get a full flavor of the contributions made by Dr. Rangarajan to Indian economy. Deepak.
And external control. And this was the original contribution well before the Asian crisis.
We deregulated the interest rate structure. The government also had to go to the market to borrow. As a result, new institutions have to be created. But the dismantling of the regulated or the administered interest rate structure and freeing of the interest rate itself had some impact on the way the banks were functioning.
In the relationship between the Reserve Bank and the Finance Ministry, this shift which was introduced, getting away from automatic monetization of the deficit. I think I was the Finance Secretary signing the agreement with Dr. Rangarajan on the other side, signing the agreement that basically the Reserve Bank would no longer automatically issue treasury bills to monetize the finance deficit.
he's a very strong believer in women's rights. And he's a very strong believer that women must gain financial independence and must become decision makers in the family, in the house, everywhere. And that's an enduring value that he passed on to us.
Very dynamic decision that was taken at that time, and all the received wisdom on it said don't do it. He did allow banks to open bank accounts for self-help groups. Self-help groups who were amorphous, non-registered bodies having no legal existence of their own. And it was not accounts in the name of the individual women, it was in the name of a self-help group.
As a result of this single initiative, the SHG movement has now touched more than 2.2 million groups in the country. Dr. Rangarajan was also deeply involved with the reforms in the regional rural banks. At that time, the regional rural banks were bleeding at the rate of about 1 crore a day. And 196 banks, most of them were loss-making. It was Dr. Rangarajan's foresight which saw the recapitalization of the RRBs and the loosening of controls for them, including relocation of branches at better place of business, changing the mix between target and non-target groups, providing them better avenues for investment facilities, and so on.
In Andhra Pradesh, when he was governor, as an economist, he had a deep interest in our work also at the cess here. We used to interact with him. He suggested a number of activities for our work also here. But I could see him far more exposed to grassroots realities here, because he used to visit various parts of Andhra Pradesh, meet people, common people, the poorer people. He told me a number of times how he was struck by the work being done by the Dwakra groups, the poor women, the self-help groups. And he had a very good impression about these self-help groups.
Whatever work he has done and whatever merit he has got, it is for his work, for his efforts, for his thinking, and for his academic work and social work. All round development he had, for that he deserved.
When we met with the Finance Commission, we said this is the right way to go about it. To get away from the central government taking loans and passing on loans to the states. It's much more sensible to have the states themselves raise the loans. And we, in effect, the Planning Commission got out of the business of getting a whole lot of loans from the Finance Ministry through the budget and then passing them on as loans to the state government.
Fiscal responsibility at the state level was sought to be ensured through a mechanism of providing a carrot. We had a scheme of debt write-off, which was linked to the states passing an appropriate fiscal responsibility legislation.
Which basically implies by 2008 and 9, you would have a situation where the overall fiscal deficit would be somewhere around 6%, and there won't be any revenue deficit. In fact, on the contrary, there will be revenue surpluses, because when each of the individual states reduce the revenue deficit to zero, there will be some which would have a surplus.
We interact very often. The Economic Advisory Council submits reports, very often issues that the government is struggling with and you need a third opinion. get referred to Dr. Rangarajan, and on several issues, I mean issues that I'm myself aware of, sometimes when we have a difference of view, let's say between the Planning Commission and the Finance Ministry, consulting the view of the Economic Advisory Council gives another perspective on how these matters can be resolved.
He has devised a term called the optimum inflation. A country should have, this much inflation. So according to him, 5% inflation should be the optimum.
Recently, Dr. Rangarajan has been appointed as chairman of a committee on financial inclusion, and I think that in a way is a fitting tribute to a man who has done enormous financial inclusion without using the label as part of the reform itself.
Fair play to an extreme which could go against him. Fair play to the other person. Compassion for others. Generosity to people. Helping people who hurt him. What I'm saying is, in this kind of dog-eat-dog world, which is the reality outside, this is why I had labeled him and summed it up as the philosopher king.
गोपाल गाते चलो कृष्ण गोविंद गोपाल गाते चलो अपनी मुक्ति का मार्ग बनाते चलो लोग कहते हैं भगवान आते नहीं लोग
see this on behalf of the 3,500 small and medium struggling small scale units of India.
I accept this in all the humility.
It's a tribute to the young people of Reliance.
So I'd like to thank everyone who participated in making us happen.
I accept it on behalf of the employees of the bank.
I have received many awards earlier, but I must admit, this is perhaps the most moving of all the things that I have received.
We are all grateful to SKOCH for this special recognition.
आशा इस आंदोलन ने, सूचना के अधिकार के आंदोलन ने हमें ये दिया है कि आज भी अहिंसक तरीके से, लोकतांत्रिक तरीके से इस देश में बदलाव आ सकता है.
It is all the more gratifying that I am getting this award through the hands of Dr. Sri Rangarajan.
It is indeed special to me because I am part of the community of developmental people, and I am delighted to be here with you to accept this award.
I really don't deserve it at all. He talked to the unsung hero. In this case, the unsung hero is the Right to Information Act itself.
This is, I think I'm taking this on behalf of millions of informal sector women workers, and let each informal sector women be capitalized.
I accept this award on behalf of a large team, about 300 scientists, and I also thank the SKOCH to recognize this effort of a large team.
Adequate words to fully express myself. I am particularly delighted about this award because it's distinguished list of my predecessors who had bestowed this award in the past. And I'm really, truly grateful to the foundation.
At the outset, let me congratulate Samir Kochar and his colleagues in the SKOCH Foundation for instituting these awards and zealously doing it for more than 8 years. They do a very thorough job in terms of locating and finding out people who have done extraordinary work. The citations indicate very clearly the depth of work that they have done. These indicate an extraordinary amount of dedication and commitment on the part of the SKOCH Foundation.
Well, thank you very much for selecting me. I should thank the jury. Thank you for the award. Thank you all for coming. And particularly thank you for the film.
Very pleased to get this award. Once again, my many thanks to SKOCH and to Sameer.
This has been a wonderful journey with SKOCH the last 10 years.
If I have been able to contribute a little to making people believe that India can grow at a high rate, I thank all my colleagues who made possible that opportunity. Thank you.
I'd like to thank SKOCH and SKOCH Foundation for getting this award in the hands of just all people.
Really overwhelmed and very grateful to the SKOCH Development Foundation and the very eminent jury for selecting me for this Lifetime Achievement Award. First of all, it's great to be in this line of people who have got the award. Every one of them I've known as friends, as mentors, as advisors. So it's great to be with that crowd of people with Montag, Dr. Rangarajan, Dr. Pathak, Dr. Kelkar, Mr. Chidambaram, and so many others who have got the award.
I would also like to thank the SKOCH Foundation and the jury for conferring this great honor on me.
Thank you for the award, and it gives me great pleasure to be here today. Nonetheless, I have been closely following the events that SKOCH has been hosting for quite a while. And I must say that I am impressed with the array of developmental issues that have been discussed through various conferences. And I know that the caliber of speakers at these events are also par excellence.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was a brief introduction to SKOCH Awards. I would say brief, it still took about 10-15 minutes, but just to crunch everything in the last as many years since 2003, the awards were instituted at SKOCH. The journey has been not really easy, and many of you are going to be, by the end of the day, become part of this journey. It's going to become memorable. Not that the people who could not make it to the awards were not found to be good, but just that the others were found to be better than them. Meaning to say, you are not rejected. You can come back next time as and when there's an opportunity. But the process that you followed by having to nominate yourself, filling up the nomination form, going through the several stages of, even face-to-face interaction with the jury, answering their queries, and some of them even today are questioning you. Having to go through the peer evaluation in between. Interestingly, that wasn't the end. That was perhaps just the beginning, wherein you were told to go back to your ecosystem. We will create a page for you, wherein you made the presentation, and tell them that you did a good job and seek support. Not really the way the television competitions happen, that this is my number, this is where I am, kindly vote for me. Not really. These are real projects with implementation on the ground. Not easy to convince people. You can influence them, but can't get them to vote and support for you. So that is a journey which is what you have gone through. And believe me, quite a few of you took the plunge, went to the next level of exhibition. Many a times it is also felt that if you are participating in exhibition, that you are going to be a sure winner. The answer is no. And those who are not participating in exhibition, they are going to be losers. The answer again is no. It's just that it improves your prospects to go to the final merit list. For those who feel that they've done good job, but may have lagged somewhere, they come and compete. Therefore, you would see historically, even those who did not compete did make it to the award list, dispelling the normal belief that if you are not participating in exhibition, you may go home. No, not at all. So this should be encouraging for everyone. But let me also tell you, when we started in the year 2003, we went around the country looking for beacons of hope. We did not find many. It was a Herculean task. Doing Padayatra, meeting up with people, discovering them, bringing them onto the platform. It wasn't easy. When we gave out our first call for nominations, telling people that showcase yourself, let us know what good work you have done, people were keeping things close to their chest. We did not receive more than 20 nominations. So our Padayatra continued. We carried on with the same belief that there could be many, many more who would be shining bright and at the same time have the potential to take the country from point A to point B. These many years later, it has changed. We receive upwards of a few thousands of nominations every year.
Hello.
Not that they did not exist earlier. Perhaps they were there even then, but they were not forthcoming. Perhaps it was felt that my success is going to be replicated by others, and they may run faster, faster than me, so I may lose. Today it's the other way around. We would like to share our experiences on this common platform so that there is learning for everybody else. No one can run away with the success formula. Yes, there would be not one, many learnings for everyone. So that's exactly what the SKOCH Award stands for, and that's exactly where we come from. Believe me, it makes our life even more difficult with the popularity that the SKOCH Award gains month on month, quarter on quarter, year on year. But we love it. It gives us huge amount of solace in seeing such happy faces because you have worked on the ground and your happiness is derived from the happy faces which you see there in your own areas, whether it happens to be a municipality or a council or a district, irrespective of the fact, big or small. You know, it was very, very difficult to find a person of the stature of Dr. Rangarajan and getting him to accept the award. When we took the proposal to him, he said, I don't deserve it. What have I done? So he was reminded of the biggest decision that he took when he was the governor of RBI that saved the nation from the first economic crisis. And yes, that was true. And the second decision that he took in order to empower the women by allowing SHGs to open their bank accounts. And we had a same discovery, which is what I was talking about earlier, in the state of Andhra Pradesh, which I mentioned, this lady who put together all the SHGs. So we got her to Delhi. And as Dr. Rangarajan was waiting that who else is going to join on the stage, walked in this poor woman who did not know Hindi. And there was a person translating it, whatever she meant to speak. And then she said that she touched his feet, handed over the award to him. Both cried with the same emotion. When she said that you don't remember the decision that you took, I was the very first beneficiary when I put together all these SHGs. So there are now thousands of women who are benefiting from the work that I have done. And there are millions of women benefiting across the country. So that was the biggest tribute to a stalwart. So what we believe is celebrating the living legends, not once after they are gone. So that's the learning, that's the curve which SKOCH Award has gone through. And you're all living legends. You are the people who are writing the future history of India by contributing to the contemporary. And we have been guided from step to step by none other than Mr. Kochhar himself. He contributed as much as anybody else in locating these successes. He went north, I went south, and other members of the team discovered many other such beacons of hope in East as well as the West. The sum total is that today, SKOCH is the largest repository of all the successes that worked and everything that works in the country. And that is the biggest strength. So that has helped us write volumes. Mr. Kochhar himself has written so many books on that, encapsulating this knowledge before it goes on waste. So all these living legends have been captured both on video as well as books which have been penned down by Mr. Kochhar himself, including Modinomics, which is a bestseller encapsulating the entire journey of Prime Minister Modi from day one when he became the Chief Minister of Gujarat. So, Kochhar, would you like to say a few words at this moment?
Absolutely. Namaskar. I must share with you that one of the most difficult things in the world to do is to give an award. I was with a lot of interest reading an article by Shekhar Gupta, who's editor of print now. He used to be with Indian Express earlier. And they used to have these biggest film awards. And he said that they had a big plight because, 24 hours before the awards, people got to know who's getting it or who's not getting it. The list used to leak. And then all kinds of stars used to throw tantrums, including people who were to perform on stage. So at the last moment, even if a star has been paid, let's say several crores to perform at the award function, the star would sit in a vanity van and say, no, I will not dance till you give me an award. And they had to create something called, at the last minute, the Popular Choice Award. So in the history of their awards, they had to give a lot of Popular Choice Awards just to appease people. Fortunately, at SKOCH, not once in the 25-year history have we ever given a Popular Choice Award. And I think it's a tribute to the hard work of people of India, officers like you. Since you work honestly, we must evaluate you honestly. Dr. Phatak, who's my friend, philosopher and guide, has once shared with me that, one of the most difficult exams in India is IIT entrance exam. He says it is not really a selection process. It's more of a rejection process. Who do we leave out? Because everyone is so good. Exactly the same with SKOCH Award. Fighting the good fight, walking the straight and narrow is never easy. Obviously, it's, they say often Lakshmi and Saraswati don't live together. So we are one of the most frugal awards that there is. We are one of the poorer companies. We don't have the glamour and the glitz, but what we do have is a lot of bhavna, a lot of emotion. And that is why getting a Scotch Award is considered a privilege. You may have seen photographs of chief ministers, surrounding by their teams. That some state won 12 awards, some other state won 20 awards, and at their cost, they're tweeting it, advertising it, promoting it, and every state competes with the other state on how many Scotch awards they win, and therefore what is their state of the governance ranking, because they know that this is an honest award. It is not influenced by politics, whether you are right, left, or the center. Chief ministers of all political spectrums respect it, expect it, and honor it. Whether you are a self-help group woman or you a cabinet minister, you get the same award on the same stage, and that is what keeps us going. And as Gursharan has mentioned, only good work wins. We are really grateful for the support that you do with the exhibition. If you want to see Scotch Awards continue over the years, grow from strength to strength, do spend money in the exhibition to promote your good work and promote the work that we are doing, because it is this money that is helping us do so much of research, documenting your successes and giving them as a policy input. If Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana got a new lease of life, it was our work. If Jan Dhan Yojana got made, it was our good work. If insurance policies became portable, it was our work. So, there are a lot of good things that have come out historically. If Anrega is performing as direct benefit transfer, over my 18 books, you'll find the journey of contemporary India and how at every moment we have championed the cause of people who've come out with innovative ideas and helped them scale. So it's a favor to yourself. You want to do well in life, you want people to know, you want to make a difference. Enlightened self-interest is best that we can deal with. And I'd say God's blessings be added to that. With that, I invite Dr. Phatak, my friend, philosopher, and guide, who's been with me standing shoulder to shoulder in this 25-year journey, to talk about transformational governance and how he sees it. Dr. Phatak.
Thank you, Samir, and a very good evening to all the participants. Actually, I just realized that whatever points I wanted to make in my valedictory talk have been very beautifully covered by both Dr. Gursharan Dhanjal and Samir Kochar. So there is not much for me to say, but I would like to try and give a slightly different dimension to both these awards and the work that they recognize. I wish to put before you a new motto. We say, hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
So the motto that I wish to give to all of us is governance to make a different tomorrow. Basically, what I want to suggest is that so far, all of us have been primarily recognizing and putting forward the work that we have done at the grassroots level. And it has been amazing, truly. I'm unable to participate the same vigor that we did at one time, but I know the kind of hard work that teams have done, whether it is municipal corporation, whether it is a small district, and the dedication of the people is what makes a difference. There is something that emerges out of these awards is not who won which award, but the fact that there are so many individuals and groups working in every nook and corner of the country who are delivering the. I would submit that there has to be a mechanism to get the best practices collated together. And I am not talking about collating best practices only in terms of a consolidated observation as a book, which Samir does, but in every area, in every field of activity that you all have worked, I think there is a need to consolidate the best practices for every domain, for every activity, and prepare a compendium so that that will become a guideline for others to follow in terms of what they should try and do for future years and decades. The objective of governance, very unfortunately sometimes, is interpreted as controlling things properly. I have always hated that word the right word according to me is governance is to facilitate good things happening. And this facilitation to be absorbed by the mindset of people who actually on the ground is very, very critical. As a matter of fact, I would dare say that all those people who have submitted their nominations, who have worked very hard, among the team, I am sure there will be individuals whose mindset is actually directed by the desire to contribute, by the desire to facilitate, not by a desire to control. This separation, there is of course some control is required because governance traditionally means that, but this emphasis on facilitation through governance has to become the mainstay of our entire endeavor of governance. I would like to compliment everybody who has participated and thousands others who have not been able to submit their nominations, but I'm sure they have been doing good work. I would only submit that all of us should not just do the good work, not just continue to do the good work, but to emphatically motivate others in coming years to do better work. That is only way a better future, a better tomorrow will be constructed with good governance as a fundamental driving force. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Phatak.
So with this, inspiring words on the transformation and good governance, we may be allowed by Dr. Phatak to speak for the announcement of SKOCH Awards for 2020. I have the pleasure of inviting Mr. G.D. Palsana, ACP Cybercrime, an award in the cities category for Surakshita application. Congratulations, Mr. Palsana.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Heartiest congratulations, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
The next award in the cities goes to Khandwa Municipal Corporation for Project Sambandh. Mr. Himanshu, Municipal Commissioner.
Thank you very much. I am here on behalf of Mr. Himanshu.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Municipal Council Lanji for Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana Beneficiary Construction, Mr. Prafulla Gadre, Chief Municipal Officer.
Sir, it is a matter of great pride and honor for me to receive such a great award. Thank you very much, the whole SKOCH team, respected coaches, sir. Thanks a lot. We will keep doing the good work. Thank you, sir.
Congratulations. In such a small city, you making such a large difference. God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. I'm very much honored.
Became deserving of the gold award. Our next city response, the silver, goes to Kannukara Panchayat, Mr. Francis Tharayel, Panchayat President.
Thank you very much, sir.
You are very happy. We are very happy that you won it.
Yes, very good. Thank you very much for your award.
And thank you for smiling and laughing. It needs many.
Thank you.
Congratulations. I now invite District Administration Wardha for its response to COVID. In the District Response Silver Award for Mr. Vivek Vimanwar, Collector and District Magistrate. Move on to the next. T. Kumar Mishra, Collector and District Magistrate, receiving the Silver Award in the District Response category.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Gussaranji. Thank you, Kocher sir.
I love the enthusiasm with which Navratri participates.
And I dedicate it to all the COVID warriors.
It has a formidable silent presence. A lot of people come from Navratri. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Let me go back. I saw Mr. Vivek Bimanwar coming.
Yes, sir. Sorry, I'm a little bit late. Yes. Thanks for this award, sir. And really, it's a very encouraging and it's a proud moment for me. And I know that this award comes with a lot of responsibility also. And I'm sure that with the encouragement and the support which I'm getting from everywhere, we will be able to do something better in the coming years too.
Congratulations, Mr. Bimanwar. If you look for an
Thank you, sir.
organization area, you should join the forces. You are doing
Yes,
things
sir.
with army precision.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
I now invite Mr. Sangram Keshri Mahapatra, Collector and District Magistrate, for Silver Award in District Response. Mr. Keshri, please unmute yourself.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot, sir. We are really appreciating your effort. We are really proud, sir.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Next Silver Award goes to Dr. A. Sharad, Collector and District Magistrate, Kamareddy District. Response to COVID.
Excellent work.
I now invite Mr. Avinash Kishan Singh, District Magistrate, Humble. Silver Award in District Response.
Thank you, sir. I am Dr. Danish. On behalf of Mr. Avinash, I'm collecting the award. It has been really an honor. Sorry, I'm still in the field.
That is why you win.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Kumar Ravi, District Magistrate, Patna. Silver Award in the District Response category.
Thank you, sir. We are still in the war room, and Ravi sir just isolated himself due to our civil servant got positive. But I have no words. Thank you a lot for this recognition. You know, we are in the beginning and we have to fight along. Thank you, sir.
Congratulations and all the best to your team, and I hope you all recover very fast.
Thank you, sir.
Congratulations. I now invite District Collector Mr. Varun from Puducherry, Silver Award in District Response. Mr. Sushil Kumar Patel, Collector and District Magistrate, Gold Award in Response.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I've been to Mirzapur many years back in my youth.
Yes, sir. It's a pleasure. Thank you, sir.
Congratulations. Mr. M. Girija Shankar, Commissioner, Panchayati Raj and Rural Development from Andhra Pradesh, for DBT for Effective Initiatives under MGNREGA. In governance, Silver Award goes to him.
Congratulations.
Mr. Girija Shankar.
हाँ नमस्कार नमस्कार
Namaskar.
बस ठीक है अच्छे हैं.
Good evening, sir. Sir, on behalf of Commissioner, I am Deputy Commissioner Vigilance and PS2 Commissioner speaking, sir. Thank you very much for the award, sir. Convey our sincere thanks to the entire SKOCH team, and we will continue to do our best in the future also, sir. Thank you, sir.
Congratulations.
I now invite Mr. Sajid Memon, Secretary from Chhattisgarh in governance, receiving silver.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We are obliged. We are being recognized. Thank you. Thank you, Sabirji. Thank you, Bhushanji. Next time we will definitely participate for good.
Absolutely. I now invite Mr. Jayesh Ranjan, Principal Secretary, Information Technology, Electronics and Communications and Industry from Telangana for his project, Teach It's Silver in Governance.
Well, thank you all. Thank you for awarding this summit, this award to us. It's indeed an honor to receive the SKOCH Summit. We wanted to use emerging technologies to improve governance, improve service delivery to citizens, and it's indeed a great platform for us to showcase our work that we have done so. And really, I thank all the panelists for acknowledging our work.
Ramaji, congratulations. Your reputation is with you. I watch regularly your work. And as a lady, the contributions you're making to fields of blockchain and AI are formidable. I know of your work, so compliments.
Sir, thank you, sir. Coming from you is really a great acknowledgement, and really it's an honor. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
The next silver in governance goes to Mr. Sachin Rana, Mission Director, Chandigarh Skill Development Mission for implementation of Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana.
Hello, thank you so much. Thank you, Coach Sir. Thank you, SKOCH Group, for acknowledging these our little achievements. And I really thankful to my entire team and all the partners here who have come across and help us to achieve this kind of an acknowledgement from such a prestigious group. Thank you.
Governance gold goes to the Panchayat Raj and Rural Development Department, Andhra Pradesh, Mr. M. Girija Shankar, Commissioner PR and RD, for capacity building and training under MGNREGA.
Sir, once again, sir, actually our commissioner has gone for a meeting with the finance department, sir. I convey my sincere thanks to Mr. Samir Kochar and Dr. Gursharan Saab. And it's a very proud moment for us, sir, having won 2 awards already. Thank you very much, sir.
Congratulations. Gold in governance goes to Mr. Jayesh Ranjan, Principal Secretary from Telangana, for blockchain-based property registration governance.
Again, thank you all for selecting a project for this really wonderful award. Thank you all. Thank you, panelists. Again, in fact, when we started our journey in emerging technologies, we were not really sure whether we should adopt these technologies in the government. We started to adopt new technologies in government. But our government was able to do it. But at the end, the SKOCH Summit, acknowledging that, awarding that award, it's a great thing for us. Thank you.
I have the pleasure of inviting Mr. Harendra Prasad, Chief Executive Officer, Andhra Pradesh Center for Financial Services for FMS 2.0.
Thank you so much, sir. On behalf of Government of Andhra Pradesh, I would like to thank from the bottom of my heart for recognizing our efforts. At this moment, I would like to thank my fellow colleagues from the department as well as our technology partner SAP, who have been working with us hand in hand in this whole endeavor. I thank the jury and other members for conferring this award on us, and we will strive hard to do our best in all our future endeavors. Thank you so much, sir. It's a pleasure.
Congratulations. Excellent job.
Thank you, sir.
The next silver in Digital India goes to Mr. V.G. Venkat Reddy, Director of Mines and Geology from Andhra Pradesh, for online system for mineral audit involving regulation of buying, storing and transportation.
This is Srinivas Chaudhary. Our director is meeting with the Secretary of Finance, Government of India. On behalf of him, I am here, sir. And we are very delighted and we are very happy, sir. And it will bestow a lot of responsibility on us and to take it further forward, sir, in the business sector. Thanks a lot, sir.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. P. Mohan Gandhi, Managing Director, West Bengal Small Industries Development Corporation Limited, Silver Award in Digital India for land allotment, estate services and building plan sanction. Please unmute yourself.
Congratulations. You're on mute.
Still muted.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, we can hear.
Hello. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Lord. Sir. Lot of thanks, sir. Lot of thanks, sir, for giving sir the award.
From your organizations, the small and medium enterprises have a lot of hope.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So God bless you. Do well.
Sir, we have given best effort within West Bengal. We have the first organization who already 250 cases has been resolved through this online system. Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot. Will be appreciated for next some softwares or public service for good governance. Thank you, sir, again.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. R.K. Sohane, Director, Bihar Agricultural University. Technology and capacity for farmers, farm women and rural youth. Gold Award for Digital India.
Thanks on behalf of Bihar Agriculture University to SKOCH Group to identify Bihar Agriculture University, and credit goes to Dr. Ajay Kumar Singh, Vice Chancellor, Bihar Agriculture University. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Dr. T. Prabhu Shankar, Executive Director, Chennai Metropolitan Water Supply and Sewerage Board. Gold Award, Digital India category. For project for Water 2.0.
Good evening, everyone. Again, honored to be bestowed with this award. The program was a digital innovation unit right in the midst of the drought. So I'm very thankful to my entire team of engineers of Chennai Metro working through the agency, and to our chairman, our principal secretary, and our managing director, who, by their dynamic leadership, ensured the drought in Chennai of 2019 was managed so efficiently and so wonderfully well. Thank you, SKOCH, for bestowing this award. It's been a wonderful pleasure all day. Thank you.
Congratulations, very well deserved.
Thank you.
I now invite Sri Deepthi, General Manager, Telangana State Mineral Development Corp, to receive Gold Award in Digital India for Management and Monitoring System.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, the SKOCH Group, for giving us the recognition. That on behalf of the whole of TSMBC team, we thank the SKOCH Group, sir, for recognizing our efforts. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
The next for Digital India goes to Rajankar, Associate State Center for Mahamadar.
Thank you, SKOCH Group. I dedicate this award to my displaced farmer of my state, and by this software we have abolished whole entire system of deciding the drought and introduce a new software which has all the capacity to correct and detect the drought digitally. And to recognize this award, the central government has sponsored more than 4,000 crore to the distressed farmer using this software. So thank you very much, SKOCH Group, for bestowing this award.
Thank you on behalf of all those farmers.
Gold in Digital India goes to Neelam Sanghi, Additional CPFC, Employees Provident Fund Organization for EPFIGMS.
Thank you, sir.
Congratulations, madam. Fantastic work by EPFO yet again.
Thank you. Thank you, sir, very much. I'm so glad that you gave us this opportunity to present our work, and you appreciated it. And we have, since we started last year, more than 15 lakh people have benefited, and there are crores of people who can make use of this technology. So Dr. Gurcharan ji, Dr. Sameer ji, आपको बहुत-बहुत धन्यवाद. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Ministry of Labour and Employment, Government of India. Digital India for Samadhan portal, I invite Ms. Kalpana Raj Singh, Joint Secretary.
Thank you so much, sir. On behalf of my Joint Secretary, ma'am, she's not available here. From our team, Samadhan, thank you so very much. We are honored. Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
You have a very tastefully done home.
Sorry, sir?
You have a very tastefully done background. I can see some very nice interiors behind you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Gold in Digital India, being received by Dr. Navaljeet Kapoor, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Tribal Affairs, Government of India, for his work in empowering tribals through IT-enabled scholarship.
Thank you, SKOCH Group. On behalf of
Congratulations.
I feel honored to receive this award. As I said in morning also, this recognition gives us more enthusiasm to work more hard, and this will give us more. My team, I am thankful to my team, my secretary, our minister, who has given us and to work for this. Thank you once again.
Your ministry has the blessings of some of the poorest of India. The tribals are the most marginalized. And if you are helping them, God will help you. God bless you.
I'm very sure that the next year, this year I was not knowing that we have only for one thing. Next year we will bring at least 6 projects which are working on digital empowerment of the tribals. Thank you.
And ladies and gentlemen, highest in Digital India and across all awards is the Platinum. That goes to Mr. P.D. Salim, Secretary, CM Office, Government of West Bengal for PMO Public Grievance System e-Samadhan. A big round of applause for him.
Congratulations, Mr. Salim. This is the only Platinum award being conferred today. So, you must have done a very, very good job.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Respected jury members, the award committee, respected Chairman Saab, all other members from the SKOCH family, all dignitaries, my colleagues, and all the award winners. It's a great privilege for me on behalf of the state of West Bengal. It's a great privilege for all of us to receive this prestigious award recognition from an agency, an occasion like SKOCH. The Chief Minister's Office Public Grievance System is not just like any other grievance system which is available in every other department in the state. It's a completely different system where every step has been taken to ensure that every citizen is, the government is accessible, or every citizen is accessible to the government. The citizens can file grievances to the government through every other mode, be it online, through the call centers, through physical mode. We have set up around 2,700 centers, common service centers across the state for collecting grievances from citizens who are, digitally disadvantaged. After receiving grievances, the citizens get an automated acknowledgement. After that, there is a time frame of 24 hours to 7 days to address the grievance. On addressing the grievance, the complainant gets an intimation asking for their feedback, whether they are happy with the redressal, whether they have anything further to tell the government. Depending on their feedback, we take further steps to ensure that the quality of grievance is up to the level desired. You must be knowing, under the dynamic leadership of our Honorable Chief Minister, the government of West Bengal has taken very many steps to reach out to the citizens, to make the government and the governance responsive and accountable. I'm very happy that one of the major steps which was taken by the government of West Bengal has been recognized by none other than the SKOCH Group. We are privileged. Thank you very much. This award and recognition will make our job, our responsible, more and more responsible to the citizen, and in the days and years to come, I'm sure we will rise up to the occasion. Once again, thank you so much.
Congratulations, Salim Saab. Do communicate my good wishes to the Honorable Chief Minister. I think her heart beats for the people of West Bengal, and your CM dashboard is a living example, testimony to that. Very, very good.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. We are privileged.
So that brings us to the end of the announcement for the SKOCH Award for the current season. My heartiest congratulations to all the winners, and I look forward to seeing you all all over again in the near future, as and when there is an opportunity. But before we go, we will organize a group picture. Kindly switch on all your cameras so that everybody is visible, and we switch to the gallery view so that we can take a group picture that can be utilized for promotion.
There are some blanks. Maybe you can point them out and ask them to.
I can see Kanukara Panchayat not switched on with their video, Mr. G.D. Palsana, as well as Commissioner Panchayati Raj.
Sir, the host has stopped my video, so please.
Mr. Vivek, you are visible.
Commissioner Panchayat Raj, Andhra.
Can you start the video for it? Yeah, there you are. And Bihar Agricultural University. Deepak, you can switch on your video as well. In the second shot, I still see Dr. Ajit Kumar Mishra missing and EPFO.
Oh, I'm here.
Need to see your video.
Yeah. Neelamji is there. She's visible.
Okay, there we are.
Sir, I am visible, sir.
Yes,
Dr. Ajit Mishra, Navranpur. Yes, sir.
I can see you.
Yes, let's just go ahead and take a picture.
Yep. All right. We are done with it. Thank you very much. Thank you all for joining us. Thank you very much, Dr. Phatak, for providing us the guidance, which you have always been doing, event after event, award after award. And that is something which we have always been looking forward to.
Most important point is you have been able to collect together such a large number of enthusiastic and dedicated workers. The recognition is, I think, just one of the aspects. The fact that all of them are here together, and I could see the enthusiasm with which they were speaking while acknowledging the award. More power to your elbows, all friends, and keep on doing the great job.
Dr. Phatak, what is most gratifying for me is I made so many people smile today.
Yes.
Absolutely. Well, thank you all once again.
Thank you
Dr.
so much.
Phatak, we are eternally grateful to you for you taking time out. I know you have been really tied up through the day. And all the delegates, all the recipients, and all the panelists, all speakers, thank you all once again. Have a good day.
Thank you, Guran.
Good evening.
And thank you, Samir Kocha. Last Dakila.
Thank you, Samirji. Thank you, Koshanji.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot to the SKOCH group from Chennai.